Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は220日目です。Is day 220. Let's get into our final topics, actually. We're gonna go back to our typical SRS stuff starting tomorrow. Alright, this is our penultimate, technically. I do have a bonus topic here. So that is my intention, but talk about intended action and contrast sentences with keredomo. Keredomo is the but the most formal but. And then tsumori you plan to, as opposed to decide, which is nisuru. Okay. In this topic, we'll be learning about two unrelated yet relatively easy words. First, we'll learn about keredomo, which is a more formal version of kedo, meaning but. Second, we'll learn about tsumori, which is used to say that one intends to do something. As this is the final main topic of N5, there is only the final bonus topic after this one. We thought we end it on something a little more relaxed. Congratulations on getting this far, and now let's jump into these final two grammar points. この本は面白いけれども少し難しい。Fair enough. 明日髪を切るつもりだ。Fair enough. Got anything on? As with kedo and other forms of but in Japanese, the phrase after keredomo will often be omitted if it is obvious, or the speaker does not want to say it because it's obvious. Right? Aware of that. The wa in tsumori wa nai is interchangeable with ga or ga. Wait. Hold up. Morida. Oh, right. No intention is wanai. Right. And it's interchangeable with ga and ja. Usually dewa is not used. The difference in nuance is that ga gives the impression of being uninterested. Okay. While ja simply expresses that A is not the intended result. Ganai, wanai. Okay. I don't think I've used the negative of tsumori. Intention. We're nearly at the end of N5, even though N5 is the most quote-unquote basic level. It is definitely not easy. We've covered a lot of ground, learned about many grammatical concepts, and seen hundreds of words. Fair enough. If mastered, the simple grammar of N5 can be used in all sorts of complicated ways. Let's look at some examples of what we can do with the grammar for each lesson of N5. Well, that's interesting. In lesson 1, we took the first step into the world of Japanese grammar, focusing on things that are crucial for making natural, interesting sentences. We learned fundamental words, da and des, right, auxiliary, and how to form and organize Japanese sentences with the particle wa, topic marker, and mo, base marking, I guess for also. We also learned the basics of the kosoado words, right? The essentials of adjectives, right? And how to ask questions. So what we have here? Honda-san, Jessica, Ohio. Jessica says, Honda-san, Ohayo gozaimasu. これはお酒ですか？本田さん。それは古い牛乳です。ジェシカ ジェスカ、それは本田さんのアイスクリームですか？本田さん says、それはお父さんの安いアイスクリームです。ジェスカのアイスクリームはあれです。Okay. ジェスカ、ジェシカ、今日は暇な一日です。Fair enough. This, Jessica, good morning. Mr. Honda, right? Good morning. Formal, because Jessica is the junior, right? Addressing someone older, probably. Is this your alcohol, right? Or is this alcohol? Sorry, is this alcohol? And then it's like, well, that's just old milk. And then she said, is this your ice cream? Or Honda-san, right? This is your ice cream, Honda-san? And then, like, no, that's father's cheap ice cream, or that's dad's cheap ice cream. This is your ice cream, Jessica, this is your ice cream, right? Your ice cream is that one. And then she's like, today is a very slow day, or a free day, or leisurely day. In lesson 2, we entered the world of verbs and articles with things that are necessary to use basic types of verbs. We did this via the case marking particles ga and wo, the sentence ending particle yo, ne, and na, different types of emphasis, and also by becoming familiar with verb conjugation with the negative and polite forms of verbs, right? Non-pass. Kanojo and I guess Arishi, so just boyfriend girlfriend, or yeah, boyfriend girlfriend. So 彼女、明日は土曜日だよね。出かける? So, okay. And then Kareshi responds, 野球の練習野球の練習をするよ。彼女、私も明日は、生徒のレポートを見るよ。明日は忙しい日wait, やるご飯は no, that can't be. Oh yeah, it is. I mean, not 夜ご飯は食べる？彼氏、食べるよ。彼女、私は食べない。明日は私の妹が、stew. Okay. stew が寿司を作るよ。ありがとう。Okay. So girlfriend says, tomorrow's Saturday, right? Want to go out? Boyfriend responds, I'm baseball practice. I'm going to have baseball practice, or going to do baseball practice. She responds, oh, I also have to look at a student's report tomorrow. And tomorrow's gonna be a very busy day. What are you eating for dinner? Right. Tomorrow, what will you eat for dinner? Or will you eat dinner, I suppose. Will you eat dinner? And he said, yep, I'll eat dinner. Inferred. she said that I'm not going to eat dinner, and tomorrow, my sister, my little sister, little sister is going to make sushi and what is this, stew? Actually, stew or sushi because it's ka, and then thank you, right? Or thanks. I don't know what. I guess the thanks is to infer that this is related to him planning to eat. In lesson 3, we fleshed out our particle knowledge by covering the remaining essential particles needed in their basic ideas. What is that? The de, ni, yeah. We covered de, ni, ka, and to. Actually, ka was used up here. In their essential uses, and also expanding our range of expression with daro, desho, and the contextual explanatory use of no, right? So, we have musko and haha, so a mother and her son, musko. あそこの教科図書館あそこの図書館が見える大きい図書館で高校の友達と毎週水曜日に英語の勉強をするんだ。母 responds いいね。その友達は優しいの？息子 responds 優しいよ。英語の先生も優しいんだ。Oh, what is this carrot here? 母 responds それはよかったよ。学校に外国人の先生や留学生はいる？息子、いるよ。英語の授業は外国人の先生が教えるんだ。来週は留学生の誕生日パーティーがあるよ。僕も友達と行くんだ。So, Musko says, do you see that big library over there? That big library, we study English every Wednesday with a high school friend at that big library, right? And the mother said, "Oh, okay, that's nice. Is that friend a nice person, right? Is that person nice?" And like, yeah, very nice. They're nice. There's also a nice English teacher there, or implied there, right? And the mother said, that's good, right? That's good. それは良かったのよ. And are there foreign exchange, like, are there foreign exchange students and like foreign teachers? in school, in high school, or at school, just at school. They're not implying high school yet. Or have they ever implied high school? No, it's just school. Oh no, they did imply high school. So, but she's at school. Gakko. And the son confirms, yep, there are the English class, right? The English class, there's a foreign teacher or a foreign teacher teaches in a English class. Teaches English class. How much paragraph content is too much for one? Feeling conflicted because the info is all about one thing, but it really feels like a run-on paragraph of sorts. I mean, if you think it's too long for paragraph content, you can separate it based on another idea. There's, in my opinion, there really isn't a such thing as info is all about one thing without being able to subdivide it into more things. You reorganize it or you divvy up the ideas. So if you think it's too long, then you separate it on a new idea by subdividing the current idea. So next week, next week, there's gonna be a foreign exchange student's birthday, right? I'm gonna go with friends, right? I'm gonna go with friends there. In lesson 4, we started to manipulate verbs with different verb forms. Which ones did we cover? Making further use of the particle we just had, use of the particles we had just learned. We learned about the past form. Oh, okay. So past form of verbs, both standard and polite, right? And also how to normalize verbs with no. I don't think we normalize with koto yet. Did we normalize with koto? Huh. Alright. So we got imoto and ane. So older sister and younger brother. Not imoto. Ototo. Sorry, younger brother. So ane is a saraishu, ne? Saraishu. Kinjo no Tanaka san mo hanabi kuru? No, kiru. No, kuru. Yeah, ni kuru. Okay. Tanaka san wa no. Yes. Undo suru no wa suki? That's it. Going from here to here is a little okay. Ototo. Tanaka-san mo kuru yo. Tanaka-san wa undo ga suki da yo. Mainichi asoko no chisai what saka place. How do we use? Are we gonna use yo? Okay, yo. Jo de. So saka jo de saka o suru yo. Kino mo ishoni saka o shita yo. Ayo. Okay. 姉さ、いいね。毎日サッカーをするの？元気な人だね。人だね。Okay. 弟。僕はサッカーは好き。サッカーは好き。走るのは あ、嫌いなんだ。嫌いなんだ。花火に行くのは、広い公園だよね。うん、公園だよ。So, Annette, so the older sister, the week after, the week after the next one, right? The week after the next one, are you going, is Tanaka-san coming to see, to see the flower, right? The flower viewing or cherry blossoms. The neighboring Tanaka-san, I guess. The neighbor Tanaka-san. So the Tanaka-san that is nearby. So not just any Tanaka-san, just the one that's nearby, because there might be more than one Tanaka-san. And does he like to? I don't know why this happened, but this transition is a little rough. Does he like working out, or does he like to exercise? It just goes from this to this. Right. And then the younger brother said, yep, he is also coming, right? Tanaka-san is also coming. And he does like to exercise every day. The small soccer field over there, he likes to play soccer over at the small soccer field over there. And we, I guess, or we played together yesterday. We also played together yesterday. And then the older sister asked, "Oh, that sounds nice," or "Nice. Today are you going to play? Right? Are you going to play soccer today?" And what a lively person, right? Or that person is lively, talking about Tanaka-san. Or wait, no, this just says he plays every day, right? Or like asking for a reason, like, oh, he plays every day. What a lively person, right? And then the younger brother's like, yep. I also like to play soccer, right? I like soccer. Specifically, they just say I like soccer. No, I like to play soccer. I like to soccer, but I don't like running, right? I hate running. There's no but here. However, I would kind of infer there's a but they could put like a kiddo here, right? So 僕はサッカーは好きけど走るのは嫌いなんだ。And then we are going the cherry blossom. So the cherry blossom is going how does this so this is the cherry blossom that is happening, right? This is the, it's kind of like a phrase, the going of the viewing. So the viewing time, like the viewing Noah, right? So the actual cherry blossom viewing, it's gonna be at that large park over there, or it's gonna be at the large park, right? And the sister said like, yep, that large park, or that park, right? And I'm carrying the inferred adjectives over. So while they didn't say hiroi koen, I'm reminding myself that when this person's talking, they're also carrying the details. So I've been doing that like consciously over time. Generally speaking, I do that when I'm reading English too. When someone's talking and they omit redundancy, I'm still reminding myself what that redundancy is. So that's kind of a habit that I carry over. I don't typically do the thing where like, oh, it's already said, so I'm not going to say it, and then you forget it. So that's a thing that I do have a slight pet peeve. I get triggered when people try to simplify things by saying they already know it and they already think it's redundant, but they forget the detail that is redundant. So if you forget something, or you think the other person might forget something because you forget something, in my opinion, it's far more polite or diligent that you repeat the detail. I think this is a habit that happens online far more, where when you type something, you're like, well, it's already there, so you don't have to type it anymore, right? That's fine, pragmatically speaking, because the other person can read above. It's not going to stop that person from ignoring it. Like, there's still going to happen in texting. Now, I think that's particularly pragmatically fine because they could read up. You're expecting them to read up if they forget a detail. When you're speaking to someone, so this is a conversation between people, when you omit things and when you infer things, you're making the assumption that the other person is consciously carrying the details, right? Or usually when Japanese, at least in my opinion, the implied is that you both agree on a detail. So when you're using ne and yo, right, you're indicating that there's a commonality or different degrees of commonality. And that commonality means that it's easy to remember what the details are. So when someone says, ano hiroi koen da yo ne, the ne is saying that they both already know what that it is a particularly visibly large, park. They're both thinking about the same park. Now, for me, when I'm reading this, I'm also still reminding myself, like if I was listening to this conversation, I'm reminding myself that it's still that park is a big park, because I might not know, or I might not remember the details of reading this. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when you're talking to someone, especially online, oftentimes the mechanics of simplifying what you're saying or inferring what you're saying doesn't mean that the other person will continue to remember all the details, because you're inferring, you're assuming that they're paying attention, or you're assuming that you yourself is paying attention. So if you ever get into this situation where when you say something for the first time and then you go and abbreviate it, and then the other person's like, I don't remember you saying that, and then you like scroll up, or you think you scroll up while you're speaking, there's no scrolling up when you're speaking. You're not being live recorded like this, where someone could like suddenly turn back time and say, oh, hey, I'm going to look back on your stream. This is what you said. That doesn't happen when you're speaking to someone. Unless you really think that the future is going to be everyone's going to record each other and then they're going to dial it back. You're still going to forget things when you dial it back. So I think one of the very common very common indicators that someone doesn't pay attention, or they're not even paying attention to what they're saying, is usually how frequently you simplify things. When you simplify things, you're assuming that the other person and yourself is reinforcing the same idea. So I totally get the idea of like the convenience of Japanese, where they're like, oh, okay, you don't want to be pedantic, right? You don't want to keep typing the same word again, or keep saying the same person again, despite ironically, honestly, they say Tanaka-san, right? Like you use the third person. So it's not like Japanese, in my opinion, or Japanese people have a natural inclination not to repeat things. There are certain things that are very inherently inferred, and then there are habits in which they prefer to repeat things, like Tanaka-san, as opposed to using like a pronoun or something, right? that to me is one of those things where I hear it quite often where someone would say, oh, I already said this, so I'm not going to say this. And later down the road, it's like, oh, you forgot. And I'm like, well, you forgot. So now there's just two people arguing each other. It's like, well, you just said this. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I said this. And I'm like, well, neither of you like to repeat things. And you think that both you guys, the person listening and the person talking, remember the details you spoke yourself. I usually don't operate like that. I operate on the idea that if I am likely to forget something, I'm going to repeat it. And then if the other person indicates like, oh yeah, I already know that, it's like, that's fine, right? I can explain why I repeated the detail. And then if someone says that, oh, you said this and you forgot something, say, oh, I'm sorry, I might have forgotten. Let's review what I intended to say, right? Those are the things. Like, you shelve your pride because you can forget your details that you deem redundant, and you also do not infer that the person you're talking to has an eidetic memory and is always paying attention. Throw it into a Gen Z conversation online that is typed. Typing, again, produces a history, so that creates a behavior for typing. However, when they are speaking, when I hear like people who are used to having a log or a history of what they typed, in fact, me and someone else who just here talked about how people delete their messages. That's also the same behavior. When you delete your messages, then you have no accountability or no history of what you said. So because of that, it doesn't matter what you think you said. It doesn't matter what you think you did, since there's no history of it, and you decide not to repeat or hold on to it, then you have no accountability. You also have no credibility either. So you have become not responsible for what you say. So you're not trustworthy as well. That's kind of the thing that happens a lot, where someone says like, well, I didn't say that. And I'm like, well, I don't remember you saying it. Like, well, it's inferred, right? I already said this, and meanwhile, no one can confirm what you said. Like, if you don't repeat important details, then you also can't say that you've emphasized the detail over and over again, right? So this one, I think that's a habit that carries over quite a lot. I'll probably end up doing this as we read the next couple examples too. It does occur on a frequent basis. Okay, in lesson 5, we learned about basic sentences, linking structures, and the te form. In lesson 5, I don't remember a little later. Getting to grips with the te form helps us link actions, right? And also unlock the essential teiru pattern, the aspect. We also learned more about de, and were introduced to kara. Kara being because, or an explainer. Then so okay, so we got Ohai and Senpai, right? So we also will notice their speech patterns being different. So Ohai, Senpai, 僕、彼女と other, oh no, 別 no, waka. Oh yeah, that's right, that's the character for waka. Wakaretan desu. Wakaretan desu. What? Yeah, to split up, right? Wakaretan desu. 僕が彼女の誕生日を、oh, like, 忘れたから 彼女が、怒って、怒って別れました。別れました。先輩、それは、大変だったね。だったね。はい。はい。その、その日、その日の夜に、その日、その日の夜に、彼女から電話が来て、はい、僕は自転車で彼女の家にいいたん、いたんですけど、彼女は、彼女が家からダメす、あ出ませんでした。え、先輩、そうなんだ。今からカフェに行って話を聞くよ。あ、今家でご飯を食べているから、後で時間はいいね。いいね。Um, let's see. So the junior, um, senpai, right? Senpai, I, uh, I, I broke up with I, I broke up with my girlfriend. Oh, this is one of those ones where, oh no, it's fine. I broke up with my girlfriend. I forgot because I forgot my girlfriend's birthday. My girlfriend got angry and we broke up, or broke up with me. And the senpai said, "Ah, that's tough, or that's no good, right? 大変だ、大変だったら、だったね." Hi, like, agreed. That night, right? That night, she called me. That night, he got a call from, or I got a call from her, and I went to her house by bike. Right, I went to her house by bike, but she, I was kicked out. She didn't. Oh no, she didn't come out of the house of her house. Didn't come out to see him basically. And senpai said, "Oh, I see. Right. So nanda. Uh, all right. Well, let's go to the cafe to talk about it, right? Or hear you out. Let's go to the cafe to hear from from now. Like, I guess now, let's go to the cafe." And then like right now I'm eating at home. Because right now I'm eating at home, I'll have time to tell you later, or talk to you later. I'll tell you when later. Tell you when later in terms of the time to go to the cafe. In lesson 6, we fill in any knowledge gaps we may have still had around the basics. Learning about question words and quotation articles, right? Okay, do, and then I guess the do stuff. Besides expanding on questions and question words, we also learned more about tense in Japanese. Tense. Which tense were, including the past tense of nouns. Oh, and najita. Past tense of nouns and najita. Oh, are they talking about like using auxiliary verbs? Yeah, using auxiliary verbs. And how to modify nouns with verbs using relative clauses. Right, verbs using relative. Okay. I'm not, terminology is escaping me here. So we have ototo and ane again. So younger brother and older sister. Ototo. 僕の部屋に入ったのは誰だ I don't know, it's an exclamation mark. I can't emote. 姉、どうして怒ってるの? Yeah, so he's like a bit angry, I suppose. どうして怒ってるの? 音が消しに行ったんだよ。え、弟。大きくなかったでしょ。と音楽がない、音楽がないから夜3時に起きたよ。姉、知らないよ。昨日は大変だったんだよ。音が大きいです。ですって。No, 大きいですって。No, yes. Oh, wait. 音が大きいですって. Right? This is meaning like, oh no, des and then te. Okay, it is des. So, 音が大きいですって. The as in quoting. いつも下着を、oh no. 下着を首, wait. 下着の首. That's really angry, right? 下着を首にかけてる。怒った隣の家に来たんだよ。Ooh, hold up. Okay. All right. And then the younger brother, ごめんなさい. The other older sis. Oh, sorry. 姉、お母さん、泣くよ. Okay. This one is a little bit. I'm gonna have to go through it a little bit here. So, Ototo said that, who went into my room, right? Who went into my room? Or the person in my room, like the person that went into my room is who, right? And yelling a bit. And then, the older sister's like, why are you angry? Or why are you mad? So, どうして怒ってるの? And, she then responds by saying, because she went to turn on, or the sister, I went to turn off the music because the music sound was really loud. So it was because the music was too loud, was loud. I went to turn off. And the younger brother said that it wasn't really loud. Yeah, 大きくなかったでしょ So it wasn't loud, was it? Like, right? And then he said that this one didn't, because there wasn't music at night. Because there was no music, right? I woke up at 3 at night. I'm not sure what the heck. When I was reading this, I'm like, okay. I mean, you woke up at 3 at night because there was no music. I don't understand what this is inferring. Like, so did he need music to wake up? I'm like, I didn't know where this is getting at. And then like it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's an idiosyncrasy, I suppose. And then the older sister is like, I don't know, or I don't care. 知らないよ, right? Like, this is not caring. Like, should I care, or I don't care, right? And yesterday was tough, or a hassle, or it was bad, right? Yesterday was bad. Right? 大変だったんだよ. And because, or I say, so quoting, I said it was loud. I said it was loud. The person, so this is like, the person came from the neighboring house, came to our house. The neighbor that came to our house was angry, was very angry. Basically, the expression is like, they were, no. This might be literal. So the person that came to the house, the neighbor that came to the house, from the neighboring house, was angry and had underwear hanging from their neck. Always had underwear hanging from their neck. I guess. Right, let me see. The person from the neighboring house, or the neighbor, but this is the house next door, that always had underwear, shitagi, on around their neck, like, but draped or hanging from their neck. I said that it was loud. The person from was angry, came to our house. We're just gonna keep going here. And then the brother said, I'm sorry, and then mom will be upset, using naku as opposed to okoru. Right. Okay. That one's a little weird. I didn't understand this. This to me is more like an idiosyncrasy of someone. Idiosyncrasy of someone. So it sounds more like a particular kind of a particular petty selfish thing, and I guess you could call it a sibling squabble. It's kind of like saying someone said like, oh, I woke up late because I forgot to set my alarm to a specific ringtone, and since it was a wrong ringtone, I didn't get up in time. In lesson 7, we got into slightly more advanced linking and identification phrases. We completed the kosoado system with words beginning with do. Right. Oh, so we didn't do despite dotted. I guess. Oh, no, dotted is not one of them. Oh, okay. So just interrogators in previous one. Beginning with do, and we learn how to talk about limits and progress with dake. So dake is only or just, right? Mada is up to or still, or no, up to, and then mo is still or already. No. One is still, one is already. Actually, I'm thinking of made. Mada is again already. We also learn how to talk about wanting to do things with tai. Okay. So sensei. Sensei. 今日は、今日はカレーを作ります。Interesting. Polite. 野菜を切ったり、no particular order. 切ったり、煮込んだり、煮込んだりしますので、料理の授業を初めて受ける人は難しいです。Okay. Fair enough. And then 初めての人はいますか？生徒。はい。今日が初めてです。まだ授業を受けていません。Still. Oh yeah, that is still. Not again. Still. でも嫌で料理をします。わかりました。先生、わかりました。Oh, I'm gonna guess it's nakai. Oh, it's just E. Okay. Nakai-san だけですか？じゃあ、that's fine. We'll translate it. じゃあ、中井さんはテーブルでお願いします。Oh, that's interesting. Okay. 生徒、どのテーブルですか？窓、oh wait, does that end up being two coons? 窓側ね。Okay. 窓側のですか？そうです。じゃあ、ご飯はもうしているので、作っているので、皆さん、手話でなんで、皆さん手を洗ってから、洗ってから、こちらに来てね。12時にみんなでご飯を食べたいです。今日は難しいでしょ Okay. All right. So the teacher said, today we're making curry, right? Today we will make curry. We're gonna do, it's like, we're gonna need to do things like, since we need to do things like cut vegetables and boil things, right? Stew them. People, it will be difficult for people who are doing it for the first time or cooking, are having their first cooking class, basically. It would be difficult for those who is the first to take this cooking class. Are there any new people in class? Like, right. And the student said, one of the students said, yep, today is my first time. So 今日が初めてです。I still have, because I still, or not because, but I still haven't taken the class, right? Yet. So まだ授業を受けていません。And then, but I do cook at home, right? でも、家で料理をします。The teacher is like, oh, I understand. わかりました。And the person's name is Nakai-san. So, is it just Nakai-san? Well then, Nakai-san, please go to that table. Or like, Nakai-san can, like, basically use that table, or can at that table, please. And then, he has which table? That table by the window side, right? 窓側のですか? And the teacher says, yep, yes. Well then, we are going, so, because since we already made the rice, right? Everyone go wash their hand and come here, please. Right? Or after washing your hand, come here, please. And we want to eat at 12, right? We want to eat at 12, just at 12. No, just at 12. And then today is going to be busy, like, right? Then in lesson 8, let's look at lesson 8. We learned more about how to identify amounts and locations. We did this via words like made, right, up to, and then kurai, a certain amount, and mae ni, in front of, and sugiru, like too much. We also learned the larger sentence level comparative phrases, like yori, yori no hoga, like more than, and nanoka de, no naka de, like of the things, ga ichiban, of the things, this one is better or the best. So we got Himiko, 最後結構難しい、忙しいね。昨日も11時くらいまで、heck matters だ仕事だったでしょ。ご飯は食べてる what is new, you, oh, this is you, Yui, so,忙しすぎるよ。昨日は昼はサラダだけ 夜はラーメンを食べに行ったよ。簡単。連絡 that for whatever reason. 簡単、簡単だからいいんだよね。卑弥呼、もっと、もっと、heck, skinny, もっと、いそ細、細く、細くなるよ。なるよ。なるよ。うん、ラーメンより、本、あ、なる、is that body? Oh yeah, that is body. What is that? Ikara? Takara, karada. Dang. Wrong body. 体。そう、ラーメンより体にいいもの、いいものを得た方がいいよ。いいも、いいもの。Interesting. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I think I understand this. Although I'm not sure if I've used this before. No. Mono. I mono. Okay. This is mimetic for thing. Okay. 何か食べたいのある食べたいのある今から自分のお昼、お昼作るから一緒に作るよ。ありがとありがとう。卑弥呼が作る料理の中でハンバーガーが一番美味しいから、ハンバーガーにするいい卑弥呼、いいよ。いいよ。安い、たくさん、あ、入れるね。No, 入れるね。Yes.野菜たくさん入れるね。誰か上にいるかな上にいるかなかな How to, is it, wondering if it's okay? Right? かな Then, ゆい、君子が、じゃoh no. Um, き、Wait, 起きる前にみんな仕事に行ったよ。いたよ。Okay. Kimiko. Okay. So, Saikin. Oh, I said cycle. Saikin. Recently it has been busy, right? Recently I have been quite busy. So, Saikin, I'm pretty sure I said cycle. 最近結構難しい。忙しいね。So, recently it's been busy. Yesterday, there was there was work until like it was also yesterday. Also, there was work until like 11, right? Around 11, right? Right. Work was around 11 yesterday too. And then did you eat? Right? Are you going to eat? That's interesting. That are you eating? Sorry, are you eating? That's a little better. Are you eating? Yes. It was very busy, right? So busy, or I am so busy. And I just had a salad. Yesterday I just had a salad for lunch. Tonight I am going to eat ramen, right? Because basically because it's simple, because it's convenient, it works, or it's good, right? It's good because it's convenient. Kimiko says, are you you're gonna become skinny, right? Because she's not eating a lot. You're gonna become skinny or more skinny. Motto soku naru yo. You're gonna become skinny. This one was like stuff like ramen is good. Or you're eating, so you're eating better things instead of ramen, instead of stuff like ramen. This is how I think it's saying. So what did I say? You should eat something that's good for your body rather than ramen. Yeah. So, right, this is saying that you should eat something better, right? Mono. So something better, eat that is better, right? So should, right? A suggestion. And then ni, like for body. So for body, stuff that's good for body. And then rather than so compared to ramen. So compared to ramen, something good, right? So this is the comparison thing that we learned, where something good for your body rather than ramen, right? Or compared to ramen. And then what do you want to eat? Or is there anything you want to eat? Anything? Nanika? Anything you want to eat? Or is there anything you want to eat? From now, I am, because I'm going to make lunch myself, let's make lunch together. So we'll make ours together, right? And Yui says thanks. Because I like hamburger. I think hamburgers is the most tastiest, right? Because since your hamburger, the Kimiko's hamburger, is the best out of the food you make, I decided on hamburgers. Is that okay? Right, I'll have some hamburgers. And she's like, fine, that's fine. Good, or no worries. I will put in a lot of vegetables. So is there, wait, I'll put in a lot of vegetables. And then this was a little weird. Like, is there anyone upstairs? I guess it's not too weird if you're thinking maybe she's also asking if there's anyone else, and maybe she's gonna make for them. And then they're like, and Yui said that they all already went to work. They already went to work before you got up, right? Before you woke up. Kimiko got up. All right. The comparison one was tough. Reading it. So Ramen, then Yori creates a comparison, and then I dropped karada, karada for akara, karada ni mo, so karada ni, so for the body, imono, good stuff for the body, to eat, right? That is better. So tapeta hoga ii yo. In lesson 9, we upgraded our conversation skills by learning how to suggest and request. Right. We did this with all sorts of phrases like, yeah, mashoka, shall we, hogai, better, the te form with kudasai, please, and then, or don't as well, nakute, nakute wa naranai, or must, sorry, must. We are assuming that we can negate these two. The selection of phrases in lesson 9 allows us to really level up how we can ask people to do things and talk about things that we must or must not be done, right? So, Yuko, 映画のテスト勉強しますか？していますか？一緒に勉強しませんか？たかし、そうです。いいでしょ？僕も、僕のわからないわからないところがあったので、嬉しいです。Okay, because de here is being no de because okay, that's fair. でも図書館は静かにしなくてはいけないので、ここで話さない、話さない方がいいですよね。Yeah, that's fair enough. そうですね。ここの隣のカフェに行きましょう。たかし、僕、大阪、no,返さなくちゃいけない本があるので、ご分5分後で、いや、5分後で、5分 or 分 ?5分。5分後 as opposed to 後。Okay, 5分後に so 5 minutes. 5分後に行ってもいいですか？はい。ゆっくり準備してください。私、先に行きます。ね。Okay. Yuko, are you studying for the English test, right? Are you studying for the English test? Should we study together? Right? Is it okay if we study together? Right? This is an invitation, right? And Takashi says, yeah, no worries. いいでしょ。Because I don't know some things, or some, like, there are things I don't understand. This uses tokoro, which is interesting. So there are, I guess, places or parts that I don't understand. So, わからないところがあったので, so I would be happy, like 嬉しい, like it would be good, right? Because I'd be happy too, since there are things I don't understand. But the library is a quiet place, right? But since we had to be quiet in the library, right? One must be quiet in the library. 静かにしなくてはいけない, right? We must be quiet in the library because of that. But because of that, we cannot. It's better not to talk here. Like we shouldn't talk here. I'm using should as in like a suggestion. So 方がいい. And Yuko says, right, like that's true. There is a cafe. Shall we go to this cafe, this nearby cafe, right? Or this cafe next door? Or to the cafe next door here. Like この隣のカフェに行きましょう. Akashi says, for me, since I have to return a book, so hon, and then this is using the entire phrase. I haven't seen this, but that's neat, and it works with the structure. So, 変えさなくちゃいけない本, right? So, a book that must be returned, basically. There's a book that I must return. Because of that, is it okay if I go in 5 minutes, right? And I did not know how this read was going to happen. So it's a counter related read. Go hungo. And then Hugo was like, right. Yukuri means like leisurely, right? Like basically take your time, right, to prepare, please. Right, take your time to get ready. So 準備してください. And then I will go on ahead. Sakini is to go on ahead. Or to do something in advance. So ikimasu. So I'll go on ahead. All right, last lesson. In lesson 10, we rounded off our abilities with phrases related to giving and reading. Reading for comprehension, like just reading these is fine, but reading it out loud is a whole different story, right? In lesson 10, we rounded off our abilities with phrases related to giving and receiving and describing our experiences. Oh yeah, I feel like the last lesson was rough. Like it's still something that I'm working on, giving and receiving, like listening to giving and receiving and describing our experiences. We learned about the absolute essential group of morau, kureru, and ageru. We also learn about how to talk about things we have done with right, past tense, koto ga aru, and deepen our understanding of teiru, right? So, what is this guy's name? Aita? No, Ota. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Ota. So, Ota. And I have to guess on this guy's name too. Yoko. Is that a Yoko? Yokota? Yokota. Okay. Yokota as opposed to Yokota. Yokota-san. コーヒーを作るのが上手だね。いや、他の店で働いたこと、wait, 働いたことはある？ありがとう。ここだけだよ。ここだ、だ、あ、ここだけだよ。OK。晩年くらい働いてる。太田さんは私は、これが初めてのアルバイトなの、お客さん、お客さんと話すのが下手で、下手で、今、今はキ、キッチン、キッチンの掃除をしてるの。Okay. Sure. 横田。そうなんだ。僕は君にこれをあげるよ。これは僕の先輩がくれたもので、これを読んでコーヒーを入れるもの、お客さんと話すものの、oh my gosh、話すのも、のも上手になったよ。Okay。太田、こんな良いもの、良いものもらってもいいの？ありがとう。Okay. So Ota says, Yokota-san, right? Yokota-san, are you like you're good at making coffee, right? You're good at making coffee. And is there other places that you have worked, like other shops? Have you worked at other shops before? And then Yokota says, thanks. Just here. So, ここだけだけだよ. And then, I've worked about half a year, right? I have worked half a year. How about you? Like, and you, right? Ota-san wa? What about you? And Ota said that this is my first part-time job. Like, this is my first part-time job. And because I was bad at speaking to the customers, today I have to clean the kitchen. Or I'm doing the kitchen cleaning, right? I'm doing the kitchen cleaning. And Yokota said, oh, okay. Or I see. I want to give you something. Or I want to give you I want to give you kore, this. I want to give you this. This is something that my senpai, because this is something that my senpai gave me. This, if you read this, right, or when you read this, it'll help you. It'll help you with making coffee. It'll help you get better at making coffee and talking to customers, right? And then, is it okay that to have something this good, or this good thing? Is it okay to have this good thing, or I guess, yeah, something this good? Thanks, right? Uh, when I read this, all I said was like, "Is it okay? Thank you." But it does say that konna something this good, like konna something, like this something that is good, right? Yoi mono, and then moratte to receive. Moi no, that's good thing. That is interesting. Okay, so we got through 10 lessons of things. Simply by looking at all these examples, it is clear that although N5 is just the first step, it is also a big one. With that, we've reached the end of the main N5 topics, with just the bonus topic up next before we're ready to move on to N4. Right. Yeah, you can, I mean, if you spent a lot of time reading, you could read all of this without any sound. Like, that's kind of where I am at the moment. The most reliable thing is you can read. So there's a large emphasis that when you're spending a lot of input time reading this stuff, you can read and even translate or even have imagery without ever knowing how to read any of the sounds. So like you wouldn't know what this sounds like. However, you can literally imagine the scenario and what they're talking about and where they are. So the exercise that I'm doing now is I'm trying to at least read and incorporate at least what I think the accents, the pitch accent is, but usually that still requires a lot more exposure. Reading for comprehension is a different story. So when we do tests, right, if we're gonna do tests, which is gonna be, I'm gonna do a mock, the N5 mock, one of the N5 practice tests here in Bunpro sometime this month. I think most of it is simply listening and answering questions. So reading and listening, which that is probably the most dominant thing most people do at this point. And that is I feel that has become, to me personally, that has become a crutch. So at any time when I'm reading, I'm also going to be auditorily, either in my head or in my voice or something, I'm going to be outputting something, because I genuinely think that there's a disproportionate emphasis on inputting. And my little digression about like speaking and texting, that also relates to that. The strongest set of skills that most people rely on, at least in my opinion nowadays, is the input, and the input can also be filtered. So not only do, in my opinion, most people spend 90 plus, or maybe that might be a little aggressive, at least more than half their time inputting, like just go in the ear, go in the eyeballs, and then it comes out filtered. So like the filter only catches some of that information, and then the rest just goes into the ether. Even despite doing that for more than 50% of the time, the attentiveness, in my opinion, of people are much lower these days. Not because they're not capable of doing it, is that their filter makes it so that they don't care about most of the details. So like whenever someone does an activity, right, watch their 100th YouTube video, they would retain like 20% of what's in that YouTube video. And when I'm not saying that when they need to, when they're incentivized, if you incentivize them, they have to pay attention. They have something to look forward to. They have something they're interested in listening and watching for. Then the filter catches more of the information. Now, there's an alternative to that. There's a complementary, like a supplementary or an encouragement. Where do you get the incentive, right? Like, how do you get motivation to listen more actively and input more actively by encouraging yourself to do some form of output. And an output would be like, hey, I have to read this out loud. That is one of the simplest forms of output. And some people will argue, well, if you don't know how to output it correctly, then you'll develop a bad habit and it will be hard to correct. That's assuming that you're inputting statically and not changing it as you're inputting. That's, in my opinion, that is a fallacious line of thought that works for people who want to only learn and do things one way over time. So they are assuming that the first way they learn, the first way they do things would become habitually like ground in. So like my first thought is, well, that would be someone who doesn't like learning things, in my opinion, because they only want to learn things once. And they assume consistently that they only learn one thing once, and they always do the thing perfectly the first time, right? That would be coming from a perspective of someone who relies nearly 9 out of 10 times on input only, and they only output when they're perfect, or when they think they're perfect, or when they think they're good enough. Now, most, like nearly all humans do think of that. We're comparing a threshold of things. The person who says that thinks that when they output, they're like 90% there. Which, if they get there, then they'll output. If they never get there, they'll never output. So they'll consume a bunch of things and never produce anything, right? And what I mean by produce anything, I'm talking about producing tangible or motivational output that will keep them going. So for myself, I'm a bit more of a 50, like a 60-40 up to an 80-20 situation. I actually output far more than I input. Not because I think that input is less important than output. My input is far more efficient because I do it a lot too, much like everyone else. When I watch a YouTube video, I know how to do it. I know how to, that's what most people do. It's more efficient. They know what they're looking for. They filter very efficiently, and they forget very efficiently as well. You ignore things incredibly well because you know what to ignore and you know what to listen for. So that's what I mean by this, really. I would not be surprised when most people say like, oh man, like for example, right this moment, this video, if you show this to, if someone who is like N5 or N4 or whatever, they come by and it's like, man, this guy's pitch accent is all over the place. Like, I can hear that this person is making a mistake and they keep repeating these things, and I can point out all the bad habits. Like, yeah, because I'm doing it. I'm like practicing how to do it. What I hear is what I hear. Like, it might not even be that the things I'm outputting is what I think is the correct thing. You know, it's kind of like asking, oh yeah, I'm going to watch this artist make this beautiful painting, and then you go to do it and you're like, I don't get it. I know what I'm looking for, what I want to make and what I want to do, but when I go to draw it, it doesn't come out right. That's exactly my point. So when someone easily criticizes another person for outputting something, and they themselves have not outputted and can demonstrate that, it is very a telltale sign when someone trivializes someone else. So like, for example, this happens a lot where someone's like, oh, I noticed that you made all these following errors. It's pretty easy to figure out. You just have to do this. That type of attitude is probably coming from someone who doesn't practice themselves. In my opinion, it is more likely to come because if they did practice and try to master these things, it wouldn't come out as an arrogant, trivializing, condescending way, because they would typically be able to appreciate how much time it actually does take to do these things. So it happens a lot where someone would say like, oh yeah, you just have to do this. This is the way to play the game. And then meanwhile, the person that's playing the game is doing it entirely different from this person. And they're like, no, that's the wrong way to do things. It's like, well, your way is not the only way, and you can't appreciate any other way if you're arrogant and myopic and only input certain ways and output certain ways. So that's what I mean by there's a very well telltale sign, at least in my opinion. Personally, I use this as a way to judge character, where should I take the person's advice, right? Like, the idea is you have the choice of listening to someone and taking their advice. You can politely decline their advice on the grounds that they may be providing advice that works for them, but they're not relevant to you. So one of the big things about the tail litmus test that I typically have is when someone says they can easily point things out and think that things are easy and they trivialize it, I wouldn't want to get advice from that person. And that's like more than 50% of the advice that I get online. When they talk in a condescending way as though it's very easy, usually human efforts on outputting, it's often very much appreciated. Now, you could say, but what if that person was, in fact, an expert and they just have a big head and arrogance? Then I wouldn't even have a compatible personality with that person. So I still wouldn't interact with a person like that because I don't like getting advice from an arrogant, pompous person, even if they are an expert. The reason why I would choose that is because not because like someone can't get valuable information from an arrogant, pompous person who's like a actual superstar. I would not be compatible with that person. Like, my personality is from a place of compassion. So I'm a coddler, I'm a nurturer, I'm a enabler, not a person who takes like direct condescension and predicate and feed on righteous indignation. Like, for example, there are people out there who, when someone doubts them, they work harder, right? So if you compare that up with someone who's arrogant, prideful, and condescending, you might be able to drive someone to work even harder and try to prove that person wrong. So that's like rivalry situation, you know, the rivals talking trash to each other and they push each other to new limits. I'm not in that wheelhouse. I'm more the person that says, hey, tell me what you did today. All right, let's see how we can improve it. Let's go step by step and make sure that we get our value out of it. So if you're concerned and you're reserved and you're a little bit apprehensive, let's do it together. Like, if you feel embarrassed to do it alone, I will do it with you. So that's kind of my take on things. So oftentimes whenever I hear myself, like, well, no kidding, I know what my limits are. So when someone says like, oh, it's easy, you just have to listen to a lot, and then when you listen to a lot, you'll be able to produce the pitch accent. And I'm like, there's no place in my universe, in my understanding, that you can input and suddenly be magically able to output in that way. You could be incredibly gifted. If you're extremely gifted, all the power to you. The last time I checked, I'm not gifted in that way, and I'm not using that as an excuse, right? Like, I'm not going to complain to you that says, oh, well, I don't have your gifts, so I can't actually do that. I can do it by practicing. So it does happen on a daily basis. I share this stuff because that is part of the routine. So what I'm saying is, something is perfectly normal and you can still feel like triggered about it. However, you can still retrospectively use it as a learning lesson. So whenever someone like tells me, oh, it's so easy to, I understand all of this and I hear all of your errors. I'm like, yeah, but do you do all your errors? Like, can you explain to me all the errors that I'm making, demonstrate those errors to help me do the things, and you're willing to put in the time to do so? If the answer is no, then no, you don't. you input the things, right? We have to remember that when you're listening to someone make an error, you are inputting. When you do the inputting, that is easier than doing the outputting. What is the output of listening and providing feedback? Outputting feedback. And I can assure you that from my experience, teaching is not what people like to do. Explaining things is not what people like to do. Exercising compassion is not what people like to do. Those who are arrogant and also constantly narcissistic and consuming and inputting only. So you have all your thoughts in your head, and then when you say, oh yeah, I don't know how to explain it to you, but it's really easy, and then you say that out loud to another person, and I'm like, yeah, you must not know how to output advice, because if it's really that easy, you can probably help a lot of people. Why don't you? All right. So that's kind of one of my things about going through summaries and whatnot. Like, yeah, I can do the same thing that I practice, much like other people, where if you read this and don't say anything, so you just don't say anything, and like do the thing that you're used to, I could translate this without trying to bumble all the way through outputting the pitch accent and all that. I could do that too if I wanted, but that wouldn't get me to practice, right? To practice anything. So to me, I think there is a very large crutch when it comes to the input dominant nature of things. It's great to accelerate the process because it's the comfort zone. And I am one to encourage people, start with what you're comfortable with, and then develop your skills from there. It can end up becoming the crutch if you don't develop anymore, if you don't iterate or expand your skill, right? Eventually, you have to get out of your comfort zone to speak however way you want. So today I got a lot of it, right? I want to make this clear because how long has the topic section gone? Almost a month? Like 20 days maybe? 20 days? And most of the time I was listening, right? I didn't read out the stuff. I was listening. All of these had audio, but this topic section did not have audio. So whenever there's not audio, I make the attempt to read it anyways. So now the question is, when you, right, for the hypothetical person, when you don't have audio, do you read it out loud? Because in my opinion, I would say most people won't read it out loud, largely because if they know it in their head and they input it in their head, then they don't have no reason to output it at all, right? There's no incentive. Like, it's always pragmatically argued. Like, well, no one's listening, so why would I want to read it out loud? And I'm like, oh, well, practice. Like, if you're gonna practice a guitar, for example, and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna listen to a lot of music, and then when I have to play the guitar to show other people that I know how to play the guitar, I'll work on it then. Well, you could play a guitar to yourself. You could practice in a room alone. Do you need the incentive for other people to listen to you? And then when you go to do that, you're obviously going to be a nervous, anxious wreck because you can't even do it for yourself. So that's what I mean by putting your things into practice. Like, someone could write a beautiful essay on how they critique this person's artwork, and they would be unable to apply that or output that in any meaningful way that allows them to output it, right? Use that, because they didn't do it. They spend most of the time in their comfort zone looking at stuff, right? And it's a tough one. I think it's a tough pill to swallow. I do the same. I'm human, so there are many, many evenings where I simply watch anime, listen to anime, and read books, right? Read graded readers. and it would be very smooth. It's kind of like nice. We discover things. However, then the moment I go and start to read it and record myself and read it out loud, I start bumbling because I do less of that. I genuinely do very much less of that. I'm not upset about it, right? That's probably the biggest end difference. I know what I have to do. So I'm going to continue to encourage myself to do so. It should be a privilege to do that. I've worked very, one could say a bit arrogantly, I worked a lot, right? Like I studied and read a lot. I don't want it to go make myself feel like I wasted my time. This is a typical problem that I encounter with youth. They would put in a lot of time and they would not see anything outputted, right? I mean, by coincidence, me and Mika talked about this briefly, but it's an everyday issue when I'm talking to younger people, where they feel like they've done so much, they've consumed so much and put in a lot of hours. However, the thing that does stop them is not their competence per se, like their comprehension of something. It's more like it's sometimes the critical mass is there's no tangible evidence of what they consume because they weren't able to output and build something from it or do something to rectify all the time or to create affirmation for that time. So what do they do? A lot of times it would be what I usually kind of slightly lightheartedly say. It's like that person that comes by and tells me, I've gotten all the platinum trophies on these video games. You're welcome. And then leaves. And my first thought is, why would they be motivated to do that? Well, it's their output. When you beat a game, you get a trophy, right? Your platinum trophies, get all the achievements. That would be an output. It's their tangible evidence that they did a lot, right? When you consume a game, that's consumption. That's the input of the game. When you do something and it produces a result, that's an output. So oftentimes I see that as an innocent way that someone who's likely fairly young, in my opinion, or inexperienced, who is trying to find affirmation for their output. So that is the usual way, I think, how younger people try to find tangible motivation for themselves. I don't require that. I could read and botch my way through this as often as I like, alone, no one's listening, no one's talking to me, or like whatnot. It gives my own affirmation. So like a very tangential point I'm making is that output can produce tangible motivational things that aren't dependent, that doesn't have to be dependent on things you cannot control, which is other people's admiration or adoration, good grades, money, right? Like those things are extra. Like it would be great if you output something that you spend hundreds of hours inputting to make money and impress people and have people compliment you. It would be great to have those things. However, we have to keep in mind, you don't control those things. You can attempt to manipulate them if you want, which that goes into another can of worms when you attempt to manipulate other people to convince them that you are great. That gets into that rabbit hole of assuming a persona and faking it until you make it, which they're viable strategies, I suppose. Like, I'm not saying you can't do any of these or combine them. For myself, I did this today as many times as I can without no one interacting with me at all, is to demonstrate that you can do this too. And in my opinion, I should encourage other people to do this, because I can't tell you how many times I have no suspicions. Like I do not present doubt to anyone's capacity to be a thinker and to make things and even have the ability to make themselves happy. The thing, what I see is oftentimes they complain that their lack of output is not providing enough motivation and tangible evidence of their progress. So, and the one big stopgap is that in order to do that, it requires them to do something that they don't do very often. So it can be a difficult task, and which is it involves output. So if you want a case study that is very remarkable at doing this to demonstrate where motivation comes from, motivation and tangible evidence, Duolingo. You can legitimately have people use Duolingo for many years and still lack input, right? Like what I mean is the idea is like the Duolingo, the focus that they have is the output. So the output creates tangible progress, feedback, dopamine, etc. Now their input is dialed down for their output. So you can still create motivation, consistency at the expense of encouraging higher inputs and whatnot. So the idea is you're trying to balance these, right? You're trying to balance this stuff. SRS is a great example. You go back out here and you look at these gauges, right? You look at these gauges, you look at these numbers. Those are output signals. These are output data things. It's showing you that you have outputted something. You have done something. So all of these things are ways to provide motivation to do things, right? They're tangible. You're tracking things. The tracker, like if you look at this, it's like, oh man. So now here's the downside. Without input competence, without the competence of analyzing your inputs, you could argue, man, you didn't do anything this week. Like, well, this metric doesn't measure what I was doing the last 14 days, right? So that I agree that most people can do. They are able to sit there and rationalize and logically take inputs and think to themselves if it's okay or not. Explaining that to someone else requires an output, organized thought, and all that stuff. And that to me is where teaching comes in, or learning in order to inform or teach. I'm not saying that you are doing it to become a teacher. If you are learning and you are trying to express something like a grammar section, right? This is, we're trying to end our thing here. So when I learn a grammar, like all of this, I'm learning it in order to explain it and teach it to another person. Whether I do teach it to another person, that doesn't cheapen doing the exercise. So when the opportunity comes up, I can do that. It demonstrates that I put in the time to understand and how to output the things I learned by practice. So all of this narration and digression and line of thinking is through practicing and organizing all my thoughts. In my opinion, one cannot substitute for that. So when someone comes by and arrogantly say things are easy and I ask them to explain and they're incapable of explaining it in a cogent way, that checks out, that verifies, right? I'm judging the person. So the person is free to prove me wrong. They can prove that my profile of them is absolutely inaccurate. I always, I give the benefit of the doubt of the person. So I would ask a question and they would either explain to me and diffuse that line of thinking, right? Usually though, in terms of profile, whenever someone says they know a lot of things, they probably do, And then when they project and tell someone else that it's really easy to do, and it's something that deals with practice and output, if they trivialize the output of something as though it happens overnight or something, my first inclination is I would challenge them. And if they can defend that, then I would be very impressed and I would want to know what they did, because they actually output the thing, right? Like if you meet someone who says, oh yeah, it's easy, just listen to a lot of Japanese and the next time you output, you'll be fluent when it comes out of your mouth. And if I ask them and they literally did that, I would want to learn from them. Like that would be like the golden goose. Like at least that's what gurus would present themselves online, right? Most of the time though, I would say the vast majority of people who actually output a lot, they would, in my opinion, in this day and age, they would appreciate the idea that outputting, while it doesn't get you efficiently a lot of information, it is disproportionately longer to consistently output something. So like it feels often cheap, right? Like when you talk to an internet person, they'd be like, why are you outputting the same 100 kanji for like 8 hours a day when you could learn 2,000 kanji 8 hours a day in less time? Because they're not the same thing. Output requires a consistency that the nature of input doesn't necessarily have. Now you could argue, well, if you learn 2,000 kanji, you still have to like input that over and over again to keep it in your brain. And to me, that's not input. To me personally, that is output. You're trying to keep the same thing that you already encoded, and you're practicing on memorizing. You're practicing recalling them over and over again. So that might be a little bit of a perspective shift. So I will apologize in advance. For myself, when you learn something, it's novel. When you're trying to keep it in your memory, that's output. It is a practice. You're actively recalling. You're trying to encourage yourself to consistently reiterate on the thing. Now, reiterating can lead to new output. So iterating, sorry, not reiterating. Reiterating is kind of a little redundant. Iterating, so when you iterate on something and it leads to something new, that produces new input. So output can lead to new input because emergent property is something new. Like you come up with something new and it ends up teaching you something else, like a life lesson or something like that. So just wanted to get that out there as we're ending our topics section. I respectfully would love to hear people defend things when they trivialize output, because output genuinely seems like it's a much shorter time. On paper, output tends to feel like it should take less time. And in my opinion, in my humble opinion, that is it's almost never the case that output takes less time than input. The whole reason, the whole narrative of doing input-only strategies is that it takes less time than output. That's what makes it attractive. And I might not even argue that it may always be true, right? For now, it is held true. In this current year, in this current society that is online, whenever you're thinking about apps and what's the best way, input takes less time. So input is more attractive. It's more efficient. It's seen as more efficient. You learn more things at a faster rate. The thing is, it's apples and oranges. You're not learning when you're outputting. You're practicing when you're outputting. Hence my semantics. It's very important that I constantly iterate and say, when you're studying, you are learning and you are practicing, right? So when you're inputting, your focus is predominantly on learning. when you're trying to be consistent, right? Consistent, provide motivation, build something, apply something, you are practicing. So oftentimes memorizing is part of practicing, not learning, right? You're trying to retain through practice what you may forget. So if you're relearning, that's when you've forgotten something and you're trying to learn it in a different way or the same way, complemented with a different way. That is an input. So when someone says, well, you need to read a lot of book, that provides a lot of input, right? What does the input have to be? It has to be different because you want to add more to it. So my theory, my narrative still agrees with nearly everyone's construct of what input is. When you read a story, that story is a unique context for the thing you're trying to practice. So when you're trying to remember like grammar rules, right? You're trying to practice the grammar rule. Stories provide different contexts, aka learning input. You're trying to remember a new story by practicing and putting that grammar into that story, or that story contains that grammar. So when you keep reading the same story, you're not actually inputting more, you're practicing more. Now, when you keep reading different stories over time, then you're providing more inputs for the same concept that you're practicing. And that's where studying comes in. That's how studying works, in my opinion. So I want to clarify. Most of the things I'm saying is more of a semantic juggle. And I want to make this semantic distinction because it makes it a little bit more convenient for me to explain how when people think they're inputting, they actually lack output. And largely because input is more efficient, or it's seen as more efficient, it's easier to do because it's both like take less time objectively, like if you argue that, and it's associated with being comfort, right? Like because it's what you do most of the time. So it's not both. I've seen people who argue against me and said like, well, it's efficient and it requires a lot of time. It requires more time than output. I'm like, okay. So if it's efficient, if input is efficient, how could it be longer than output? Like the argument is that you chose to input initially. Your argument is that somehow you input only without outputting because it is more efficient at doing the same thing. Then is output input? No, it's not. It's fundamentally different. So whenever someone says like this is efficient and it takes more time and it takes a lot of time, arguing that it takes more time than output, so you should focus more time on output or on input than output, my first thought is like, well, it can't be both more efficient and require more time. That is a paradox. It's an oxymoron, right? Like it's self-contradictory. So I'm using like learning and practicing to make it so that it is clear that yes, input can be efficient and appear like it uses a lot of time, more time than output. And here's how I would rationalize it, is because the people who say that don't output very often. So of course it's going to appear like it takes less time to output. They don't output very often. Naturally, then it would feel like it takes less time. And hear me out. When they go to output, if you're lucky, it might be true, where you inputted 90% of the time and suddenly when you go to output, it just magically was awesome. It checks out everything. You could do it somehow without ever practicing. Good for you, in my opinion. I hope that you can share that knowledge with everyone else, right? For myself, I think it's pretty safe to say that the vast majority of humans, when they input 90% of the time and they go to output, they might not even do it ever, because when they first do it, they realize that they're like a potato, and it's because you can't substitute for practice, for a lack of practice in that, for that matter. So when someone tells me like, oh yeah, I know everything, I'm really good, I understand all the concepts from N5 to N1, and then like, well, can you explain your concepts and how you went about doing that? And they're like, I just did it. Just do it. And my first thought is like, well, you didn't tell me how you did it. Because in my opinion, in order to demonstrate to me personally, to demonstrate that you actually comprehend your inputs, you can explain it to someone else. So my criteria for comprehension and input success is that they are able to do the whole thing. When you study something, you both learn the thing and practice the thing. So with that practice comes the ability to explain it to me or to demonstrate it to me. Not the thing where when someone says, oh yeah, you just read it, it makes sense. And I'm like, this means this means that, this means that. And I'm like, you haven't ever explained this to anyone, have you? Right? Imagine going up to someone and say, hey, I really need your help. I'm like, Japanese is very difficult. Like, how do you know what pitch accent? Like, how do you like negotiate the pitch accent? And the person is like, well, just listen to a lot of Japanese. That's what I mean. And it still happens on a daily basis. You can, if you want to practice this type of litmus test or cognitive behavior observation, go to Bunpro, right? If you're using Bunpro, or go to Wanikani, go to the forums, right? Go to the community tab and read a bunch of people's entries on when they provide advice, right? When someone posts a thread and they say, oh, I really need help, and they're explaining, it does affect the person who's explaining their problem as well, because the way they explain their problem also deals with the practice of explaining your problem, right? Expression of one's problems require the input, the analytical and observable skills to discern the input, and the output, which is to explain what and detail the nature of their problem, right? And in the people who are responding, you can also look at what type of learner or what type of position they are in. There are individuals, and all of them are competent. I'm not saying, right, we have to keep in mind everyone is competent. The idea is, what did they study? Did they study to learn something and practice something that involves providing information and advice? And then this is not a judge of character, right? Well, what I mean is, you're not making an attack on whether they are useful or not. It's, do they have the same goals in mind? Like, do they agree with you? Like, are they compatible with you and whatnot? You're trying to think if you're sharing a common interest or conflict of interest situation. So when someone provides an information, someone will say, oh yeah, I've been having this problem. I can't seem to I have this problem with this listening particular point. And then someone comes by and says, yeah, you just have to, there's no substitute for having to listen to a lot of Japanese content. Like, you just have to do it. Just do a lot of Japanese native content and it'll solve itself. That to me is a person who do not explain things to people, and they also don't practice explaining things to people, and they also don't practice looking at people and inputting what the problems that people have, right? Not that they're not kind. They're probably kind and trying to help. The thing you're trying to get is, you're trying to get someone who does pay attention to people who have problems, right? You have to know if this person's seen a lot of problems, helped people with their problems. They're kind in taking their, offering their advice, which you can take to any extent. someone who spends a lot of time looking at people's problems and helping people with problems talk about lots of problems on a regular basis. And humbly, I would say that's what I usually sound like. When someone asks me if they have a problem, they have to take a seat, because we have to get to we have to characterize your problem. We have to make sure that you can explain the problem to me in the most explicit way possible, because that's where it begins. To solve a problem, to exchange the nature of a problem, to exchange information between each other, requires that both parties can output all the things that they input. There's like not a great substitute, right? It's very difficult to not, unless we start, I don't know, having telepathy or something, like telepathic technology or something, then maybe that will circumvent it. There really isn't a substitute for output, much like there isn't a substitute for input. So this whole digression deals with the idea that it's very clear that so many people, when they talk about things and they give feedback, it's like an arrogant, prideful, narcissistic way of presenting something, which is not bad or good. What I'm saying is it's inward looking. So when you analyze someone, the way that you become less inward looking is you share an experience. You share the problem, or you share the long hours. So for me personally, from my experience, output vastly outpaces input, the way that people are defining it. That's learning something new defines input. The idea is, if you're going over old stuff, right? I already know N5. I don't need to go over N5 if I already know N5. That's the input that I'm talking about, that most people define. It's the novelty. You're learning something. Input has now been defined as exclusively learning something, not outputting something, practicing something, and then emergently creating new input. Like, for example, if you practice grammar for a really long time and then something just clicks, that clicking is something that's a new source of input from the output. You practice a lot and you realize, oh wait, I just discovered something new. That is novelty from output. If you don't ever do that, you never get those moments. You always get the moment where you're reliant, you always get something dependent on something else. Some people may argue if you input enough, you can also click, right? Like it can also click together. Like if you read enough books, it'll click together. Yeah, by output. The clicking moment is a consequence of output, right? You read a lot of stories, and then you use those stories and you realize, oh, you know what? If this does this and this does this, that's an output, not an input. Like, no one's telling you how it clicks. You're taking the input and you're creating an output. It's an emergent thing, something outputted. So that's what I mean. I'm being very strict about it, largely because I don't want to sound like I'm contradicting anyone. I don't think I'm deliberately contradicting anyone. Like, the whole idea of input only being sufficient for output is because eventually when you input a lot of things, it can lead to an emergent output. Like there's a time when output comes out from the input. When someone says input only, that doesn't mean you're not going to output something eventually, right? That's kind of like my way to make it so that it includes all of them. There isn't any, my narrative is trying to explain most of the things I observe, not to exclude things. Like, there aren't people who are particularly wrong about anything. If they put hundreds of hours into a theory, then there's usually some substance to that theory. So my narrative is trying to explain all the things I have observed about language learning to this point, not like saying, oh, my method is better than the other guy's method who spent their entire life outing that method. There's substance to it. So whenever we go to like products like Bunpro and stuff, these are multi-years, right? They spend multiple years. So there's substance to it. The idea is, can you rectify the existence of all these things that lasted many, many years? Trivial things, like things that you could say that aren't important, they're not around anymore. It's very difficult to know how many trivial things have not existed, right? You can probably conceptually create something, like learning a language without listening or reading. Is there a strategy like that? I mean, it probably didn't last very long, huh? Right? Like, it might not have ever existed. And just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean someone hasn't tried it, right? That's what I mean. So you can't really confirm the null stuff. You can conceptually argue that there are things that just doesn't exist because of conceptual errors, right? Foundational errors. That's fine. When you're looking at evidence and someone tells me like, oh yeah, Duolingo doesn't do anything, I'm like, okay, so somehow it doesn't do anything and yet you were talking about it right now. Or that's the input error, the input filter that I see quite often. Something that's obviously in existence and has a huge influence, and their filter in their input is like their output is, oh, it doesn't offer anything, there's no significance to it. And I'm like, how are you able to do that? Filters, input filters. So whenever someone tells me they spent thousands of hours reading Japanese, that's how they were able to output speech, my first question would be asked, can you describe the nature of your input? And can you tell me what's going through your mind and explicitly explain some of the stuff to describe to me what that nature is? Because then when the next time I hear another person says, oh yeah, I just read 1,000 hours of books and I was able to output speech. Okay, can you explain the nature of your input as well? Then I can actually ascertain how can two people do something dramatically different and still lead to a contribute to an outcome. Largely because when someone says, I watched 1,000 hours of anime, and then the next person say, I listened to 1,000 hours of anime, their input can be entirely filtered differently, right? Because the process matters. An arbitrary number of hours, that's tangible output, right? Like when someone sees this, someone would say, oh yeah, you must not know anything about N3, N2, and N1. And I'm like, how can you not? Even Bunpro, when you learn N5, N4, there's some reference to N3, N2, and N1. Like, how can you not? If I describe my method, right, or like my input, right, how I filter or not filter things, the act of how I filter things, right? Some people might say, well, if they learn N5, they only learn the N5 stuff and they ignore everything else. Then I would know that the hundreds of hours that they did N5, they didn't consider their relationship with N4, N3, N2, and N1 concepts. That's perfectly fine. For example, someone would say, well, I spent thousands of hours studying N1 stuff, right? And I'm like, okay. And do you go over N2, N3, N4, N5 concepts that are related to that are foundational to the N1 concepts? And they're like, no, I just ignore everything because N1 is the only thing I'm working on. It's like, well, now I know. For myself, I would say whenever I'm doing anything higher, my amount of time and effort goes up cumulatively. because whenever I'm practicing N3, I'm still practicing N4 and N5. When I get to N2, it's N3, N4, and N5. So my pace slows down in the learning department. My practice volume goes up. I spend more and more time practicing than I am learning, because I want to make sure that all the things that I've learned stays with me. You can't substitute for practice. You can try to minimize practice. You can try to make practicing more efficient, which is what the SRS thing actually does, right? The actual context of what SRS is to make practicing more efficient, not learning. Learning doesn't get more efficient from SRS. I want to make that really, really clear. Studying overall gets more efficient with SRS because it helps you with practice frequency. It doesn't help you with learning. That's why lessons are over here, right? The first exposure, the learning lesson, is divorced from the frequency of your practice, or aka review, right? Reviewing is an input. It's an input output practice. Like, what I mean is, the people think that reviewing is a form of input. It's a form of output. You're trying to actively recall. It becomes input when you forget, right? It makes it feel like it's input because you forgot it, so it's like the first time again, right? So oftentimes when people think of reviews, they think of it as just the input component. Basically, reviews serve for the purpose of reminding you of the things you forgot, not to practice the things you already know. For me, review is to practice the things you already know and give you the opportunity to learn something new about the things you forgot. Very different subtle. Okay, so view, right? Reviewing, purpose. The purpose of review is to practice what you know. That is the main purpose to me. Not to remind you of what you forgot. It's both, right? You can still argue it's both. I would say more conservative is both. 80% of the time, I'm going to just do an 80-20. And to me, whenever I talk to someone, they behave like it's this way. And if they behave like this way, what happens? What happens when you think that reviewing, the main purpose of reviewing is to remind you what you forgot? Well, then you're going to start forgetting the things you know. You stop paying attention to them. Right? Reviewing is to review. Review is to make things more salient. Now, you might be thinking, well, there are a lot of people who think that way. And I'm like, good, because it works for them. They understand that they're talking about retention. This is helping them with retention. The people I interact with that have a problem, they think this way. They think that the focus of review is to help them with things they forgot. Even though, remember this cognitive dissonance, this is a cognitive dissonance, a common cognitive dissonance, where the smaller percentage takes up most of your time. So like, even if you get a 95% on, you're maintaining 95% accuracy on your review, that 5% is what consumes your time. Now, some people will say, so, okay, what if you're there? What if you're that person who says, oh, I'm not paying attention to the 95% and making sure that it's there? It's the 5% that I care about when I'm reviewing. Okay, so what are you doing here? Are you practicing? Or are you trying to learn something? Because from my perspective, the vast majority of people that I've encountered, they continue to practice something that clearly doesn't work. And that's what I was demonstrating with Duolingo, Wanikani, and Bunpro for Japanese. When I see this error from my review, I'm trying to learn something. That would imply coming up with a new methods, new social experiments, other forms of input. And those other forms of input provide a different output. And then I would use that output to practice. So most people, this still aligns with the people who are successful at this. They will find this thing and they will come up with new methods, right? New methods, like read a book. Go find context sentences. They would add a new method and that becomes the new output. So you're going to do this and this. That's how you solve your problems. You learn from your mistakes or your problems. It might not even, I don't even look at them as mistakes. It's more like learning incompatibilities or learning deficiencies. So that is how someone would demonstrate to me they're learning from their mistakes. When I can't tell you, if I had $1 for any time someone told me that, oh, they get most of the stuff, they're doing well, they have an A in, they have A's in school, and then suddenly they are like, well, I still have to make up this 5%. And they say, well, I'll just do the same. That's how I fix my mistakes. That's how I learn from my mistakes. Like, you didn't learn anything. You're doing the same thing, hoping that it changes. It can still fix it. What I mean is, like, if you choose to ignore the other 95%, you can liberate more time to focus on the 5% and do the same thing again and brute force it. That can lead to covering your 5%. That would be your high school level of solving a problem, right? Like, you can brute force it. You can simply say, well, I know the 95%, so I'm not going to have to spend any time with it. I'll just redistribute all my time to the 5% and hope that the 95% stays intact, right? That will usually work when in high school problems. Now we're talking about life skills. Skills that last for a lifetime. Now we're talking about language, right? Or like pursuing something for a lifetime, something that becomes a life skill. Because learning a language doesn't have to be a lifetime. We're talking about when you pursue something for a lifetime, something that you want to keep with you for a lifetime. That's not, guess what happens? If you stop paying attention to the 95%, it goes away. So you could progressively focus on the 5% at the cost of the 95%. Because it's going to go to a lifetime in which this requires maintenance, right? And that's what reviewing is. Reviewing is for maintenance. It's an output to maintenance. This part is really exciting, and it's YouTube friendly. It's hustle friendly. It's internet friendly because it deals with learning. So I'm not arguing that most people want to learn things. Absolutely. Like, learning is an addictive thing. when you're learning something. And I do agree that when people play video games, they're actually learning something, as opposed learning is what creates engagement. Here's the thing, that engagement is not, in my opinion, the same as long-term motivation. Engagement is short-term, right? Short-term, whatever you want to call it, dopamine. So what is long-term motivation? Output. What is that? Review, maintenance, production, right? Creation. So recently though, engagement has been done in a manner that allows you to try to look at it in a long-term sense, right? These numbers create long-term perspective while using short-term engagement. So that's what makes, in my opinion, things like this, the Duolingo design, right? Popularized by gamification. This is to try to create long-term motivation from short-term engagement. The number goes up, and this is, in my opinion, a starting point. This would be one of the most rudimentary, most early, cheapest, readily accessible forms of providing long-term motivation. So we start there. Like I think that more than 50% of the people that I talk to who have problems with long-term motivation, we start here. How do we get to life skills? That takes a really long time. That literally takes living longer, right? So anyways, I thought I'd talk about that as we go to our last topic, right? Understanding how motivation works is a big point that I usually reflect on after finishing a long thing, right? So it's been almost a month, at least a month in time, of work hours or work days to cover the topic section. And I'm not going to be writing like a candid conclusion or something. Typically, when I do like a monthly project or some sort of update, I would write, like I would do a session where I would summarize my thoughts. So this digression that I have is something that I normally do for myself. I learn to explain how this topic, how the update and the information makes me feel, makes me integrate with why I do this. My entire purpose is when I learn something, I want to teach it. And when I teach it, I also need to understand how to get people to learn something and to practice something. If they can't learn, practice, right, then they wouldn't be able to interact with me. If you can't learn, which I usually don't have to focus on because people can take in information, if they don't practice, then they can't acquire, they can't retain the things that they learn. So if someone asks me for advice, I would have to understand that they can listen to the advice, which can be problematic because of their filters. And if they have enough practice skills to explain the thing to me, their problem, so that I can actually be helpful, as well as do they practice what they listen to. And I would say the vast majority of my time right now, maybe like 5 or 6 people that I'm testing or like trying my best, it stops at listening. It basically just stops at listening. And it would take like maybe 2 or 3 years before we get to the point where they can explain something to me and then be able to listen to how the things I'm saying is relevant to what they're explaining to themselves and to me. And then we can start working on things like me demonstrating something and they demonstrate something and we can exchange. So, and that's not to say that it's abnormal. I don't think it's abnormal. Usually when you're someone who's young and inexperienced and someone who's much older and experienced, especially in the way of teaching and explaining things, that gap has to naturally close through experience, right? Like literally you need output in order to gain some of these things. So it's through interaction and shared experiences that can promote this. And I'm recording all of this for posterity because obviously eventually I'm going to run out of time, right? Life being mortal, you run out of time repeating and iterating on things you have learned, despite me practicing to make sure that I constantly practice them. Okay, so very last, the end of the beginning, right? Or the beginning, you know, a new beginning after an ending. The whole thing about when one chapter ends, there's a new beginning. Or you can view it as the beginning, the end to beginning of a long journey. For myself, usually I think about it the other way, because with every ending, there's a new beginning. Largely because I typically do not focus on where I want to go. When someone says the end of the beginning, they know that there's more to come, right? They are assuming that there's more to come. And when they say it's the beginning, they know where the end is, because then you relatively know it's the end, right? And to myself, that's one way to look at it. The other way is that even if N1 is the ending, it leads to a new beginning, because I don't know where it's going to take me. So this one, their sentiment is that it's the end of N5, but there's still N1 to go, right? N5 is the beginning, N1 is the end. So the end of the beginning. So put our skills to test with Bunpro's various practice modes. In the final bonus topic of N5, we're taking a well-deserved victory lap. We have officially made it through the foundations of the Japanese language. In many ways, N5 is the hardest hurdle to clear for new age people. Usually the beginning is often the easiest, personally, because starting is not the true task. It's to stay consistent after that is the true task. When one gets older, you know, time frames extend, it gets longer, right? Like, what is education to me? Well, it's older than most people who are alive who think starting is the hardest part. So like when an 18-year-old says they struggle with starting new things, my first thought is like, well, I've done it thousands of times, like over my lifetime, and the hardest things for me to do is to keep those things going, because the older I get, the longer they get, and how irreproducible they can be. Like, I can't when someone says, what is the most impressive thing you've done in your life? Continue learning since I was 5 years old, formally. Like, I never stopped learning. That would be the most impressive thing, because you can't substitute for time. As in, like, less and less people would have continued to learn compared to me, because I kept learning. I didn't stop learning. So that's the most impressive thing. So the hardest thing is to stay consistent, is what I have taught. And since I'm about to turn 40 next year, I'm middle-aged. So at some point, I'm going to be in the vast majority, if not already in the majority, to keep something on. So that's a contrasting perspective. I can definitely appreciate that. From the youth that I talk to, the most difficult hurdle, and even when I was younger, right? When I was younger, one of the most difficult hurdles is to get started, basically. Hardest hurdle, because everything is brand new, right? Brand new things are my favorite things to do as I'm getting older, because there are less and less brand new things. And whenever brand new things come up, I'm extremely excited. Like, for example, Persona 3, if they decide to not remake Persona 3 and to just rewrite Persona 3, like make Persona 3 alternative story, I would be incredibly excited. A youngster would say, oh dude, or a person who stopped learning, like an adult who likes to cling to the past and nostalgia bait all the time, like nostalgia bait themselves, they would say, oh man, that would be bad. I don't want to rewrite my old memories. Like, I worked hard to retain them. It's like, I get it. I feel for you. Right. I understand. I like new things. So, because new things don't come along very often. Like, I'm just scrolling, you scroll through YouTube and it takes, while like a young person or like someone stuck in their old habits can doom scroll through, it's a good, whatever makes them happy, right? I'm not saying they're sad because of it or their life could be better without it. But if they doom scroll and they see like 30 of the same videos being reposted as AI slop and iterate on each other, if it brings them satisfaction, they will continue to do it. For myself, the moment it takes me like less than a minute to realize like there isn't any new information, I'm over it. So I actually, when I doom scroll, it actually encouraged me to stop doom scrolling, because almost immediately I don't see anything brand new. So I'm more of like a hipster, right? Like I want to stay young. So that's how it lines up. Like, I see young people acting older than me. That's the most sobering and disappointing part about me. Like, if someone asks me like, what am I most concerned about when it comes to younger people, is that they're older than me. They are intellectually older than me. Like, an 18-year-old can think that they'll never need to learn anything and discover new things or try new things ever again because they've already have life figured out at the age of 18. And I'm almost 40 and I still am looking about new ways to change my life and to like reinvigorate my life, because I don't want to be old. Like, the first thing I talk about when I talk about learning, because of language learning, is that learning makes someone feel younger. So when you stop learning and you think that there's all the things you need to learn, then you'll feel old. And that's what I mean by that. So I don't mean biologically, not biological. When someone tells me that, oh yeah, they learn N5, they never have to learn anything new about N5 or use N5, that's old. That's something, because it's literally old. The person thinks that's old things. It can't possibly serve new purposes. Like, it can't possibly do anything new. It's old. It's in the past. So when you constantly think of it that way, it makes you feel old. And it becomes less exciting. It's boring and all that stuff. So whenever someone like 18-year-olds say life is boring, there's nothing interesting to do in life. Everything I do, anything that I can do, it's all boring. There's nothing worth doing in life. I'm honestly saying, you think that I'm exaggerating. Like, there are very healthy people, maybe like people my age, that says you're being a drama queen, like, or a drama king, or you're being overly dramatic or something like that. Like, no one says that, right? Yeah, they do. In fact, I'm probably being a little conservative. Whenever I ask someone like, hey, what did you do today? It's like, I did nothing. Life's boring. Why would I have anything interesting to do? And then when I ask like maybe a 30-year-old or 40-year-old, it's like, hey, what did you do today? It's like, the same old. Life is kind of boring. We're just living. And that's usually when you get older. So some people are content with that, and many are not. And myself, I'm not in that gang. I'm not for old gang. So nostalgia is also that similar thing where you try to consistently relive old. It's great, and you can have that. You can also have brand new. So I want to keep I want to echo this in some way. Like, the hardest hurdle is also the most exciting hurdle, quote unquote, to me. The reason hard things are exciting to me, because easy things are boring. It reminds me that I've already done it and I'm trying to practice it, and it is very hard. So oftentimes I take old things and spin them new. So if I already know English, how could I make English more exciting? By attempting to teach it to people who are of a different generation. If I have to learn English again or something, or use English again in terms of grammar, let's try to teach it in a different way. So now I try to explain English concepts and grammar concepts analogous to Japanese and Chinese. That's how I spin new things. So things that are old are brand new again. That's kind of what I mean. So when you learn brand new things, it's an opportunity to revitalize old things. That's in my opinion, the wonderful thing about being human. In fact, when someone says, so what happens when you forget something? Then I can rediscover it. That's also brand new. Like, it is going to be like new, right? So when I do get panic attacks from forgetting things. The way I cope is that I tell myself, however you guys cope, like whoever also can relate to this. I get manic attacks when I wake up and I thought I forgot something, and then I would like spend a lot of hours or something trying to chase down that memory. So that does happen. The way I cope with it is I keep telling myself, or like exercise things of making it fun to rediscover something I've forgotten. How do I do that? I'm literally doing that now. I played Persona 3 Portable. I played Persona 3 back when I was 18 years old. I think it's 19, almost 19 years old. And now I'm playing it again. And I'm rediscovering most of the things I've forgotten within the context of the things I remember. So nostalgia can be that too, nostalgia can be that without the literal sense of trying to preserve everything that you already know. Because if you already know it, here's the big paradox, the hot take. If you think that you're playing something that you already know, and you think that it will make you feel better in nostalgia, when you play it, it's never going to be the same. Right? Think about it for a moment. If you define nostalgia as doing something you remember what it's like, it's never going to be the same, because when you do it, it's not the first time anymore. Nostalgia, the greatest form, in my opinion, the purest form of nostalgia, is when something is brought back to you and it reinvigorates and reminds you of something you have forgotten, because it's like the first time. It's like new. So nostalgia weighs on the idea of how familiar are you with it. The more familiar you are with it, the more likely, in my opinion, you're going to be disappointed, because it's not the first time. If you remember everything about a game and you're going to go back to play it for the first time, and your intention is to relive your first time, it's not going to be the same. That's not, in my opinion, how memory works. So how does this relate to what I mean by this point? I go back with the intent of it being different. I will remember the things I do remember. I'll rediscover the things I forgotten, which is nostalgic in the positive sense. The things I do remember will likely be negative nostalgia, because it's not going to be like the first time. And on top of that, I will bring all of my existing memories, so all the things that I've done since, and transform
the old memory. So when I go to play something that I've already done, I find brand new ways to make it more valuable because I'm no longer the same person. So how does that tie into the end of the beginning? I already know N5 concepts in a certain way because of Bunpro, right? And like Tofuku articles and Wanikani, like integrating with Wanikani and Tofuku, and even Duolingo. I already know N5 concepts. This is probably like the 4th or 5th time I'm going over N5 concepts. And it's not the same. Some of it is the same. Doesn't feel like the first time because I made it brand new. And then some of the stuff I forgot, which feels nostalgic because it reminded me of what I know, but I have forgotten, right? It's one of those things like, oh, I remember this now, or, oh, yeah, that's right. That reminds me of that time when I made the error between Aru and Iru. That's nostalgia. So there's pretty beginning of an end, right? Or end to an end with a new beginning situation. Okay, so making this R is a matter. But now that we have all this grammar in our toolbox, what do we do with it? Output, right? Let's look at how we can measure our progress, output, right? Indicator of output and tangibility, and put our new skills to the test. Output. Details, the benchmark. If you are looking for an objective way to measure your skills, the JLPT, which, by the way, I didn't know they were going to do this, but my plan originally, which is at the end of this month, we're going to do the N5 JLPT practice test that they have available, which obviously, by nature, Bunpro, the people at the devs already planned this, right? Like I didn't know they were gonna write this. To me, what that tells me is the people at Bunpro, they in fact are aligned with me. Like what I mean is by coincidence, I can understand that they are people who have taught things. They are people who have learned Japanese. They are people who have been looking at what people do, right? Learners, what they want, what they need, and they have observed and output them. That's how I would interpret this. Like, I didn't write this. I'm not affiliated with Bunpro, but at every turn, whenever they describe certain things, I came to coincidentally, I came to the same conclusion. In fact, a lot of times when I'm reading their articles and stuff, I would say to myself, what do I already know? And it would be the next thing that they introduce or something like that. It's because you can get to all of these things using your observational skills and outputting them and observing other people. So that's what, in my opinion, makes me able to confirm or affirm other people's strategies. So this is fantastic. I legitimately didn't know they were gonna suggest the very next thing I already planned to do last month. So very impressive. It's cozy when that happens. I wouldn't say that this happens incredibly often. I usually consume a lot of products that are shared by other people who they tell me what they get from that product, and then I go and use that product and see if I share the same sentiments, or maybe a contrasting or supplement or synergistic or alternative perspective. In this case, I think me and whoever's writing these things, like the crew that's writing these things, I think coincidentally I align with them because I think our perspective and our missions are very similar when it comes to instruction. And that to me means that I could, again, not affiliated with Bunpro, I could put my name, I could support this. Like, if someone asked me, how would I learn grammar or concepts or something, and what kind of product would I believe in? Well, I would believe in a product in which the stuff that I do is anticipatorily covered by someone else. Because if I were to then, in theory, if I were to go and make a product or like be consulting for product, it would be reflective of the thing that has already existed. So Bunpro has pretty much done knockout job for topics. I think topics is really well written. I don't want to go as far as saying this is the best way or the only way. This is certainly my way independently, and it seems like Bunpro, the people who wrote these things, through their observations, they have far more access to feedback than I do because they're legitimately developing a product. They appear to have come to similar conclusions, which is very cathartic. Maybe not as exciting because I like new things, but cathartic nonetheless. You know, I don't want to beg for the cake and eat it at the same time, right? Anyways, I have the cake and eat it. All right. So, passing the N5 level is a proof of a solid grasp of the fundamentals. So whether preparing for a real exam or just wanting to check progress without the stress of official testing hall, right? I do understand this. I actually have problems managing testing halls, especially the last official exam, like the last particular exam that I took in a testing hall was the graduate entrance exam. So medical entrance exam. Bunpro's JLPT practice tests are the ideal challenge, right? The real deal. There are 5 full-length practice tests for N5 and all other levels. They're in the exact same structure as the actual JLPT, complete with professional art and native audio for the listening section. That's awesome because I haven't checked that out yet, so I didn't read a description of them. Actionable feedback. The most useful feature of the Bunpro practice exam test is the feedback system. Instead of just getting a score, like I don't know how the JLPT practice exams work yet. I was gonna find out in a matter of 2 weeks-ish time, right? There are specific explanations for the logic behind why every answer is right or wrong, which is kind of reminds me of like test prep material, like when you're studying for SATs or something. Test prep material usually does also incorporate explaining logic behind the stuff, the rationale. And by coincidence, someone has reminded me of SAT prep material because I've been interacting with people who are taking standardized exams. For relevant questions, there are also links to the Bunpro grammar or vocabulary page, as expected, cross-referencing their own database, allowing for instant revision of any possible weak points, right? Revision, review, and then revising it, right? Revision, when you review the things you already know and you can confirm the things you know, that's practice. And then what do you do for the things you don't know, or like the things you have forgotten or struggle with or maybe mistakenly remember, etc.? You revise it. It requires a change that leads to additional learning. You're learning new things. It's supposed to require more effort by default, not the same effort. More effort. Not the same, more effort. I stress this over and over again because people think that if you learned one word the same and you have trouble with another word, the obvious answer is to use the same amount of effort to learn that same word because it already worked before. That is, in my opinion, irrational and hopeful. Now, that doesn't mean it can't work. Like, it will likely work. Like, if you do the same thing and you hope that repeating the same thing will get you to remember, it's like, probably. Like, it's possible, right, to a degree. I usually think that revision introduces more effort by the nature of revision. And when you revise something, you are more likely to remember those things or fix or learn from your mistake, because you didn't learn anything new if you're just going to repeat the same thing, right? I think SRS, one of the biggest crutch or pitfalls of SRS is to convince someone that reviewing is how you learn from your mistakes. Revision is how you learn from your mistakes. Revision requires active process on changing up something that isn't working. Now, you can review for a long enough time to see if it's worth the effort to revise. I'm okay with that. That's a balance of the two of them. It's not one or the other. I grow very tired of people who say, how do you fix a problem? Do the practice doing the same thing until the problem goes away. I'm like, yeah, that's part of the picture. That's an alternative, right? Like, that's one of the ways. Or you do more than that and work on it from different angles. That's what problem solving is, right? Putting it into context, okay. Taking the tests, real or practice, is a great yardstick for progress, right? Standardized testing. Still, the ultimate goal is understanding Japanese in the wild. For that, there's a Bunpro reading practice, which we do. We did also check out the reading practice here, which I only sampled it. So we're probably going to go do the whole thing at some point, right? Between these two. So we did check out the reading practice as well. And that would be to a lesser extent, which is expected here. But we did also check that out. And then grammar exists in context. And the best way to test our comprehension of all the practice, grammar exists in context for natural languages, right? Because the grammar is fixed around the patterns that you can see in natural observations. This sentiment might slightly break down when it comes to like mechanical things. And the best way to test our comprehension of all the particles, auxiliary verbs, and conjugations that we've learned is to actually bring it all together. As such, Bunpro reading practice offers passages specifically tailored to the target grammar of each lesson, right? So these are graded reading. This is their, I would say this is the closest thing that the Bunpro currently has to graded reading, right? Graded reading, like graded readers that are very popularized by the whole comprehensible input concept. They are a perfect opportunity to check out understanding of the N5 grammar we've learned in natural context. To N4 and beyond, I imagine there's some sort of nod to Toy Story here. Toy Story is very topical because there was a recent Toy Story. There was a new Toy Story movie recently. Before jumping straight into N4, let's take a moment to enjoy what we've achieved so far. Fire up an N5 practice test to find your baseline, which is what I've already planned to do. Do some reading practices. We did that as a way to reflect on our N5 grammar section. When we finished the N5 block, we did do some reading practice to see if we can use any of these. Oh, which by the way, we will be going back during the SRS to also use the cram function. The cram function, they overhauled the cram function. They're testing a beta approach to reworking the cram section. So I will have to talk about that in the near future. So reading practice to polish your comprehension, and and the next thing there is say, and use the cram tool to turn your weak points into strong ones. Like, I'm literally reading what they're about to say, so I should. Sometimes people would say something like, why don't you just read the whole thing first? It's kind of like whenever someone is reacting to a video and they pause the video to say something and like critique it and whatnot, and then the very next second the video addresses that, and the YouTube comment section would be like really triggered, like, hey dude, just watch the whole video before you react. And to me, there's a smaller amount of group of people would say like, well, the whole point of reacting is to react to it as it's happening, not react to it in retrospect, right? So that's the two different things. And for myself, I do the latter more than the former, because the only way I can demonstrate that I understand something or I think of something, I don't simply just watch things, is to react to them and integrate whatever I know in advance. So the only reason I brought up reading, when they brought up reading practice, I can talk about reading practice and talk about cram, is because I literally already did that. And that is, in my opinion, to me, Bunpro has designed it well enough for me to take advantage of that. Now, is it intuitive for other people? No, in fact, I don't think it is. And that is why Bunpro, the staff at Bunpro, wrote something like this. Right? You could make it intuitive. You could make an argument like a FromSoft game. You could let the person discover how to learn all these things if you want, or you can do both. You can design your product in a way that would encourage that while also explicitly suggesting these things. So you can do both, which is what Bunpro opted for, right? Duolingo did not opt for that. Duolingo implicitly gave you tasks, and they don't point out what is it that you need to learn, what is it that you need to fill your gaps in, what kind of grammar points there are from this thing. They implicitly output, right? It's an output dominant thing. So if implicit learning is not your jam, and you constantly filter inputs, and you restrict output iteration, Duolingo is not going to get you very far, in my opinion, because you need things explained to you, right? Or you think you need things explained to you. That's kind of the cake and eat it situation. Both. The answer is both. You kind of want to occasionally eat the cake, occasionally you want to have a cake, and to give to someone else, etc. It's a mixed bag. So for this one, very, very interesting way to illustrate the opposite effect, which is explain something that I feel is designed well enough that you would explore these things in the first place. I usually explore. I'm more of an implicit learner than I'm an explicit learner. I think because of the way the internet presents information nowadays, the vast majority of youth, not older adults, it's less likely that this holds consistent with older adults that predate the internet. Most things are explicit. So when someone asks me, how do I get happy? How can I be less sad? And they're asking me for an explanation, to explain how to not be sad, right? Versus a combination of implicit learning and explicit learning. They usually would ask me to explain something, explain it to them, as opposed to a mix of doing something, looking at the feedback, using an output to create new inputs, right? As a combination. So whenever there's difficult questions that are often fundamentally related to a mix of output and explicit, which is input explicit, is very difficult. Someone would tell me how do I not be human? Basically is what I would hear if I had to be very blunt about it. I have problems with memory, and I'm no kidding, right? That's a human condition thing. Memory is a human condition thing. So there's no way to explain why humans are forgetful in its entirety, or what's the meaning of forgetting. I could try to explain that, right? Explain let's do a social experiment. What happens when humans remember everything? Or, we would do a Socratic method situation where I would challenge the person and say, so how do you think humans would behave if they remembered every single thing of every single moment of their entire lives? And then you would ask, conceptually, do you think there are humans like that? And then what do we observe about those humans? And you kind of get some case studies, psychological case studies about that. And that is a way to get someone to do something, explain something, do something with their concepts. So then it can lead to this stuff. Reading practice. Cram is another word for practice, right? N5 practice test. This doesn't say learning. It's not N5 learning test. Learning reading learning reading, right? Learning, it's practice, and practice. So like, I can't tell you, this is interesting too. When I ask someone, so how are you preparing for your exams, right? And someone says, oh, I'm just reviewing previous exams, right? Or doing practice tests. And I would ask them, so what are you doing when you're practicing? And the whole time, the major amount of time that they spent was doing exactly the thing I was talking about, where they forget to practice all the things they know, use that as a framework to understand what they are forgetting or what they don't know. And since they only focus on the things they don't know, it is isolated from practicing the things they do know. So it removes the ability for them to create emergent learning from their output. So basically, you ignore what you know and focus on what you don't know, right? And through that, they use repetition. So brute force what they don't know. If it is not in the context of what they do know, then there is rarely a chance of comprehension. Like, think about comprehensible input for a moment. When someone talks about comprehensible input, this concept is brought up a lot, where someone says, oh yeah, so you learn something by taking what you know and then putting it in the context of what you know in order to deduce the unknown. So when someone goes to do a practice test, like for example, a standardized exam, like the GREs for graduate school, right? I don't actually think most graduate students do this. We're more talking about like the SATs or the ACTs, when you're a high school student who's trying to learn how to learn, like learn from output and learn from your mistakes. Usually you have to go over what you do know, contextualize it to what you're forgetting and what you don't know. And it's not repetition that leads to higher comprehension. Repetition can help you do your memory parts. That's fine. That allows you to recall the literal detail. But it is through the relationship of what you know and what you don't know that creates comprehension. So whenever I go over a practice exam, I would ask the person, so how do you learn? How are you getting better at the practice exam? And they're like, well, I'm just repeating and then knowing the answer. And I'm like, that you're not learning anything from that. I mean, you're memorizing it for sure. And then what's even worse is when I ask them, okay, can you explain to me how you are doing this problem? Like, how do you get to the answer on the answers that are correct? And they would be like, well, I just know it. I'm like, so you didn't tell me what you know. Explain to me how you got to the answer. Because if you're ignoring this and you're learning something new, how are you gonna like keep it? Like, you only know parts of the stuff. So what happens is when someone practice, they would do this, right? And they would only focus on this part. And what happens when you do know this? It's floating. It's like detached. So your new knowledge is just floating somewhere. obviously it's not going to be really easy to comprehend because it's just floating somewhere. So now you're remembering. So when someone spends a lot of time practicing for a standardized exam, what they do is they know a bunch of detached information. Like they're just floating in the ether, right? They're not connected to each other. So this is laborious and inconsistent and lacking comprehension. You're remembering a bunch of separate things that do have a connection with each other. The problem is all of the other things. This stuff is being ignored, right? So you're ignoring all the things you already know, and you don't practice them in the context to provide the context of the thing you're learning. So yeah, of course, over time, you don't feel like you learned anything, and you'll encounter the same problem because you didn't connect it with your existing knowledge, which that's what comprehension is. So this happens quite a bit, where the practice, it's not the same as learning. Most of the time, people treat, in my opinion, younger people treat practice tests as learning opportunities. It's both. You're studying, right? You're studying, but actually, most of the time, practice exams are like 80% practice. The 20% you're trying to learn requires that you practice. So what are you practicing? You're not practicing things you don't know yet. You aren't practicing the things you have problems with. Imagine this. Imagine how this sounds. You're doing a practice, and your focus is to repeat the same mistakes that you've been making because you refuse to contextualize your mistakes. So what would happen if you simply do a lot of practice exams and keep making the same mistake? Because you ignore all the things that you're learning and have learned and continuing to practice them. That means that you're going to develop a bad habit. It's, in my opinion, nearly going to guarantee that you're going to have a bad habit. A bad habit is committing the same mistake and not cumulatively learning more and more things. Right? So sometimes people actually get worse, in my opinion, when they practice exams, or they disproportionately focus on a particular part and getting diminished returns from their practice. So that's a really big one. Honestly, I hear this far too much where someone, when they're practicing, they don't practice. They look for learning opportunities. So they only focus on the things that aren't that are new, aka their problems, and they're solving their problems is disjointed. It's completely isolated from all the things that do work. That's, in my opinion, almost the antithesis of comprehensible input. Like whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, comprehensible input, I use CI. I use the concept of CI, so I sentence mine and sort all the words I don't know into a deck so I can learn the words that I don't know. That is like the opposite of comprehensible input. You literally decided to focus on the things you don't know and separate it from the things you do know. So not only do you stop practicing the things you do know, all the things you don't know is not contextualized with the things you do know. Right? The comprehensible part. Now, I'm not describing everyone, obviously. I actually am describing possibly a majority of people, like a majority of kids. When they have a problem, they see the problem isolated from its context. So, you have a sleep hygiene problem. So I asked the person, describe what sleep, like what's the problem with your sleep? And they would describe a very specific condition in which they lack sleep. And then I would ask them, so what do you do normally during this time? Like what makes it this particular? And they wouldn't describe that. They wouldn't be able to describe what is normal, and it's very difficult to, like, how did it deviate from normal and what is working, because I keep trying to ask them, so what is working? Largely because they don't explain anything based on the context. They explain things based on an isolated condition. And usually I can tell most of the time because they would like to make excuses or arguments that fall apart in context. So they would say, well, I sleep poorly because I had this exam that only occurs once a year, and on which it lined up with me procrastinating for 3 different things currently, of which then I'm working on this new social experiment to produce a better routine. So what's normal? Like, that sounds like you like, there's, how would you know what to do in that situation? You decided to describe something that was so hyper focused that anything you do with that will probably not be able to be generalized anywhere. Like, how would you be able to begin to solve that problem? So in my opinion, practice exams and reading practice are great, provided that you are practicing. Oftentimes, I don't think people are practicing when they're doing this. They're looking for disjointed problems that they can study in isolation, or not even study, honestly, learn in or explain in isolation without any context. And how does that relate to Japanese? Well, context matters, right? Anyways, you can also find all these practice features right up here. We looked at it, and whenever you're ready to take the next step. Ooh, they have a My Dream in Japan.
ジョイ、日本に留学したいです。日本語の先生、いいですね。日本語の勉強はしていますか？ジョイ、はい、日本のニュースを日本語で聞いて勉強しています。日本語の先生、JLPT を受けるのはどうですか？ジョイ、JLPT って何ですか？日本語のテストですか？日本語の先生、そうです。ジョイさんは聞く力はあるので、読む練習が必要ですね。ジョイ、わかりました。そのテストを受けます。日本語の先生、これは私が作った問題です。答えを後でメールで送るので、家で見てください。ジョイ、ありがとうございます。日本のコンビニでアルバイトをして、いろいろな言葉を覚えたいです。それが僕の夢です。日本語の先生、素敵な夢ですね。
Okay, so Joey, Joey, is that how you say Joey? I want to study. I want to, like, study abroad, right? Study abroad in Japan, or a student exchange in Japan, right? Joy. Oh, it's just Joy, not Joey. Joy. Japanese language teacher, right? Sounds nice, or that's great. Are you planning, like, are you going to study Japanese, right? Or are you studying Japanese? Oh yeah, because of the state, right? And Joey says, yep. I am studying by listening to Japanese news, right? Or Japanese news in Japanese. So Japanese news in Japanese and study, right? And the Japanese teacher said, what about taking the JLPT, right? And Joey said, what's the JLPT? Is it a test? Is it a Japanese test? And the Japanese teacher said, yep, yes it is. And because, or like, you can actually, you can, like, there are you can test where there's ways to test your listening skills, right? And you need to practice reading, right? So you have to have strong listening skills, and you need to practice reading. Okay. Chikara listening skills here. Where is the strong? Oh. I guess that also implies strong? Huh. Yeah, okay. I suppose. I was thinking this was more like the skill of listening, but there's an implication of strong here, which I missed. So I think that's okay. Joey says, oh, I understand. I'll take that test, right? I will take that test. And then the Japanese teacher says, I can make some questions, right? Questions for that test, or like for that, right? The answers, I'll message you the answers. I'll send you the answers once well, you can look at it at home. Like, please look at them at home. So take a look at home, right? Then send it later. Then Joey was like, thank you very much. I work part-time at a Japanese convenience store, or I dream, right? It is my dream to work at a Japanese convenience store and say all sorts of learn all sorts of words, right? And that is my dream, right? I want to do part-time work at a Japanese convenience store and learn various words. That's my dream, and that's a great dream, or that's a lovely dream, right? Pretty these are your pretty standard conversations. I am fine with conversations in a very specific context, and usually my bias is the context of teaching and education, interviews, like reading, like very particular places where it deals with school related things, conversations I'm very well versed in. So these contexts, you can even infer what they're about to say. Like, as I'm reading this, I can anticipate what their next comment is going to be. So that's one of those things that makes the translation part very smooth as well, because the English also is very smooth. Like, I would likely hear these things in English as well, so you can run parallels. Whenever it comes to, like, if I were to get to reflect on the topic section, the ones that I'm really terrible at, they didn't do as often, even at the N5 level, is to give directions. Whenever, like, someone is explaining juxtaposition, like, of locations and time, that's when I can lose my place. And honestly, even in English, that can be tough for me. Like, when someone tells me, oh, at 10 a.m., arrive at this bus stop, take the bus at 11 a.m., the bus will arrive at 11 a.m. heading east, and then when you get to the station, right, at 1 a.m., 1 p.m., then go out the door, go to the building next to the right, and transfer to that. That's like, it's already tough in English, and like sorting that out. So whenever they show examples of giving directions or listening to directions, that's a very common, like, early example of like Japanese usage, because you're asking for directions. That stuff is wild in Japanese. It's already tough listening to someone give directions in English. It's not going to be a walk in the park for me in Japanese. So sometimes I would do the thing I do in English, where I would say, okay, big building, right, straight, park, hospital, left. So I listen to Japanese based on that instead, which is what I do in English, where if the list of directions become very long, I would remember the direction and the place, and that's all I would remember. So then that means that I don't practice listening to all the in-betweens. And sometimes the direction could be flipped, or the direction, I could miss something and then the direction would be gone, right? And I'm not describing something that is a problem per se about Japanese literacy. I think giving directions in general, regardless if you're a native speaker or not, is difficult, because oftentimes, what would you do in these situations? I would literally, when this is what I do, because I don't trust my memory that well, and usually I come with a contingency plan. I have a map, and I also carry a notebook with me. So if I'm traveling, I usually carry a pen and like something to write on. So whenever, if I do get lost or I need to get direction from someone, I actually have a pen and a piece of paper. So that's when someone asks me, well, what are you going to do if you can't hear what they're trying to say, or you're having trouble? I bring a pen and a piece of paper. Like I bring a notebook along. And then obviously the Gen Z response would be like, can't you just use your smartphone? Like, well, yeah, you can use your smartphone too. The question is, when you bring your smartphone, are you ready to communicate with the other person to solve the problem? Not like take out the smartphone and say, here, he'll explain it to you. No, you go through the ropes. Like my smartphone, we would have an app, right? I would have an app ready to go to record and transcribe what the person is saying. So you can do that too. Obviously, you can translate and whatnot. Now, the thing is, now what was your goal in all of this? So oftentimes when it conflicts with your goal, what did you learn from it? So usually when I transcribe something or see someone write a note, someone would say, well, what's the point of bringing a paper and pencil, right? Paper and pencil or paper and pen when you have a smartphone. Have you seen Japanese handwriting? Like that's what I mean. Like where there's a purpose to it, you have to try to explain the purpose. Like if you're asking me, like, what's the point of bringing pen and paper when you can just use your smartphone? And usually I would say, if you're asking me that question, you probably don't think there's a purpose to it. I will ask you, what do you think the purpose is that I brought those? It's not like I don't carry a smartphone, right? I didn't say I didn't carry a smartphone, right? It's not an exhaustive list. I said I carry paper and pencil, or like a paper and pen, right? It's both. So this is the concept that I'm talking about a lot of times. Where you're doing things, I'm not doing them in one way. There's one way is a singular point of failure. What if your phone didn't have reception, right? You're in a place, you're in the subway, and you're underground. What if you don't have reception? And then someone's arguing, well, note-taking apps aren't always online, so you can take it native. It's like, that's good. Think about these things. I could also break out a pen and paper. And then you're like, well, there's no point if their handwriting's illegible. And I'm like, yeah, that can happen too, but you have their handwriting. So what can you do about it? If their handwriting's illegible, now you have an element of their handwriting. That's experience. So in all ways, there's a purpose, there's a creative way to use it. So I tend to keep all of these in mind. Why do I carry pen and paper on me despite having a smartphone? Well, it's all of the above. You can't anticipate, or are you assuming, you keep inferring what other people prefer to do. It makes you less and less dynamic. You are less and less of a problem solver because you keep thinking that there's one solution, best solution for everything. That's your prerogative, right? What I would expect when someone owns up to it is that they don't complain and they don't complain to me or constantly be upset that when someone says, oh, they don't know how to use a smartphone or something like that, or you are in the countryside in Japan and people don't use smartphones, they use pens and paper, that type of thing. If you don't anticipate any of that, then in my opinion, you also are negligent. One, as an adult or someone who's mature, you also assume the responsibility. So how does this relate to studying Japanese? When someone says they don't need to know N5 anymore, they know it. And then when I see their practice exam or see their problem and it's an N5 concept, then I could tell them that's an N5 concept. You told me you know N5. And then they're like, well, I just forgot it this time. Like, well, that's an excuse now. Right? So excuses become excuses when you use it as a manner that contradicts what you think. So when someone says the smartphone does everything for me, and then you go to a place and it didn't do everything for you, and you complain about it, or you cite that, oh, in this one case it didn't work, that's an excuse. It's no longer a reason, because you predicated yourself on explaining it out. So it's an excuse. That's in a lot. There were times when people asked me, how do you know the difference between someone explaining the problem to you versus making an excuse? An excuse is when both parties accept the same concept. They accept things to be true, and then it becomes a problem, and it's used to excuse the problem that both people accept that it can't exist. That's an excuse. When it is explaining a problem, someone is explaining something that they were unaware of. So when someone tells me they love Japanese language learning, right? For example, this is the one that I talk about a lot. When they say they love learning Japanese, and then they complain about learning Japanese, that's an excuse, right? So I'll give them the benefit of doubt and ask them to explain what aspects of Japanese language learning do they like or do they love, and help me understand how complaining about learning Japanese is different from saying they love learning Japanese, because then we can reconcile the difference and maybe we can tackle an actual problem that can be solved. Otherwise, it's an excuse. An excuse is when someone accepts a premise and they contradict that premise by being upset about it, and then using the same contradictory argument to reason out the thing. That's an excuse. That's usually like more than 50% of my arguments. When someone says like, oh, well, I think my country is awesome. And then I'm like, okay, that's a really bold generalized statement. So go on. And then they would say like, other countries do this, but my country doesn't do this, and that's a good thing. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that your whole premise is that there's nothing, your country is just always awesome, right? So in the future, whenever I talk to this person, if they bring up anything that makes their country less awesome, they have no reason, I assume that they have no reason to offset how it's upsetting to them. Like there's no reason to be upset about it, right? Because they've already concluded that. Oftentimes, that's not the case. They would then go on to complain about something, and I'm like, I guess you know how to work that out since it's awesome. No, it really isn't. It ends up being conditional. They're like, well, only in this case, outside of this case, that's when I'm like, that's an excuse, right? And not that excuses are bad or good, is to know that it's an excuse, right? It's very difficult to solve problems when you have excuses. It's far more likely that one person will see it as a problem or be invested in trying to improve upon a problem or learn from a problem when they don't see it as an excuse, in my opinion. When they present it as an excuse, it leads to the cyclic argument. What's an excuse? I don't have money to make money, right? So like if the excuse is that you need money to make money, then it forms a cyclic argument, right? And that's not a good example of an excuse that some people have, because sometimes some people will say like, well, I'm not a greedy person, I have enough money. And then the next thing they say is like, well, I wish I had more money so I can make more money. And I'm like, well, you said you're not a greedy person and you have enough money, so why are you making the excuse of needing money to make more money? Right? It's an excuse, not a problem to be solved. It's not the clearest cut rules, but generally speaking, these are the type of discussions I would have when it comes to like encouraging people to want to solve their problems or do something. I think oftentimes clarity can be helpful. And one of the things is to define what an excuse is and what a reason is. So I do get this often when someone says, I'm not complaining, I'm not making excuses, I'm just trying to explain this to you. And I'm like, why are you explaining to me something you already told me that isn't a problem? Because if it was a problem, you wouldn't say it isn't a problem. So what have you walked into today? Oh no, we're just like concluding our topic. I'm actually wrapping this up now today, Beth. I was talking about the difference between just now, the most recent topic was the difference between an excuse and a explanation. It happened, I've come to become very normal like overly exposed to realizing that people make excuses thinking that they're explaining things, and then explaining things possibly not explaining the problem. They typically explain it by making an excuse. So I was trying to contextualize it to language learning, like something like someone would, Beth, you might be able to find this you can probably empathize with this point. When someone says, oh yeah, I know all the N5, I passed the N5 exam. And then they said like, oh, and later on they're like, oh man, I'm having trouble remembering this concept. I mean, I already know the N5, but for whatever reason, it's hard to remember this N4 concept because it's related to this N5 concept. And my thought is that a problem that they're explaining to me? Or is that an excuse that they're explaining to me? usually that's an excuse because they already stated that they already understand the N5 things. So until they understand that they're making an excuse, they won't be motivated, or they will unlikely to be motivated to go back and cover their N5 concepts, right? The problem with excuses, or one of the problems with excuses, when people are upset, like they're upset with their problem, right? That's when excuses come in. They refuse to do something that they know to be true when it's not. So when you explain something, you're trying to explain something that is true. So if someone is complaining about something they should have known and they already told me they do know, that's an excuse. And until we can understand, or get the person typically to understand that they're making an excuse, it's going to be very difficult to get them to, like, it's not my place to try to convince them that otherwise, to go through things, because they're not willing to see it as an excuse. They're willing to see it as a problem. So how do you solve a problem without looking at a problem? It happens with, like, if I would give you an example of a high school problem. I hate homework, but I want good grades. And then if I ask them, I feel like that's an excuse. And then they're like, well, I know, they will say, I know that I need to, in order to get good grades, I need to do my homework. And I'm like, you don't know. You don't know that. Because you just told me that you hate homework, but I want good grades. That's an excuse. You are finally dipping your feet into the new Wakotabi update. The first new lesson is using past tense. Ooh. Right? For e-adjectives for both casual and formal form, which you feel you may have learned a bit about but also forgot. Very nice. Oh, I forgot to tell you this too. About the Wakotabi thing. They released their roadmap, right? Because it's the first anniversary of Wakotabi, like 2 days ago, 1 day ago. It's either 2 or 1 day ago, and they put out a roadmap, and they did have the roadmap of the all Japanese mode, which is the thing that I was waiting for. So it's kind of in the future. They didn't put a date on it. And also on that roadmap is really interesting, along with this new update, they're starting to replace all the generated audio with a professional speaker. Isn't that neat? I don't know if you got an opportunity to, when you were dipping, if you noticed if the new update included that, or the old update, or they're going back through it, because they mentioned that they started replacing, because one of the comments, a lot of the comments deal with, oh, this is a synthesized, right? They had synthesized audio, right? However, even though they curated it and whatnot, and sounds reasonable to me, like sufficient to me, they human curated. Now they're going back in their roadmap to replace the audio with a speaker, an actor, right? Or like a reader of some sort. So that's pretty neat. I'm not sure if you encountered the difference yet. Maybe like all the new stuff as the reader, and then they're going back to slowly replace all the old stuff. So that's kind of neat. I'll let you reflect on that. You did play some audio. It didn't sound synthesized, but I would have to listen to it again to be sure. Okay, because I don't remember what it used to sound like. So I haven't used Wakotabi in a very long time. I've been waiting for the Japanese, like full Japanese only. So that's the new game plus that they were talking about, where I'm gonna start over. Like I'm gonna start a new file, and we're gonna turn Japanese only on, and then we go through the game again, right? However, it's been so long since I heard the synthesized audio, because we know it's synthesized. I don't know if you knew that to begin with. Like the early stuff, like all the early stuff, they are synthesized. They're really well curated stuff, so it still sounds, in my opinion, very reasonable. It's one of the critiques that most people say, like, oh, well, this is synthesized. Can we have native audio, right? So now they wrote that one of the exciting things is they're going back and they hired a professional, or like they used the word professional. So they hired a professional, and they're steadily rolling out, replacing all the synthesized audio. It'll be interesting to hear from other people who still remember, because it's been so long. Maybe I would go back. Like, what I mean is I could go back to one of my old videos and see what it sounds like. And when I go back to Wagotabi, I could like go back to my old video, right, and see what it sounded like, or hear what it sounded like, and then compare it. But I'm not sure if you were able to pick up any distinctive things. I think the audio was perfectly sufficient. Now I'm very curious what the professional sounds like. Bunpro has people as well, so they sound really nice compared. Like you can tell when over time it's quite obvious which ones are synthesized and whatnot. Not that I find either disagreeable, really. They're serviceable either way, right? They simply sound it. You're glad they're so dedicated to these updates. This is well worth the $6 price point. I know, right? I know. It's such a low price point. And there's still like people who are like upset, and I keep up with like the reviews and stuff, so there's still other things, but man, the price point is so low. All right, anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break right now and I'll be back. They could charge so much more, I know, right? They could. And they could also argue that if they charge more, they can make more as well. That's kind of the usual business practice. Like, hey, sorry, we're gonna increase our costs because we're gonna ramp up production, and it's worth more. There are cases where that is like the people are more than happy to do so. However, I think Wakotabi is super awesome because they kept the price the same, and they even they even released a question about that. They had to answer a question, and they said they're gonna try to keep it from like charging DLC or something. Like, people did ask this, like, what about future updates? Like, how are you gonna price future updates and whatnot? And they went out and said tentatively they're gonna try to maintain whatever they're doing without charging for anything. So that's really awesome, right? Even then, that makes it pretty cool. Obviously, for me, this is kind of like my relationship with Bunpro, where I bought the lifetime license, and that didn't stop them from making excuse. Like, they didn't make it as an excuse to not continuously develop the product, because Bunpro is like, it feels like there's an update like every half a month too. So it was like ramping up. Anyways, that's a wrap for my Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about things. That's a wrap for our topics updates. So we're gonna go back to our SRS stuff soon enough. You might go back to a book. You decide to go back and check out a Kazuo Ishiguro story from 10 years ago. Interesting. Oh, right. Which one are you going back to? This guy is big deal. Nobel Prize in Literature, right? Okay, I'll be back. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。いてくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第573天 is day 573. The Berry Giant. So how are you gonna, Beth? So how are you gonna approach reading the book? Imagine these are like pretty dense books. Nobel laureate. Oh wait. Oh, this is probably unrelated to the Japanese thing. Or is it related to the Japanese? The Berry Giant. Why does that sound so familiar? Oh, that's right. Hey Beth, have you seen the stop motion film directed by Guillermo del Toro. Wait. Is it... Wait, did it come out already? I actually don't remember. It might not be. I think it might be in development. Hold up. Oh no. Oh yeah. Are you... yeah. That's why it sounds familiar. I think that's his next project, right? Yeah, that's his next project after Pinocchio. Hopefully it's a good one. Barely do I underestimate Del Toro. His Pinocchio stop motion movie was fantastic. Yeah, he's working with someone. Dennis Kelly. Matilda, the musical writer. Anyways, let's get to our lesson here.
倒闭
倒闭. Wait, what time is it? 倒闭. What the? Collapse and die? Wow, to drop dead. Okay. 他在路上 suddenly. How do we suddenly? 什么人? What are you? 突然 Right. It's not 3. I thought this was 3. That's 2. 士兵在战场上倒闭。他一听消息又倒闭了。
倒闭堕入陷阱
堕is to trip or fall. 入 into 陷 pitfall being pitfall. Okay. Trap. Okay. 我们必须小心，不要堕入陷阱。因为因为贪心而堕入陷，他不小心堕入陷阱，损失很大。
堕入陷阱柳条框
柳 is willow. All strips, willow strips, and then 框 a framework or basket. So willow strip basket or basket. Is that what they're made of? Are wicker baskets only made of willow? Or default to willow? That's interesting. 它用6条宽装满了什么？苹果？苹果。Ew, interesting. 装满了。这个6条宽是小工变的 made. In this case, is made. 我买了一个新的6条宽6条宽。Wait, roll off the tongue.
6条框，掐死，
掐死 oh. Cha is to pinch. Oh, okay. Cha is really weak. Cha is one of the weaker ones for pinch. Strangle. 差点被人掐死。警方认为还是认为他是被掐死的。认为他是被掐死的。他说他几乎 no yes 几乎被他掐死。nearly
掐死，灯芯，
灯 lamp a wick 芯 what is that, a core? Oh no. Okay.爷爷小心的剪灯芯。Oh, so that can be a verb. Okay. 灯芯太短。火光很小。请换一根新的灯芯。
灯芯，
Okay. I don't want to talk about it.
掐死，倒闭，灯芯，
Heck. Oh, is it Jewel? Oh no, Rue, not Ray. Rue.
柳条框，
Excuse me.
堕入陷阱，
All right.
迪士尼，
迪士尼. Oh my goodness. 迪士尼. Okay, D is the enlightened one. Then 是 soldier and 尼 for none. Oh my gosh, 迪士尼. Yeah, transliteration. There's no way I would know this is how you write 迪士尼. Holy 迪士尼. Enlightened soldier, none. You can kind of think of it as a premise to a Disney film myself. 我很想我更想去 No 我很想去迪士尼玩 heck J 他最喜欢迪士尼的right 卡通 yeah 卡通 or cartoon. That's two transliterations at the same time. 迪士尼的电影都很有趣 OK 迪士尼
迪士尼，菠萝包，
菠萝包 OK 菠萝包 is 菠萝包 right 菠萝包 a different accent or technically different language too 菠萝包 so 菠萝包 interesting. Yep, pineapple buns. These are delicious. No, they don't have anything to do with pineapple. Maybe like other than like maybe its color. But 菠萝包 is fantastic. 我每天 actually so 菠萝包 if you go to like a Chinese bakery, right? Like a Chinese themed bakery or maybe even Asian fusion bakery. If they talk about they make like Chinese confections or Chinese-esque confections, even like Cantonese confections, one of the litmus, one of the like the conditional things is they have to make a good bolo bao. If they do not, that's questionable. That's like going to a pizza place and the pizza is not, that cheese pizza is not great. That's kind of one of those things, right? Other than that, the egg tarts and a standard milk tea, probably. Standard vanilla unsweetened milk tea. Bolo bao, dankat, right? And maybe it's kind of like pigs in a blanket, but I forgot what it's called. Like I don't remember what it's called. But it's basically just a hot dog with a roll around. Oh, and a costella. A costella. I don't actually remember what it's called in Chinese, dang it. So those like characteristic costella. Actually, I probably rank like egg tarts, bolo bao, like dankat, bolo bao, naita, right? Naita, and I don't know what a costella is anymore. Dang it. See what a costella is. Gu zao wei dan gao. Gu zao wei is Taiwanese. I forgot about Taiwanese. So Taiwanese Cantonese and I know Cantonese language, but like Hong Kong style things or Chinese. There's also, I think, Nagasaki also has a variant Japanese. Is there any other name? What this one's tough. I don't think that's what I remember. Anyways, they're delicious. Costella cakes are awesome. They're basically like the sponge cakes. The sponge cakes in like a like cut into a bit of a cube. 我每天早餐吃一个菠萝包. I would do that too if I could. And it's a breakfast item, right? It's a bakery breakfast item. And with a side of milk tea, like a warm, unsweetened milk tea. You can sweeten the milk tea, but generally speaking, the pineapple bun is quite sweet already, so it helps bring out the milk tea. And then maybe, like, if you really want to splurge, get like a pair of egg tarts. That's my nostalgia, my childhood nostalgia, you know. Haven't had egg tarts, bolo bao, and milk tea for breakfast for some time now. Or you can get like a savory kanji with a... This is practically what I would say is this is practically the equivalent of like teas and biscuits. Teas and biscuits for the British folks, I suppose. 这家店的菠萝包很有名。你吃过人 just hot? Oh no. 热的菠萝包吗？
菠萝包
I will definitely be there. It's very hard for me to break away from the accent on bolo bao. Like the way I say it is like not quite. It has a heavy accent because we order this a lot.
乒乓球拍
乒乓球拍. Okay, it's ping pong plus a ball paddle. 我有一支新的乒乓球拍，它的乒乓球拍很贵，那贵。这是一支木头做的乒乓球拍，木做那。yeah, 木头做的。Fine. That was silence, though. I might not have gotten the silence.
乒乓球拍重情义举
重情义举重 crowd 情crowd lift and then easy 举 lift again, so many hands make light work. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, so crowd support, like basically support makes easy support. I don't quite remember this lift thing. How did this work? The top was to stand and respect. Wait, hold on. Salute and hand. Okay. Yeah. Lifting up. Okay. 这件小事重情义举义举啊dang it. Oh, 义举啊 the ending okay, like all like the endings can be anything. That's fine. Okay. 搬家时有人帮助，就是钟情记句。我们一起合作，合作。heck， 合作就能用情一举合作就能 yeah okay. Heck. Oh no, wait. 用情一 what is 用情一 oh no, I wrote 情 not 用一举 oops 用情一举
重情义举，
重情义举
剥香蕉，
剥 to peel and then 香蕉 is banana. 正在剥香蕉吃 interesting. Okay. 请帮我剥香蕉，谢谢。剥香蕉很容易。
剥香蕉，迪士尼，菠萝包，
And that ball is really weak. Oops. I fat fingered the wrong thing.
乒乓球拍，重情义举，剥香蕉，
Alright.
乙方，
乙方 how does the party go? Party B? Interesting. 方 oh, orientation. second party, that type of orientation. The second. Okay. 乙方相异 no 同意是的存款付款时间我们是这次可做的乙方应该遵守合同规定，遵守 follow。When you sketch out your red pandas, how do you get the proportions okay first time? I looked at the red panda. Oh no, I looked at the I have a plushie. I was drawing the proportions based on plushie. Like the literal guys here.
乙方半蹲
半蹲 half 蹲 squat? A half squat. Oh goodness. 半蹲可以从可以中 strength 可以中强还是强脚 no 退步的力量增强wrong tone 增强 not 强增强腿部的力量 Oh, when you draw, do the lines look the same as how you imagine you want them to in terms of how they make up the form? Yeah. When you draw the line, do they imagine them to be in terms of how they make up the form? No, they shouldn't. They should make up the average proportions of them. So when I draw, I start with simple shapes, so they shouldn't look like the same one. The proportions should look the same. So like, for example, I don't think I want to read. So like, for example, this one, right? You could draw a circle. I could draw a box of how big this is, right? I could draw a box around this. Or like a car, I could draw like a box as a middle car, and I could draw a smaller box in the front for the hood, and draw like a smaller box in the back for the trunk, and then I would draw two circles. So the idea is I would keep the parts proportional to each other, but they wouldn't look like the form of the thing. So like, I'm trying to answer your question that I'm not going to go and try to draw the outline of an object. I look at the proportions of the object and I draw that. That's kind of like when people use like the Loomis method, or the torso, using a triangle for the torso and then draw a rectangle as like a rhomboid for the chest. That's what I would do for proportions, to connect your proportions and the lines. Form is general. So like a tree, I would draw like a circle. If the tree looks like a triangle, I would draw a triangle. So you use basic shapes. I use simple shapes to start. When I first started. And then when you get used to it, then you can like do it with a little bit more detail, save some time. What the heck is that? Bao Dai Ban Dun Tai Jiu会感到疲劳保持 oh no it's 吃 dang it 保持 this wait to support. Oh no, you've been trying to think of how to start a character design drawing, which means drawing a person, but you have that same issue you showed you with things looking sort of stiff. The pose isn't what you want it to be. You see. How does the thing being stiff be related to the pose isn't being wanted to be? I mean, like, drawing something that turns out to be something you don't want it to be doesn't necessarily make it stiff. Like, I don't really know what the way the character is weighted and angle isn't good enough in your opinion. Okay, then can you try to intend to look at a non-stiff pose and how do you define a stiff pose? Like what actually looks stiff? Like do you define it by what they're doing? Do you define it by how they're doing it? Like for me, for example, like if someone sits cross-legged, right? There are things I look for that makes it not look stiff. What are those things to you? 他练什么 ？maintain 常常保持半蹲的是练习 to practice or is it practice maintain. Ooh, that's kind of tough.
半蹲，
半蹲
娃娃脸，
was probably the toughest one. 娃娃脸 baby face 娃娃脸 so that's just newborn and then face put together. Okay, it does require silence though. 他有一张娃娃脸，他的娃娃脸很可爱。这个年生有娃娃脸。
娃娃脸，斗直，
The heck? Steep and straight? Oh, that type of shear, like shear as in vertical shear. Stiff as it's not natural feeling. Okay. That would mean that it's an anatomy problem. If we do the cross leg thing, maybe their leg doesn't curve the way it should. Okay, so that's an anatomy thing. Or their hips are too in line with their shoulder, like a straight down thing. That's not an anatomy thing. Or they are sitting in a way that physically doesn't make sense, such as their arms not fall in a way they would if someone was sitting, like elbow placement is wrong in proportion. That's an anatomy thing. It can also be the angle. Things like totally straight on would look stiff to you. Okay. So, every time you say the word stiff, you keep describing anatomy issues. So, I guess I would suggest that you look at anatomy some more. You and I have different versions of stiff. You did describe one stiffness that I would think about, which is when someone is very stiff. So like when someone, their shoulders they're standing very straight, that could lead to the idea of stiffness. What do you consider as stiffness aside from that? Not anatomy. Stiffness is when someone is trying to be perpendicular. Everything is very straight. That's the only categorization of stiffness. So when your shoulders are aligned, when your legs are aligned, your face is aligned, one perspective, like a soldier can be stiff. It's not a bad or a good thing. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. Yeah, the straight thing is something you had issues with. Well, what you described was a bunch of anatomy problems. Like, in your explanation, you said more about anatomy problems than stiffness. Like, characters can be stiff deliberately. Like, a character is stiff is different from a character being stiff as a negative. So far, you and I, you said more about your problems with anatomy than with the composition. So I was trying to figure out if you're talking about the composition of stiffness or anatomy. And it sounds like you have more problems with anatomy than the composition. You can't really tell you which part of your explanation aren't the issue. Whenever you draw the character though, it doesn't feel natural. I don't understand what you mean by it doesn't feel natural. Stiffness in a person is natural or unnatural based on what you're trying to convey. What you're describing is you keep describing your failure of anatomy, then whether stiffness is natural or not. Because stiffness is natural in many cases. So if you're drawing a stiff character, it could be like a soldier trying to stand up. You can be both stiff and natural at the same time. You keep saying that stiffness and being unnatural are the same thing. They're not. Like, using stiffness to gauge whether something feels natural is counterintuitive to me. Because there are things that are stiff. A tree is stiff. Like the way you draw a tree, you could draw it unnaturally, deliberately, by making it not stiff. You don't want the character to look stiff, then do something that's not stiff, I suppose. The way you define stiffness means make sure the anatomy is correct and that it's not straight lines. So if you don't want a character that's not stiff based on your definition, you're avoiding making poor anatomy choices. So the anatomy has to be correct. and that it can't be straight. I'm countering your words. So like, you described many things that makes the thing stiff, so you attempt to do the opposite of that. I have no, obviously I can't tell you how you're gonna do all that. Yeah, like, you describe something as stiffness, so to not make it look stiff, you do the opposite, or you attempt to do the opposite of what you described. For myself, my anatomies don't have to be in proportion to make it look stiff. Like, a soldier can be stiff when my anatomy is borked, and because I'm terrible at, or I haven't practiced drawing human anatomy. So like, for example, I've drawn a doll before, like a red panda doll, and a doll can look stiff because it is a doll, or it can look dynamic, right? It can look dynamic, not stiff, if you can put weight on it. So like, for example, one way to make a red panda doll look not stiff is that its head would like droop backwards. And that doesn't mean it's natural or unnatural, because if it droops backwards, I could like put a tear in one of its fabric or something, so its head like looks like it's weighted. So if it's laying down, its head could like droop backwards or something. That would make it more dynamic, not stiff. You're trying to find a way for a standing pose like those on sette without things lining up too much. Oh. Interesting. Well, I mean, when I'm looking at these things, there are stiff ones and there aren't stiff ones, I suppose. I mean, a lot of these use curves, so probably curve a lot of these things. Interesting. I don't draw straight lines, so I can't really relate to you. Objects are stiff. My subjects are curly and whirly all the time. I think I have the opposite problem. Most of the time I don't like drawing straight lines. They're always curved to some extent. What is that? 不是. That 不是虫，不是虫，不是虫，斗直的石壁上，石壁上。drop 落下，布 oh that's 布 oh that's curtain. You want some curve in your pose? Draw curves. Here's the thing though. Not that simple. I know it's not that simple. Well, drawing curves is that simple. drawing curves onto an anatomy, like onto a figure and stuff with many curves. That's a different story. When you say natural, there's this thing that I usually use the word for. Like, do you draw organic things or do you draw artificial things? So, oftentimes when people think about like neatness, like things that are neat, like for example, neat. When you're thinking about neat things like perfection, a book, like you're constantly undoing and you're always neat about everything. Usually the people who do that tend to draw unnatural or like stiff things because they look neat. Like what I mean is neat as in not interesting, neat as in it's clean. It's very sharp. When it comes to the word organic, oftentimes it's like there's a flow to everything. Like when, especially anime, like the characters and stuff, the way they move, the way they sit and pose, there's a bit of a looseness to it. So if you're not used to that looseness, it's an excellent exercise to sketch some stuff and use sketching looseness to make your characters less stiff. I did the opposite. Like it's very difficult for me to make deliberately stiff things. So what are stiff things? Like objects, like boxes. My boxes are rarely ever stiff, or like my buildings are not clean and stiff. They're often noisy and lived in. My like flowers and like trees and stuff, they're very loose. They're often very organic. So like there's a lot of noise in everything. So whenever it comes to like when I think about anime, especially animation, right? Like animation specific thing, like anime related, there are often very few lines. So those few lines require, I almost want to say, stiff perspective, like one line to rule them all situation. And that kind of makes sense if you start with that. However, the process doesn't only involve those lines. The artists develop their skills based on like sketching. So it is through the refinement of sketching that created the organicness. I think for me, you give me the impression that you have skipped that step entirely. You went from leaping away from sketching all the way to the final product, or spend more time looking at the final product and delving into the process of drawing things. The organic process of like making things flow deals with like sketching with and finding those lines. I don't know if that's gonna lead to anything or whatnot. That's an example. Like the 2-minute rough line sketch. Yeah. Like when I draw something, for example, it's loose and I find the lines to loose it. That's my training anyway. It's like if I was practicing, you asked me like how did I learn the proportions for like the red panda plushie or something, is because I drew a bunch of lines and then over time I'm like, all right, well this line looks good. So oftentimes you could even argue that organicness comes from the sketching process. Now I'm not saying that that's how you should do it if you're further along. How I explore the dynamics and the stretching is, do I remember the Coco sketch? That was your first sketch? Oh, I see. I can't really put my finger on it. I'm not, this is me reflecting on how I come to have curvy imagery. I'm not saying that this is like a way to teach someone to be more organic, but usually I look at images and I think of the flow of the image. So like things have a flow, like and the character has a flow to it. So I actually prioritize flow than whether it's anatomically correct. Like that's not an excuse for not knowing your foundations, like your anatomy and stuff. So I obviously didn't practice anatomy yet, human anatomy. 他正在 What is that? 拳 climbing. Oh wait. Pan pa. No. Yeah. Pan pa. Might be pan pa. Pan pa. 斗直 pan pa 斗直的水 no 冰墙 yeah, pan pa. Pan pa. You don't know, you spend a while looking at organic sketches and watch people do it. You want more flow than anatomy right now? You're currently just scrolling through Zete. I see. Yeah, like when you draw a box, I don't usually deliberately draw a box that is boxy. Hang on, I'll finish this group. And what I mean is, when you draw a box, I don't deliberately, it's not that I'm not trying to draw a square, but if the square is like lopsided, I just go with it. I think, you remember when I was like, you asked me, you said that, oh, it's kind of like that sketch where you draw a bunch of boxes, right? And then every one of my boxes was different. And every one of my boxes didn't look exactly like a exact box. Like it didn't have like a perfect square. So that's what I mean by I didn't start by looking at things exactly perfect. Like they're not meant to be stiff. Whenever you draw a box, you usually want to place dots for perspective points and then just draw lines from those dots. Yeah, I mean, that would get you a very stiff box. That's a great way to draw a good box, like an awesome box. When it comes to like drawing an organic box, I imagine that the box is not perfect. So even though I drew my squares and stuff, it'll work out on its own. Like the box could be warped. I could make it look warped after the fact. It's probably not conducive to other people's drawings. Like, for example, like graphic design. Graphic design would require those things. So my example here is that I don't draw particular things. You like organic boxes when they're not your own. That's fair. Yeah, like I typically draw a box with a bunch of tape on it, or like a hole in the corner and some wear and tear. So the box would be like slightly lopsided and whatnot. And if I draw like books, they would be like kind of crooked. And then I would like draw the bindings a little off angle and whatnot. That's probably because I look at books and books aren't perfect. So it's not to say that you can't draw a perfect book. I think Danny, the person who's doing the the family cartoon, the way he draws his family cartoon is perfect. So he draws it, his characters look stiff to me, but it's appropriately stiff. Family cartoons are like, the family cartoons, the way the characters are drawn, it's through animation that they're not stiff, right? Like, yeah, so what I mean is, since he's drawing in animation, right, he's looking to draw an animation, all of his models and stuff are incredibly stiff. However, it's through the animation process that they are not stiff. So oftentimes you could argue that that's what they want to do, right? So whenever I see that, I would want to like make one of the shoulders like up and down, like when you're doing a head-on process, you know, like the T stance, right? That's stiffness. So if I'm doing rigging and stuff, you would have to deliberately draw stiff models. Most of the time, though, I would draw a character like one shoulder is a little down, and the other shoulder would be a little bit up. They would lean slightly on their left leg because maybe their right leg has something on it. So like if they lean on their left leg, I would be willing to put something on their right leg to show that they're leaning on their left leg, right? And then if their left leg is weighted on top, then their right shoulder would go up, right? So if you're leaning on your left leg, your right shoulder tilts up. So everything like tilts down, and then your leg would curve a little bit in certain places to make up for the lost length. That kind of thing. I think that's what you mean by the anatomy side of things, where like if you drop one of the shoulders, then what other part of the body compensates for it? So that would involve the anatomy, right? And that's probably what you're referring to, like where you're trying to make a dynamic pose, but then the hand like falls in a place that you can see that it's unnatural, but you don't know what to do about it. And unfortunately, since I don't study anatomy, like human anatomy, the idea is then you would look for reference, right? And then learn from there. And these Sete artists draw such subtle yet good curves in their characters. Yeah. So I would, some other people said this, draw like incredibly dynamic poses where there's an obvious change. So like instead of referencing subtle curves, go and draw obvious ones. That was like the alternative. And then you can refine it to a subtle one. So like do a crazy, like a really highly dynamic ones. That's why we talk about we were talking about like the persona artists. A lot of the stuff is really exaggerated. So when they're exaggerated, you can understand the parts, and then in the future you can dial it back down. You can make the subtle ones by understanding how the exaggerated ones work, which is another approach that I've seen or heard from other people. I myself have not done that yet. So you can always take something super exaggerated, like cartoon drawing, where basically why Disney animators are very pouted, right? Like Disney animators tend to have a lot of that experience where they understand how to do exaggerated things, and then those exaggerated things then translate into the most subtle things. If you can do something exaggerated, then you can dial it back down, usually. So if I had to learn anatomy and like try to do anatomy, I would probably, for myself, I would do something exaggerated and then see how I can find the nuances later, like dial it back down. That's kind of how I learned how to sketch. So when I sketch, I went crazy. Like I just full stop sketched. I was super loose, and then eventually it refined back down to something that's pretty sharp and reproducible, or sharp enough anyway. All right. Okay.
斗直，压垮，
压垮. Pressure. And then collapse. So collapse under pressure. 压垮. 他在工作压力下被压垮了。不要在这个 responsibility 责任 责任的压力下被压垮。他从下，从下从不那下，从不在压力下被it seems like this is like a bigger phrase a lot of times. 压力下被压垮，
他从不在压力下被压垮。
被压垮。
压垮，
What? How did they phrase it? To collapse under pressure. Prepositions. Prepositions, man.
乙方，半吨，斗直，
Heck, that's a Lian.
压垮，
Well, we can certainly visit a lot of these things in the future because Inktober is around the corner. So I'm still deciding on what I'm gonna do for Inktober still. Oh, is it Wawa? Wawa. Man.
娃娃脸，
Okay.
冰铺，
Sometimes you just draw a silhouette instead of sketching and spend an hour or more slightly changing it, but you want to learn just those 2-minute pencil sketch things, draw people, crust. Yeah? I know what you're talking about. I don't have any experience, so no insight for me. Bing Pool. That's just an ice fall. Literally an ice waterfall. Interesting. 我们去山上看冰瀑。这是我第一次看到冰瀑。冰瀑集引了。集引了很多游客，游客拍照。Oh no, that's C, not G. C. C? C? Oh. Okay.
冰铺，攒钱，
攒钱。accumulate money, 攒钱。Okay. 他明天不攒钱，明天都攒钱。我想攒钱买房子。他开始攒钱旅游。Oh, okay. There's a purpose understood in there. Interesting.
攒钱，连贯性，
连贯性。连 continuous 贯pierce and then 性 nature. Oh, continuous and piercing, so continuity or coherent. 这边文章的连 连贯性很好。他的说话缺乏连贯性。请注意句子的连贯性。Okay.
连贯性。招聘专员。
招聘专员。招聘专员。专员。招 is beckon, and ping is to engage in 装 to turn into a member, a recruiter, a special member, or to engage, to beckon, like to beckon to become a member. Oh, recruitment specialist. Oh, a special person. A 专员. Let's see. You don't know anymore. Some of these sketches are okay for flow, but they don't have the energy you're looking for. Just go and look at. Man, you really got shonen. Just go watch a shonen. You need to go watch shonen shows. I mean, Witch Hat was okay. I don't think it was popping with dynamics, but shonen's the way to go. They have so much energy. I mean, I'm only choosing shonen because you said you wanted to continue drawing like anime, right? Like Japanese art. There are other ways to show dynamics, but I don't think that's in the cards for your interest. 它是公司的招聘专员。他想成为一名招聘专员。Oh no, it's 成为，不是为。Okay. 招聘专员需要很好的 heck communication. Something 通能力。I want to say 到 go, dang it, it's go. Oh, go tong instead of go. Oh no, it's go. Just kidding. I think it's always 4. Of 1. Because it's ditch. Dang it. I'm thinking of another thing. I'm thinking of sufficient. Go for sufficient. Not go. Go tong, really? Go tong is communication. Give me a name of an anime where you can find some stereotypically shy girls so you can go look through some sete for it. A shy girl. Haruhi Suzumiya. Haruhi Suzumiya, the name, Yuki. Yuki is her name. And maybe you can find her in an action pose. Kyoto Animations animated a bunch of things for her to move suddenly. She has a very stiff face, and she's incredibly, like she looks very stoic the whole time. But she moves quite often in the show, like dynamically. I'm actually kind of curious Yeah. I'm actually kind of curious if they have any. Oh yeah. Yeah, she has square shoulders, but they make her clothing. Yeah, they make her clothing flow and whatnot. Yeah. Interesting. Tete dreams, I see. Oh, there's quite a lot of fan service for her, that's for sure. Like she would be, you could, yeah, like I can see a bunch of the drafts where like she's basically have a stiff position and she's like reading a book, but they made her clothing flow, so the entire pose looks less stiff. Because it looks like her clothing is always being blown in the wind. that's that's definitely something I could find myself doing, where if the person themselves is stiff, then the clothing itself must have some sort of flow to it to give it motion. Interesting. No. No. Was it Qing or Ping? No, Ping. 专员
招聘专员。自串
自串 a character and a skewer? A string? Like what type of string? A character string. Okay. Interesting. 这个自串很短. Yeah, so character string. Huh. 你能分发 or 分析 Oh no, that's analyze. 分析这段自串吗？请输入一段自串。The official said they look pretty stiff, but the anime looks fairly okay. Yeah. I mean, you asked me, you told me a stereotypical shy girl. Shy girls they tend to be pretty stiff. What's another one? Rei Ayanami from Evangelion? Shy girls are stiff. They tend to be very stiff. What's her name from Free Ren? I don't remember her name. Free Ren's apprentice. She's a stereotypical shy girl. Fern, yeah, Fern. Yeah, she's a stereotypical shy girl. Anime trope. That would be a recent example. Dang it, I don't remember her name too. The Gravity, I forgot her nickname, but Gravity from Boku no Hero Academia. The Gravity girl. Yeah. Uraraka or something. She's pretty. She might have actually dynamic poses and that's a shonen, so they might have a bit of dynamic poses for. Usually having like a Shonen Jump character that is shy. But you might have examples of somewhat subtle dynamic poses. Otherwise, most of the slice of life characters, they're pretty stiff. They're generally pretty stiff.
冰铺
They're intentionally stiff, though. That's kind of the point.
连贯性
Chihiro from Persona 3 Portable. Actually, you played P3R, so Chihiro is a shy girl. I know you were playing P3R, so you have already encountered Chihiro. She's the student council treasurer, or opposite of Hidetoshi, the disciplinary committee member. You've mainly been looking at the stuff from Nagino Asukara today? Oh, the forehead girl? Yeah. Oh, yeah, the forehead girl. Yeah, the forehead girl. Nagino Asukara, I'm not drawing an image right now of that one. Let me see. Nagino Asukara. Oh, yeah, the thing that you told me about, that you said you watched with another person. I see. There is a shy girl, and like, it's an anime trope, so I think you can point out a shy girl in nearly most shows. There's Bocchi the Rock. I don't remember any of their names though.
攒钱
Just give me hair colors. Oh, but yeah, hair colors? Oh, yeah, that's right. We can use hair colors. The shy one in Bocchi was blue? Is it blue or green? Or maybe it was purple. Ryo? I don't remember their names, unfortunately. Let's look at the cast. Yeah, the blue-haired one. Yeah, that's her. Because the yellow one is the peppy one, right? And then the red one is the, like, it's usually the one that's passionate. And then the blue and green are usually the chill ones. Any cool colored hair, any cool colored hair color. Yeah, Ryo is the one. I mean, they're all color-coded. So just, you played Persona 3R. Pretty much anyone who has a blue hair color is probably pretty chill. Like Fuka. Fuka is a shy girl. Her hair color is green. Color theory plays into a lot of anime. So pretty much most of the color temperatures represent their color. Like if you stick to your color theory, anime tends to play along with all the color theories. So just look for blue-haired. Obviously there are exceptions when a anime writer and artist wants to make the character subvert expectations. That's perfectly fine, right? Like you can have characters that literally subvert, but generally speaking, color tones and color combinations, color theory tends to align with their personality. So they're not redheads. It's rarely ever a redhead. There are I might be able to think of one or two examples where like a red-haired girl or a shy girl in a anime was the actual, like, there's a red-headed shy girl, but generally speaking it's not. It's usually a blue or green haired girl. There's kind of a mix a lot of times where like the blue haired could be outwardly shy and inwardly feisty, etc. But I think it's usually a blue or green. Good to know. You mostly getting the P3 names down right then, just appearance. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Chihiro doesn't have a blue or hair color. It's just black. Often neutral colors can be anything. So like natural hair colors could be anything. Usually they're not like artists that want to be more expressive about their characters. So their characters would then be communicated through their actions. So if you have like all characters who have black hair or brown hair, that's like the artist's choice. So then it's through characterization that you would know if they're shy or not. Other animes, if they speak with color, then usually stick with the color. So can't play in August for reasons given before. Right. August, RL. Yeah. I got you.
Zichuan. 招聘专员
All right. So speaking of persona, or getting to that, I think we will be able to get to the end, right? I did indulge quite a bit today in wrapping up Bunpro's thing too. All right. Yeah, man. Rei, for example, Rei Ayanami from Evangelion. It's blue. Her theme is blue, so her hair is blue. Yuki is purple blue hair, right? If it's not natural hair color, then you're not subverting expectations. So if it's like blonde to brunette to black hair, those are like anything goes for them. However, like when a show deliberately have unnatural hair colors, like different themed hair colors, they usually stick to the color theory. So many color theory: red, passion; yellow, energy; green, tranquility; blue, calmness, right? Calmness. Black, like dark, enigmatic, right? Or any form of very dark color. And then we have, so black to purple usually have some like darkness involved. And then you kind of wiggle in between when you have those. Pink is usually softened passion. So like is passion, but dial back a bit. So that's why it's pink. So you have like the full spectrum of colors, and they typically obey. It's a way to lean into themes without having to explain things, right? So whenever you have unnatural hair color, the cast tends to follow the things, and then occasionally they would throw in a wild card. They would throw in a wild card where it would subvert expectations. Now, there are anime that does the thing where the hair color changes when the character changes. So, like, a black-haired character becomes white-haired because of purity. So So like a dark character ends up becoming a light character, even momentarily. So those are like color conventions, at least very noticeably. So that, in my opinion, that's how anime communicates some of these themes without literally having to explain it. So they use color as motifs, right? And that's not an anime unique thing. When you read books and whatnot, and Western literature, like classic literature and stuff, the colors have often used most of these. Like red has always been lust, passion, right? Black is often empty, void, right, of things. White is often purity, right? And blue and green, blue tends to be the calmness, the subtlety, and green screams tranquility and life. Not in the energy sense, but like the tranquility of the balance of life. And then yellow tends to be sun. It deals with vitality and energy of something, right? Any of those motifs, they're like, I don't know if they're all tied together. The idea is coincidentally, I would like to believe it's coincidentally, despite different cultures, different humans, right, geographical separations, now that the internet connects everything, it's still like those themes still stay the same. They're very similar. That's why there's such thing as color theory. There are ideas like color theory, color therapy, right? Like eating things and whatnot. Like you probably already heard this before, but there's a great reason why red deals with eating. Eating tends to involve the color red. And it's not a coincidence, not necessarily a coincidence because we're human. It's not a coincidence that like the Chinese culture, the Japanese culture, and even Western society, like different examples, you can see that red induces hunger. Like red makes people hungry and want to eat, and then blue is calming. Like all of those stuff, despite like history separating humans and all that, the reason why color theory is still a thing, and biological stimulation from colors, they still exist because there is some underlying thing. So that's a way that an artist can communicate through it. Even Nagiyasu Miyuna, black hair with pastel tier clothing. Yeah, maybe you should use blue hair. Soft blue hair is always good to go. I'm trying to think of a subversive character, like an anime character where the color theory was deliberately used to contrast with their personality. There are some examples of this, and I can't think of, it's a lot rarer, but they do stick out. It's funny that I can't seem to pull one up. Like I would say something like Violet Evergarden. I've got her name. The thing is though, she's blonde, and blonde is like not necessarily color theory. They didn't have unnatural hair color in that show. It was supposed to be natural hair colors. And her hair color being blonde is because it's Western. The characters are in a Western setting, not a Eastern setting. So they would have like brunette, like slightly like dark brown to black if they were doing the naturalistic hair color. So usually you have to go to like shonen and like shoujo to get unnatural hair colors to be thematic. It's interesting. Watch quite a lot of anime. I mean, obviously these are not like really deep cuts. They're usually in your face. It does surprise me sometimes though, whenever I say these things, and there are people who like watch a lot of anime and, you know, look at a lot of anime, and it's still surprising to them. that I'm stating something very obvious, right? Like it should be right in your face. Like anytime you watch anime and if you watch a lot of shoujo or shonen, they're color coded. Like Pokemon are color coded. Like if there's anything I can highlight, Pokemon. Like if you look at Pokemon, they're all color coded. Everything is color coded. They obey and violate and subvert. Like the Pokemon exudes the way they color the Pokemon and characterize them. They all have a stereotypical theme to them, like you already know the difference between like Bulbasaur, right? Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, and Pikachu. Like those are the 4 primary colors, and how they're designed is reflective of their coincidental color coding. Water is blue, green is like, what are their personalities like? Squirtle ebbs and flows. Bulbasaur is chill, right? Chill and like sedentary. Charmander is feisty and fiery, and Pikachu is lively with a lot of energy. So those are the 4 colors. The poses look stiff. Your definition. Again, now I'm referencing Gyo. Oh, I see. Yep. I mean, they're supposed to be deliberately stiff. Sometimes I feel like whenever maybe you're drawing the wrong, maybe you're just drawing uphill. You're trying to make a shy girl not be stiff. Like, what I mean is, to show the girl is shy, it might actually be stiff. Like, oh, not shy girl stiff. Bad drawing stiff. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, my thought about a shy girl is probably like, here's the head, right? Body, feet, right? And then silhouette. Maybe like scarf going off. Let's just put a hat on her and she's staring this way, right? So like we'll just put some flowing thing here, maybe a scarf off to the side. So it would be just 2 stiff things. Legs, body, and feet, head. Put a little accessory. Right. Drape it out, like maybe like add another drape thing, right? Let's have it stare this way. And that's it. We'll just start there. But probably just like the boxes would be box, 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 feet, boxy head, and we're good to go. That's where I would start. And I would look for reference, obviously. So now that I know what I'm looking for, I would then go and look for a reference, right? Like, what's a good, maybe like head here, right? Neck, maybe drop the shoulder a little here. Something like that. And then stand down like this. Shoes. Whoops. That's a little too right, something like this. Probably shoes like this, pointed this way. Right. And a person's gonna be staring into the distance. Alright, something like this. And then maybe like, because of this, I will then draw some extra stuff, maybe like a belt. Or it could be like a cape, maybe. We could do like, drape it down. Like that. So then it covers a bit of the back, but we'll do like a cape. Right. Maybe like a scarf. Maybe an interesting hat. I don't know. But whatever it is, it just fills in on its own at some point. Maybe add a sword here. I don't know if we're doing like some sort of Ronin thing. It'll work itself out. Okay. Alright, that's it for brainstorming the things. You think you should try the single line scribble thing? Oh, the single line. Yeah, that's kind of what I do most of the time. So like when I was doing that, you know, I was doing, okay. Right, I can continue to do it again. Right. So I'm just holding down my, like I'm using a mouse, right? And I'm just holding down the thing and I'm just scribbling around. That's what I do before. This is how I sketched originally. So, and then when you scribble enough, you kind of, then when you go back, you can go and find your lines, wherever your lines are. You still have to scribble with intent though. Like the whole idea with the single line scribble thing is you have to scribble with intent. You're not scribbling by doing like this. You're not like staying in one place. If you stay in one place, it doesn't create any form. That's the thing you're trying to prevent yourself from doing. You have to go somewhere. You have to decide your thing has to go somewhere. It's kind of like even drawing clouds, right? I do clouds a lot because like, right? You still have to draw with intent. You still have to scribble. You still have to scribble with intent. It's not that you can keep standing in one place and then do this, right? You can keep doing this over and over again. And then it would look like it doesn't look like anything. So like things like you could keep doing this. Like some people would keep doing this when they're trying to like make a tree, right? Like they couldn't decide what to do, so they could end up scribbling something like this. And then it would look like that, which it's okay. It can be your personal thing, or you can scribble with intent. right? Then it would look more interesting. So this ends up looking more interesting than this. There's too much noise. So you do have to understand that when you're scribbling, you have to decide on, there must be some sort of intent. So scribbling, the reason why I think the single line, at least in my opinion, the intent of this single line scribbling thing is to make it so that you can figure out how to find your balance. Like which one do you like? And for myself, my scribbling ends up becoming something like this. So in the future, then you don't have to use a single line. You can use multiple lines. So then multiple lines would be like, okay, so at least you can get the roots down, right? So then you have this, and then in the future, you can do things like this, where alright, you can then start to explore different images. Then you can fill in the right. Right, so now the tree and the form and stuff. They have like purpose. So then you can like scribble things and it will still look like the thing you're trying to make. But it looks like everything's just it looks like it's haphazard, but it really isn't. You're deliberately doing things in a certain way. So I don't know. That's kind of it's really sucky explanation because I still haven't really done enough, right? I still haven't really done enough to be able to explain it well. Usually the most I have, the experience I have is I can only demonstrate it for the time being. So we did this before with the whole box thing, right? Just draw a box, right? And you're like, oh, it's kind of lopsided. It's like, all right, it's okay. Like, you can add like something here. Right? Right, so like it doesn't look like anything at the moment, but the moment you start adding things to it, it has more character at some point. And it doesn't have to look like a perfect box. It looks more organic that way, at least in my opinion. And then you can like add a little bit of shadow here. And you can flesh it out. And your eyes will fill in on its own. Something like that. Right. Pretty. And it looks messy, but it also looks characteristic. Like it looks less stiff. There's not much of this that would say, oh yeah, that's a stiff box. A stiff box would look like, right, that's this is a stiff box. This is a stiff box. I'm using boxes because I can't draw people. There's been this one photo of someone you've been looking at for 2 days and you really can't get it down. Interesting. Oh, well, you can always you can DM me the photo. I kind of want to stare at it too. All right, folks, that's a wrap for now. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, talk about things. You know, what we talked about today is about drawing or like exchanging ideas. Hopefully I didn't accidentally say something that's right or wrong. It's not really about right or wrong, but more about exchanging ideas. You want to encourage each other to learn something, inspire something. So no learning and exchanging ideas in terms of drawing and whatnot, that actually does relate to how language is learned, at least in my opinion. If you're not incentivized to do these things, it doesn't build, in my opinion, it's unlikely to contribute to the aspect of learning. I think the aspect of learning involves talking, exchanging ideas with people, like constantly brainstorming. You want to make, in my opinion, you want to make that the most common habit. Like, oh, okay, well, let's just do it differently. Let's just do it. It should, you know, the where your energy goes has to go through the idea of wanting to do something new, because what else are you going to be learning? You know, you're not trying to learn something old. That's practicing. So you can most definitely practice, right? When we talk about learning, the idea is about exchanging ideas, okay? Or seeing ideas, or consuming ideas, or creating new ideas. You're more than welcome to come on by and talk about anything related to that. Alright, so until next time, 大家下次见. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm gonna take a quick break in a bathroom break, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back to our 29th session of P3P. This is we're gonna try to get to the ending of our second playthrough. This is pretty much our penultimate stream of P3P. Let's go over our social links. We did the Moonlight Bridge event, right? So that's both the kind of the hangman operation, right? After the SEGA event, including the Chidori event, right? The Chidori event, and then the Ikutsuki, treacherous Ikutsuki, or maybe like clandestine Ikutsuki. I'm genuinely curious. I'll be paying attention to if they add anything more to that, because I feel like Ikutsuki is still like a bit underdeveloped, while like the SEGA is kind of underdeveloped too. There's a lot of intrigue behind their background and in Ikutsuki's background, honestly, and they happen to be largely male characters outside of Chidori, right? And Chidori happens to be the most developed character. I said this last time when I was trying to think about commentary that I would make in the next stream, which is my candid conclusion stream, that if we were taking Makoto Yuki as face value minus the Shiomi flip, which is the P3R doesn't include Shiomi stuff, most of the male characters tend to be underdeveloped and not the female character, right? So that's what was my first thought as I'm going. Fuka, we're gonna conclude all of these soon. Fuka, positively, I don't think there's anything different that was stuck out. Mitsuru, we go through her early period of her social awkwardness, right? Or her ignorance of her colloquialism. So the ramen shop, the wild duck burger, it's very adorable. I think it's your standard trope where there's someone who's so stringent, spent a lot of time with lots of obligations and duty, and only recently discovered how to live, basically, like understand the day-to-day stuff. So that's where we have Hidetoshi doing his usual thing, and we're about to conclude that, which would be when he decides... I don't think he decides to be a teacher in the social link. He simply decides he's going to step down from the student council, and also he does the little bit about understanding what sincerity is, right? From his father. I think he drops the bomb at the end where the person that was wrong for being sincere was his father. So he learns a bit of compassion, right? Nothing changed with the old couple, right? Yukari, nothing changed with Yukari. Interestingly enough, it didn't actually change. So she tries to make amends. She's gonna decide to make amends with her mother, right? And until then, give you a keepsake. And the swim team, he ended up getting knee surgery. So Kazushi ended up taking knee surgery in order to be healthy for his nephew and people who care about him. So he and his nephew are gonna undergo rehab together, right? Do the journey together. Chihiro, we found out who the culprit is, and it was just a misunderstanding and a lapse in judgment on one of the teachers. It was I forgot what did he teach? But it slipped his mind. So, however, it gave the opportunity for Chihiro to be affirmative, to be assertive, to defend herself. And it was in a weird way, because Mitsuru, she was jealous, right? She felt passionate. She's not really in tune with her emotions. Yet, so because of Mitsuru's suggestion to meet up with her normally, it moved her to action. She has this weird, like, I'm not gonna say a bipolar thing, but she's very aggressive when things she care about gets encroached upon, so it moved her to action, right? I think it was more of a MacGuffin though, like the funds was a MacGuffin because it would have resolved itself regardless if Chihiro confronted the teacher or not. Like that's kind of a thing, right? We already did the hermit. Keshke. So Keshke ended up becoming a doctor, and he's so weird. Like Keshke was a whiplash moment where he's upset that his father is right about things, even though his father is very supportive. So he's just angry. This is more like a child with a lot of privilege, and he just wanted to make decisions for himself, even if it's coincidental that his father like wants him to be a doctor or supports him studying abroad. And ultimately it took a really weird chaotic situation where there were two emergencies, two people that fainted randomly coincidentally next to each other. So I got some major whiplash from Keshke. I think Keshke is it's a storyline that I'm far more used to, and maybe I was being a little harsh on the writing, so to speak, or a little bit distant with the writing. It's very real. The idea of having parents who encourages and lay out plans for their child, only for their child to deliberately want to be rebellious towards that in order to gain some ownership and agency over their future. Now, this can be misconstrued and misunderstood because the parents could simply be coincidentally encouraging. So from this perspective, sometimes it can come off as the child having too many privileges. As in, you have a very supportive parent who just so happens to support you regardless of what you do, which kind of makes them right, so to speak. But the child is like rebelliously disagreeable, right? They're consistently being the contrarian. And for people who don't have those privileges, it may come off as, like, from my perspective, like people who don't grow up with many choices, it can seem like a really self-entitled person. Despite they're trying to make Keshke a little bit caring, he was a bit narcissistic. Like, he was very selfish in the sense that his whole thing was to show that he can make his own decisions, but no one was making the decisions for him. Like, it was very strongly written in a way that it seems like he has so many people who support him, and yet he keeps dismissing the support as though, like, he wanted to do something that people don't expect him to do. Something like that. Like, especially his father. So that one was a whiplash. I personally found Keshke, like, dislikable in that sense. Not that I don't see it very, like, you want to exercise sensitivity, because this definitely does occur very much nowadays. It's quite topical, where you have people who have a lot of privileges, yet they don't feel like they have agency over their life, right? It's kind of like internet fandom and things like that. Strength, Yuko. I didn't advance Yuko yet. So the last time we checked, we celebrated the 4th grader and the 6th grader conflict that resolved in good times and celebrated coaching, right? Michael resolves as usual. Farosu, same thing. Bebe, same thing, right? He ends up going back to his uncle with the kimono. And we're gonna see if any of these resolve the same way in the penultimate days. And these are fine. Mamoru ended up winning, right? Winning the national race. And then he ended up chasing after taking care of his family. So he did the other thing that Kazushi and Mamoru kind of run parallel in a different circumstance. So he ends up getting a job. He's gonna move away to support his family. Good guy, Mamoru. Oh man, Nozomi, that's a whiplash too, Nozomi. So to be super sensitive to it, Nozomi sounds like it's more of a storyline where there's a lot of trauma, right? What's inferred is probably he had a twin brother who is now deceased, and how he coped with the trauma is all the things you witness, pretending to be like forwarding a cult, eating excessively, trying to fulfill his role as the twin. There are quite a lot of anime that actually play on this. Like more recently, like ReZero actually, when I was watching ReZero, between Rem and Rin and Rem. I think that I only remember. I'm not sure if those are exactly. They're twins, and they have a background story about like fulfilling each other's roles, and one disappears. They try to fulfill each other's roles, and the trauma of losing a twin. Right. This is kind of what they played up, and then he has this really facade of coping where it's kind of very warped perspective, and then you kind of near the end you kind of slap some perspective back into him so that he can make his own agency, so he's not constantly trying to fulfill his twin brother, right, his little brother, try to be like his twin brother. And he's ended up coping by excessively eating and creating a perverse narrative of cult-like things. So it's a bit of a whiplash, although I still feel like Nozomi can be written out and fleshed out in a way that HSK can't. Like HSK is, oof. We'll see if they do anything with that. And then we advance Akinari, right? I don't think there was any substantial changes. All right, let's hit this up. I think we're right before the midterm, or not the midterm, the final exam. I think we have enough time to close up all the social links. These days should go pretty fast. Okay. This was Dando Ura was 1185, right? This is oxygen, is ozone. Left hand rule for the Lorenz force. Oh, the winter thing for you Snomete is winter's morning is pleasant, right? Are pleasant. The music restarts each exam. That's, oh yeah. Yeah, they don't separate audio from visual in the early days. Like each scene launches a different sound or a different track. So, and then in the newer stuff, like in newer modern, if you're talking about in the newer modern designs, the audio can be on a different like loading thing while the loading happens. So you can have typically what is done then is scenes continue to play the music while the scenes change, like the visual scenes change. That's a really noticeable change between early era games and later era games, where like when you're still within a scene, they can play different things and load different things while the music track persists. Yeah, the music for exam persists through the day, swap animation. Yeah, I think that's a modernization. It's an excellent modernization. And we have to remember that P3P was for the PlayStation Portable as opposed to the PC, and the PC was simply a port of it. Yeah, that's definitely one of the ones you notice a lot, where like every time you go to a new scene, the loop starts over again, like the music starts over again, as opposed to like if you're defining a place, any travel between the place and going between places, the background music persists. For sure. It's one of those things I really appreciate when playing later games, like games in the modern, the more contemporary era. It creates a continuity. It feels like the thing is continuous instead of constantly taking you out of it. Battle music is a different story though. Battle music can kind of get a little like they haven't really decided how to do battle music. There are some games where they do a fade in and a fade out, like the background music fades and then the battle music fades in, so to speak, instead of doing the little like abruptly shatter and then the battle music starts, the battle ends in like a second and it goes back to the background music and you always hear the first couple things and you enter another battle and then it keeps disrupting the music back and forth. That is part of like the mechanical JRPG problem, so I don't know if that's a problem or not. Like where battles last like a couple seconds. In some games you dodge the battles because of that. I can say, like yesterday a stranger came by and they said baby baby baby, right? That's how the battle music starts in P3. So like if you're doing the cycle that I was doing, where I like get in the battle and I run out and I'm dodging all the battles, but when I get into battle I immediately run out, all you hear is just the first part of the song. You keep just hearing constantly the first part. It's the same for this game when you're in the dorm room, where when it gets to a certain part, I always remember like the hey part, because it always ends there. Because by the time I get to a certain scene, that's exactly where the song stops, and it just keeps stopping there, so you can always remember it. It is definitely one of the older designs. I don't think I've played a game where they like change up the JRPG thing. Like I absolutely love Clair Obscur, right? Like from last year, Clair Obscur, and the music's fantastic. It still have battles though, like, you know, it goes into a battle scene and it still does that thing where the music cuts and then the music. So even then, when we have like gold standards and what like the new age stuff, they still haven't really, no one has changed up the formula. Like the, should we get a transitional battle? There are a few games, not right off the top of my head, that does a soft fade and a soft start. So like where the background music like fades and then transitions back in. However, that the games like that will take time, so it's not immediate, so it can make people like really anxious. Basically, it takes a while. You have transitional things, and lots of times that's less favorable than just having the music abruptly change, because it's faster, the game moves faster, as opposed to seeing a sequence that causes the music to transition into the other music and then transition back out. The way some games do it is they fade in and fade out the music, so it's less abrupt. Just make the battle walking music continue where it was after the last battle walking. I mean, that is one way to go about that. That is certainly one way to go about it. Where are we? We're on cacti, right? I think this is cacti moment. Okay. Do I actually remember the class content? Yeah, because you only have to remember the answers. This is why multiple choice doesn't teach you critical thinking skills. Since all the questions are unique, you only have to remember the answers, right? You don't even have to remember any of the content. Now, do I remember the class content? I do, because I read all of them. However, it doesn't mean that you can't simply remember the answers. Like, finding the answers is pretty easy because they made it so that it's dummy proof to some extent. Okay. Where are we? Oh, we're on. See, I always, when I'm at the school part in this one, I always wait for this part of the song. And then I let it, and then I do my thing. By the way, French, Nika, French song. Pretty sure that's French. Oh, by the way, Persona, when we talk about themes, like we were talking about color codes and stuff, Persona is entirely color coded. So like we already talked about that. All the characters are also color coded. And the music is also tone coded. They're theme coded in terms of the music as well. While they're all J-pop, like a version of J-pop, their infusion, they're all theme regulated. So between Persona P3, P4, and P5, they're all tone coded. So every Persona game has every form of their artwork and their music and their visual presentations is coded, which is great because then when they went back to like do P3R, even all the UI and all the UI elements are all tone coded. Like their other game, the game outside of Persona, Studio Zero, right? That made Metaphor. All of Metaphor is coded as well. So I can't wait to see what their new theme is for Persona 6. Like what theme they're gonna take up on. A lot of people are already brainstorming about what type of Japanese infused music they're gonna have. Because this P3 is hip hop, like hip hop, R&B kind of thing going on. P4 is bright, is incredibly bright, like anthem, bright, like power ballads and whatnot, like a little higher in energy. And then P5 has more like jazz infusion and whatnot. So it'll be interesting to see what P6 ends up being. I think it's these things that make the Persona games stick out as like a fashion over function a lot of times, where everything seems to be a set piece. They all gel together. Many of the other games, like people like play other games, those games oftentimes they would like make music functional and make sound effects functional, so it's more like all about the gameplay or something like that. And for me, that's why I kind of like gravitate towards I gravitate towards more artsy games. You had to talk to French people a couple of times here and your French has slowly fallen off. Oh, okay. Alright, let's see where we are with Mitsuru here. Oh, this is the duty speech or dialogue. We only have a short time to be together like this. Soon we'll be looking back nostalgically on these times. Did something happen? I'm just tired. There's no need for you to worry. Since my father passed away, I've been faced with many difficult problems. My inheritance, the future of Kirijo, and the expectation of everyone involved with both. Yeah, you literally went from long ago reading books and talking to yourself to now pulling out your phone. Oh, wow. That's quite a difference. Most likely, I won't be able to attend college or begin a profession. I will have to find another path. And this is about the arranged marriage thing. eventually too. The duty as a woman. Say, Yuki, what are your thoughts on marriage? It's the result of love. Huh, you're so straightforward. Love is not straightforward, in my opinion. The irony here is what she's going to say is straightforward. And like far more straightforward. Like from my background, from my perspective, what she's about to say is more straightforward than love. Love is messy. Because you're trying to be a romantic to contrast Mitsuru's thing. I actually think of what Mitsuru is thinking of, not the other way around. Love is incredibly romantic and messy. It's unpredictable, right? It's chance-taking. What she's about to say is not chance-taking. However, I'm a Kirijo. I cannot simply make a decision according to my emotions, right? That's straightforward. Emotions are not straightforward. An arrangement between two parties, such as marriage, must be carefully considered. Right? My parents' marriage was arranged for strategic reasons, but as time passed, they slowly grew to love each other. I don't consider them unfortunate. Love comes in all different forms. Do you agree? Do you have a boyfriend? No, that's a tough one. If I could speak with my father one last time, I would ask him. I can't believe the library is closing and we're still here. Huh, talking in the library. I'm not setting a very good example as student council president. We should go. We'll listen to Mitsuru as she talked about her personal problems. Right. I also asked my parents as well if they married for love or family. Or like duty related. They didn't give me a clear-cut answer, so okay. Now, is it Sunday? I get to be a depresso espresso person? Oh no, not yet.
はーい、誰？
あ、私だ。
なんか珍しくないですか？先輩が来るなんて。どうかしました？
いや、特にないんだが。
ははん、先輩もしかして寂しいとか？
おいおい、からかってるのか？
いいえ、ちょっと言ってみただけです。
Oh, you didn't giggle.
ならいい。
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
どんなやつなんでしょうね、ニュクスって。やっぱタルタロスにいるんですかね。
さあな。
ちなみに私は決めましたよ。行けるとこまで行ってみます。迷ってたってしょうがないし。これが聞きたかったんでしょ、先輩。
参ったな。
先輩って結構わかりやすい性格だから。
私は別に迷ってるわけじゃない。キリジョンも落ち着きを取り戻しつつある。卒業後はグループをいずれ率いるための準備を始める予定だ。もともと私に引き返す選択肢はない。
死んじゃってもですか？
もしニュクスを倒せるなら、この命と引き換えてもグループは残る。意志はまた継がれていくだろう。
You take it they redid all the music? They added new music. They added new music. And then remixed, yeah. So, yeah, they pretty much redid all the music in the sense that none of the original was untouched. So, like, they didn't lift something to it. Yeah. Which I really do appreciate, honestly. P4R is no different in the future, too. I was comparing it with Coffers. Coffers was playing P4R, too. different tracks.
倒せない存在ってことらしいですけどね。でも本当のところどうなのかな、それ。死ななそうって言ったら、私たちのとこのあいつだってそうじゃないですか。
確かにな。体にデスが宿っていた影響とはいえ、ペルソナ能力も別格だ。
Man, it's so difficult to listen. Like, Mitsuru talks very, very tough.
彼って不思議なやつですよね。
Yukari is good to go.
そうだな。
でももしもなんとかなんなくても、みんなと一緒なら私はいいかな。極論言うと、結果が生きるか死ぬかは実は重要じゃないのかも。要は満足してそこへ行けるかってことなんじゃないかな。ニュクスに立ち向かうって選択なら、私きっと満足できると思うんです。
Yeah, nukes. Of all the ways, Nix.
亡くした父さんのためにもか。
That Yukari hair color, yeah.
確かにそれもきっかけだけど、そう決めた私自身のためって感じかな。
そうか。
先輩、前に私に一緒に来いって言いましたよね。忘れてないでしょうね。
忘れるわけない。一緒に行こう、ゆかり。
はい。
Alright. You don't have too many of those happy scenes together, that's for sure. Not in the vibe of Persona 3. Alright, speaking of the vibe of Persona 3. Just give me a minute so I can calm down. False alarm. I had some pain, but it's better now. It's calming down. Thanks. I stopped taking my medicine. It's not going to fix me anyway, right? It just helps for the pain and spasming. What are you thinking? My medicine makes me drowsy, and if my hands go numb, then I can't write anything. I have to finish my story. The reason why my story is unfinished, it's because I haven't found the meaning of life yet. That contrast back to back, I know, right? I get lost in my writing, erase it, and then don't know where to go next. When we're talking, I have a clearer picture. I can almost see it. It seems like that might be the meaning of life for me. I'm probably writing this book to find the meaning of life. Well, if I do find it and finish the story. I hope we get a little more time together after that. He smiled weakly. Yep. The end of the story is pretty bittersweet. The sun is setting. I hope to see you again.
おかえりなさい。
Okay. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Results, right? The final exam. Oh, Edogawa. This is probably... Oh, it's probably Keto. Drawing lower legs, you don't know name, is so... Oh, the calf? The calf is where the curve is. The shin is the straight line part. You gotta put that little slight bowing curve on the back of the... Like, you think the knee is actually your issue? Oh, that's interesting. The knee. Okay, is Fuka here? Oh, Fuka is here. Alright. Knees and ankle. Oh, that's interesting. So the joints. Man, the joints are very identifiable, though. Just put a kink in your leg. And a kink in your... And a kink in your foot. I read this in a book the other day, but... Oh... We still need another visit. Oh no. Okay. I think we still have enough time. You find it hard to line up the knee and the curve behind the knee where it bends? Oh, I see. Oh, I guess I could have checked if Koromaru would go on a walk. Dang. I forgot to check if Koromaru, Koromaru. I think this is just staying up. Oh, wait. Euphoria? Right. Okay. Yeah, we still got Chihiro. Where are we here? I think we can Mitsuru on this day. This might be the one with the movie theater. Yep. The husband to be. It's so easy. You simply purchase a ticket at the window and you can watch a movie. It may sound strange, but I've been eager to experience a film in an actual theater. Even though we sat at the end of the aisle, I didn't feel like my view was compromised in the least. I find it interesting that so much thought is put into the design and construction of a movie theater. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks to you, Yuki. I've always felt too uncomfortable to come here alone. Imagine going to a movie alone? Have I gone to the movie theater alone? I don't think I have. I don't think I would normally have this type of conversation. But it seems to me that Yukari is the type of girl who wouldn't feel inhibited watching a movie by herself. She's also more suited to ride a motorcycle. A motorcycle? Yes, I believe you've seen it before. I used to use it when I provided support for the team. However, I didn't purchase it solely for that purpose. With a motorcycle, I can go where I want, when I want, all by myself. It's my modest attempt at rebelling against my restricted life. I had planned to get rid of it after it was damaged, but I decided to have it repaired instead. It may be a bit of an exaggeration to say I cherish it, but I do enjoy riding it when I have the time to. Let's go for a ride! Together, just the two of us. Can you ride a motorcycle? Or do you plan to sit on the back? Either way, it would be a lot of fun. Thank you, I feel much better. Oh wait. Wait, does the thing happen later, or does it happen now? If you don't have any objections, I'd like to stay here with you for a little while longer. Oh, that might actually be a change. Oh, there, J-Rab. Can't beat P3 music? Fair enough. Yeah, this isn't going well. You got the torso, arms, and legs pretty good. The thighs, really? Okay. Koromaru? Plans for Christmas. Oh, that's right. We get to decide who who to go for the Christmas thing. Emperor's birthday.
母親の墓参りかと思ってたかな。
真田さん。
いいのか、ここで。
はい。でも、今母さんに何を報告するのかって考えたら、違うなと思って。僕はまだ、やることが残ってますから。
ああ、俺も同じだ。今、シンジに告げに行くことは何もない。俺にはまだ、やることが残ってるからな。
決して勝てない敵か。どんな相手なんでしょうね。
さあな。だが関係ない。俺はもう目を背けないと決めたんだ。どんな相手だろうと変わらない。ま
ずは見てやれか。そうですね。一緒に行きますよ。僕も。
あ。
Oh, that changed. That definitely changed a bit. Exaggerating advice is pretty good. Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta exaggerate. You think the lower leg issue is also the direction? I can see that. Don't do exactly left and right. 45-degree angle. Oh, and diversion. Oh, have the feet point out. I mean, you could have the feet point in if you want. That's kind of a tougher ask. Having the feet point out is the way to go. You make everything in life sound easy. Well, when you're like standing, feet pointing out is kind of it kind of makes it a little bit more open. If you make it point in, I guess you could make the shy girl thing by having their feet point inward. I don't know if you know about the depiction. The depiction, when you point in, it means that they're nervous or like they're like closed off, and then when the feet points out, it means they're like more open, and like there's a dynamic to how the feet is. If you point them in the same direction, that's a little weird. That takes like some character consideration when their feet point in the same direction, and it can often feel stiff. It's kind of like when you first learn to draw, right? Or like when you first draw, you make the feet point in the exact same direction, and it makes it look flat and stiff. And then also like when the feet are pointed away from each other, right? Depending on the vantage point, one of the foot, right? The one foot is going to be like foreshortened, or it's gonna have like a lapping. So if you're looking dead on, it will look like a single box, while the other you can see the whole profile of the foot. So depending on if the person's standing 45 degrees, one foot will be directly in and out, so it would just be a box. So then the other one would be like a elongated, you can show the whole profile of the foot. That's kind of one of those things that makes it could make it look really weird if you try to make the person like make their feet point in, but at a 45-degree angle. One foot will still look like it's not pointing anywhere, and then the other foot will look like it's at an angle, something like that. It's interesting. Where are we? We're on Wednesday, What happens on Wednesday? Who can we get? Who can we grab on Wednesday? Can we go to the school? Oh no. Oh, that's a holiday. I mean, so I guess the best thing we can do is go to the shrine and put in points for Yuko, because we're behind on Yuko. You have one leg okay, but not the other. You just keep redrawing the other. Fair enough. All right, we're gonna hang out with Mitsuru for Christmas. Or Christmas Eve. Staying awake here. Yeah, we're talking about the ritualistic behavior for Christmas Eve. Today is Christmas, right? We're not doing Yukari. Nafuka. We're doing Mitsuru. Are you ready, Yuki? You didn't invite anyone else, did you? You can't, I don't think. I hope not. For some reason, I'm in the mood for a quiet evening, but I'll let you choose where to go. Okay, we went to the Polonium Mall. I think you're beautiful. Hmm. Do you want to? Champagne? Well, that's ritzy. Oh, well. Arigato. Do I have a gift? I don't remember picking up a gift. Oh, Lucky Charm? Oh, from the shrine? Oh, Mitsuru. Always thinking about work. She's a little bit more conservative than the subtitle suggests. How can you draw someone leaning on a specific leg? Tilt the shoulder towards that leg?
時計なんてものはなければいいと思うこともある。
The hip is probably gonna go up too. Or, oh, the hip would go up the other way. So the hip, like the hip will go in the opposite direction of the shoulder, I think. Let me see. Maybe you would have to do it yourself, right? Like if you stand up, should have drawn an A pose and call it a day. Wait, let me see. Yeah, the shoulder and the hip is probably gonna go. The hip and the shoulder seems like it's gonna go in the same direction. Got it. Like you would have to stand up and do it. That's kind of what I would do. I would just stand up and lean and see what happens with your body.
どういうことなのだろうな、この気持ちは。ひょっとして。すまない。独り言だ。独り言だったら、そう人の顔を覗き込むな。顔が赤いのが分かってしまうだろう。ここが明るいから。場所を変えないか。
She's exploring her feelings. It's okay. We need to find Fuka. Yeah, but if I do it, then you need to learn how to draw people that push their knee too far back, which is hard. Push their knee too far back. Oh. I'm not entirely sure if you have to pull your knee back that far to be leaning on it. You quite literally stand with knees too far back and toes pointed in. Yeah, I can see that. You should have picked the power stance. I'm kidding. I don't, and also for the record, I don't really draw, like if I were to draw a human being, I wouldn't draw a female either. I would probably draw a male because I'm male and I don't lean like that. Usually leaning would be something else. No, you should have picked sociology. Yeah, like for instance, the male lean is different from the female lean, in my opinion. Like the way you're imagining your lean, I'm not imagining my lean. Like for example, if you look at what Makoto Yuki is right now, he would be leaning. Like right now he'd be leaning. The way he's standing, if you imagine the rest of his body while he's standing, he's actually kind of leaning forward. He's a bit hunched and leaning forward. But his legs would be pointed outward, right? It would be like this way. And then there would be a slight like curve to it. But his knees wouldn't be like bent like a U or something like that. But largely because when the males, like when they move their legs apart, it's accommodating the lean. So one of the legs is closer to the body and the other leg is further out. So then it accommodates the length change, right? So the leg that they're favoring is straight up and down, but the other leg is a little bit out. It's slightly out. So then when you the length is accommodated for. So they're not necessarily bending their knees, but more the legs are drawn separated. You're trying to draw the legs going apart with toes pointing in thing right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know how. I honestly, I can kind of imagine in my head what it would look like. Sort of. And I know what you're... I also have a mental image of like a female where, like an anime trope where the girl would be doing this. And then her legs would be pointed in. Now, the other way I would draw the legs would be one leg would be forward and one leg would be back. And they would be turned in. So like, you would offset the legs, one being forward and one being back. So they would be like kind of staggered, pointed together, as opposed to standing side by side and pointing together. You'll send it after stream or whenever you sleep, whichever comes first. Alright, fair enough. It's interesting. Alright, we're gonna do Fuka. Oh, alright. This is her final rank 10. Fuka's room. Look at those flowers. She can't cook, by the way. Oh, she learned how to cook. I do miss her interaction with Shinjiro though, from the Shiomi timeline. Yeah, so like both legs going apart, one physically further back and heel off the ground, but toe on the ground, and the other further forward and the knee a bent far back. Yeah, sort of, yeah. So like the legs are like separated in two different planes so that you can offset the length change. And men, in my opinion, men does the other thing where they separate like sideways. So when they're standing, they look like they're like relaxing back into their position. So at least I'm not saying that women can't stand like that, but when it comes to like anime or character stances, females typically don't stand with a open power stance. Males do. It's more like a trope thing or a normalization. Like right now, her stance, if I'm trying to like imagine the rest of Fuka's body right now. Hers would kind of be slightly pointed in. Yeah, slightly pointed in. And it would just be up and down. See, this is why you have no coursework to show. You spend 4 hours on the sketch. Yeah, fair enough. You gotta doodle. That's very different from what's written there. People with sketchbooks, you don't know how they do it? Me neither. I don't have a sketchbook. Hang on, I gotta see the rest of Fuka's portrait. Hang on. Fuka Yamagi. Oh man, she had such a glow up. Man, the P3R, they could. Oh, yeah. Yep. She has her leg lifted. I see. Interesting. Yeah, pretty much everyone got a glow up. They're like P3 is like the furthest away so far. There's still Persona 1 and Persona 2 that may get a glow up, but man, ATLUS like the studio themselves, they transcended like the distance between P3 and P4, like P3R after like the P5R era. All of their artwork and stuff, like it's an incredible glow up. Everyone is such it'll help playing this game. Like P3P is gonna help me really appreciate the difference in P3R.
前に私未来を信じてみる力がないのかもって相談したでしょ。それがどうしてなのかあなたと一緒にいて分かったの。きっと何かを最後までやり遂げたことがないからだと思う。嬉しいと思ったことのない人は多分嬉しさが手に入る未来を想像できない。私は今まで何でも途中で諦めて半端にしてばっかりだった。だから私が何かを成し遂げる未来を思い描けなかったんだと思う。
The Fuka art isn't all that far off what you want to do. Yeah. I was thinking about it. I'm like, what you describe with your like leg orientation, your foot orientation kind of reminds me of a lot of the Fuka art depictions. Otherwise, she basically just looks like what's her name from Witch Hat. She's like floating and kicking up her knees bent while floating in the air. That's the other approach. You could just have her like floating in the air because that's kind of one of the things to do. You know, a side like a 45-degree angle, have both her legs kicked up, bent, and then like it's as though she was jumping or floating in the air. Kind of like Coco. Basically kind of like Coco. Most of the time she's just like drawn while she's floating in the air. Hey, do you know a way you can write your character's design stories to have no legs? No legs, huh? I mean, you could have an amputee in a wheelchair, but then you would have to draw a wheelchair. I don't know. My first thought is I might just draw legs as opposed to drawing a wheelchair. Actually, never mind. The pose you wanted to do needed legs. Oh. You could cheat and give her prosthetic legs. And those prosthetic legs can be in any shape, size, or what have you. Which there are definitely shows that use prosthetic arms and prosthetic legs that can do whatever. I mean, there are so many shows that use, you know how like mechanical feet come to a point instead of actually having feet? That does it for a lot of people. Especially mechanical maidens. Mechanical maidens tend to have no feet. Aegis is a good example. Aegis don't have feet. Aegis just has stumps. I'm pretty sure. Let me make sure. Hang on. Let me make sure. Pretty sure Aegis just has stumps. Yeah, she just has stumps. because she's a mechanical maiden. And there is somewhat of a historical reason for that, actually. And it actually is, it kind of dates back to Chinese. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure Japanese is on the same, had the historical thing for that too, and it's foot binding. Females, like historically, this is a historical thing, females were more attractive when they have small feet. So what they do is they would bind the feet and it would look like that. Their feet would be scrunched up so that they look like stumps. Yeah, it's actually kind of very like in modern day contemporary, thinking about that sounds like really painful and kind of off-putting. So I wouldn't dive too much into looking at what foot binding looks like. But that historically, I'm not entirely sure how prevalent it was for geisha. Pretty sure geisha participated in foot binding. Not sure which one came first though. Because it's a Chinese custom, but I'm not sure Japanese partaked in that. Oh no, Japan was never, they never practiced foot binding. Chinese did. The Japanese counterpart is a particular footwear, like the geta and stuff. But yeah, Chinese foot binding. That's kind of the thing. How do you draw a foot pointing at the camera? A box. There's a box. That's what I was referring to. The foot pointing at the camera or away from you. It's just a box. But then what about the heel area? You can't see the heel area if it's pointing at the you can't see the heel if it's pointing at the camera.
受け取ってもらえるなんて全然思えなかったけど、それでも伝えなきゃって思った。伝えたいって思ったの。それで結果がどうなってもって少しずつだけどこれからは変われると思う。あなたがいてくれたら私きっと迷わないと思う。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is something that they will likely change in P3R. If I have to predict something, it will probably change this aspect, which is kind of the old aspect of these types of games, where you effectively are in a harem at all times. Like, you're forcibly in a harem, as opposed to making the decision of deciding your romantic interest.
そうだ、忘れてた。
Not that other visual novel games don't do that. Still, I'm saying like for Persona games, they probably would change it up. Xiaomi already does that 3 years later when they added her stuff. I imagine that's what they would do retroactively for Makoto Yuki.
あのね、あなたにもらってほしいものがあるの。これなんだけど。
Oh, the headphones.
ほら、よくイヤホンで音楽聴いてるから喜ぶかなって。これ私の気持ちだよ。覚えてるかな？前に機械のことなら得意かもって言ったでしょ？だから お料理とかじゃなくてそれにしたの。
Wait. Wait, was that the same? She gave up on cooking? I'm not sure if she actually gave up on cooking.
私あなたと二人の時は
Maybe she did.
もう本当の自分を隠したくないから、あなたには私のこともっと知ってほしいから。
The sound is amazing.
ごめんね、女の子らしくなくて。本当よかった。あなたがそれを持っててくれるなら離れてても一緒でいられる気がする。
Alright. We still got Yuko to cover. Da, da, na, na, da.
ごめんなさい。なんかすごく楽しくて長居させちゃって。あ、いつの間にかこんな時間。あ、もう少しだけいいかな。もう少しだけ一緒にいて。
You prefer control for these sorts of games?
部屋にこもってたのか。
No, I just I mean, I just play control. It's a mix and match. For this game, the PSP, it was in controller for the most part. Like I play P5X on the keyboard and mouse. This one, actually, I might have played it on the keyboard and mouse because it's visual novel style. However, like the other games, like P3R, I would play with a controller. But P3P looks like they swapped out. Like the original P3, you move around, so you use the controller and a dual stick. It's a dual stick configuration with the moving camera and stuff. But the P3P version happens to take on the visual novel game, so I probably use a mouse and keyboard. Oh, we do need to do the Tartarus thing. Going to Tartarus during Christmas? Who is this guy? Wait. Oh no, wait. Just kidding. I don't need to. I think this is just for the missing people. Alright, it doesn't matter. We just leave. It's fine. We don't need to do the missing people thing anymore. Right? What floor am I on? 214? Yeah, we don't. Just kidding. We're leaving. I forgot the last block. The last block, or the fourth block doesn't have two partitions. Okay. So Mitsuru, maybe the Mitsuru thing changed. Huh. Okay, we're back at the library. Just looking at the bookshelf. Can I get a book for you? Looking for a specific book? No, I'm not. Thank you, though. Looking through the literature section made me realize something. There are a lot fewer books about marriage and family life than there are romance. Oh, no. This is still the same. Not already. Do you ever find the arias to slowly move out of your ear? Maybe a tip. No, I don't. Yeah, and I wear them I wear IEMs like 70% of my days. So no, they don't slide out. Do you think that means the most exciting time in one's life is before marriage? Is marriage worth that sacrifice? Mitsuda seems melancholy. Oh yeah, this still plays out the same way. Well, to be frank, the group is in turmoil over the inheritance issue. To be honest, I'm having difficulty understanding the expectations of the other members. But I'm the daughter of the head of the group. I'm expected to lead the company, even if that requires me to sacrifice something to do it. A fiancé has been chosen for me. Okay, so this still plays out the same way. He's the new president of one of our affiliates, and he's much older than me. But if I agree to the marriage, the future of the company will be secured. He's planning to announce the partnership and our engagement at the same time. Doing so will give the appearance that the company is stabilizing. It's the best solution for everyone involved. Well, of course it is. You're the only person I've told. My parents chose the same path, so I won't run from my destiny. If I reconsider and decline the engagement, then what will I do? Leave everything behind and go on a journey of self-discovery? On your motorcycle? If I did, would you come with me? I'm just joking. Yeah, so the next scene is when the fiance shows up. The would-be fiance. Yuki, lately I've been hesitant to meet with you like this. It's always just the two of us. I have to follow through with my decision, but talking with you has made me lose my resolve. It's your fault I'm feeling this way. Please excuse me. Goodness. Okay. Yeah, you have slight issues with it for Starfield 2s. You're using the smallest tip size, so you don't know if it's that. I see. Gotta get the snug fit. I have normal size ear canals, whatever that means. I'm kidding about the normal size ear canals, but I think by happenstance they're fine. Oh, it's Sunday. Time to put on my espresso depresso voice. Oh, that's right. There's also this.
あれ淳平くん
ああ、風花じゃん。
何してるのこんなところで。
いや、別に。浮かない気分の時はよく来ちまうんだよ、ここ。
そのスケッチブック、もしかして。
I do. I saw the Starfields before. You're buying. I don't think I've seen the Blessing though. 3 in a week or 2, perhaps time to try different sizes. Is there a reason why you keep buying new IEMs?
まあ、千鳥と初めて会ったの。風花はなんでここに？
家に帰ってたの。最近ちょくちょく通ってるんだ。
そっか。なんかさ、風花変わったよな。初めて寮に来た時と全然違えや。
そっかな。
前は正直ただ気が弱いって風だったけど、今は違ってるよ。
淳平くんも変わったよ。
ゆかりっちにも言われたけどさ、それ。でも俺全然自覚ねえや。
Yukari-chin.
この前だって
Good name
やれ
too.
怖えとかカッコつけんなとか。
I don't know. I feel like I'm a little impartial to Yukatan versus Yukari-chin. This would only be your second. Starfield was first. Okay. You didn't end up needing new ones that other time, but sometimes the sort of forced brightness of Starfield 2 can be a bit for long sessions. Okay. I mean, you can EQ it if you want.
みっともねったら。
そんなことない。
でもマジ怖かったんだよ。てか、今でも怖え。
けど考えてみたら迷ってる場合じゃないって気づいた。影時間のこともし全部忘れたら千鳥のこととかも忘れちまうだろ。俺あいつがいなかったら今生きてないからさ。それだけは死んでもノーだ。
怖いと思うのは逃げてないからだよ。誰だって同じ。恥ずかしいことじゃない。
風花。
でもね、だからこそ私みんなを絶対守りたい。
That your friend mentioned to offer to buy them for you if you work hard and you're not going to reject it. Okay.
本当は影時間だって普通に考えたらすっごい怖いことのはずでしょ。けど私たちはペルソナに目覚めて今こうしてる。この先どうなるかなんてまだ何も決まってないわけだし、今のこの思いに正直でいたいの。
今の思いか。やっぱ優しいな、風花は。行くか、みんな。
Okay. Alright, time for Akinari. We can hear his story. I think this is the one where he reveals if all goes as norm. So, I'd like you to congratulate me. As of today, I am a free individual. Did you finish the story? No, not quite yet. Almost, though. I just got back from the hospital. They were going to admit me, but not anymore. I guess my body's too weak to undergo surgery, so I refused any medication as well. So much for the hospital, right? Now I'm just waiting for the end. But I don't feel like I'm the only one being singled out anymore. Everyone is waiting to die if you think about it. Some just have longer to wait than others. But once the time comes, it's the same for us all. I'm still a little lonely, but I'm not sad anymore. I want to remember what you look like, Makoto. Oh no, we haven't. It's the very end. When you hear the end to a story. Thank you. I'm a little tired today. The story is almost done, so I can show it to you soon. In a very melodramatic way. I think I would be absolutely devastated if you didn't hear the end of the story. You do. You do. Spoilers. And you want to go on a walk? Okay. Oh, Junpei. Freezing. Borrow your fur? Come on, Junpei. Oh, yeah, he talks about Fuka. Do you place your drawing tablet, for the lack of thinking of a better word, the same way as your desk, like straight? Yep. Parallel to the edge of the desk. Although my desk is curved, so as straight as it is, I suppose. My desk has a lip to it, so it curves around where I'm in front. I don't place it against the curve though. Monday. I think because of vacation. Is it the same way as your keyboard and monitor? Probably my monitor. My keyboard is at an angle. It's not straight. Like I pivot to type on my keyboard. So I'm like my seat pivots. Right? I swivel. Oh, it's not pivot. I swivel on my seat to reach my keyboard. So it's not straight. Alright, so let's Yuko, right? How can I still select? Oh. No, we got it, Yuko. Almost Christmas Eve. Not Christmas Eve. New Year's Eve. Is it just twisted, or is it also to the side of one part of your body as well? It's still one side of my body. Like I'm not, my keyboard isn't facing me. Like it's not in front of me. Another free day. I wonder if... I wonder if these points stack. Or do you have to... wait until the next pip? We'll YOLO this. This. Every time he says this. Doggo? Doggo. Okay. Oh man, I didn't take into account these are all. Wait. No.
ちょっといい？おはよう。ねえ聞いて。アイギス今日帰ってくるんだって。
That's right.
みつる先輩から聞いたの。傷ちゃんと治ったみたい。今日は夜になったらラウンジに集合ね。忘れないでよ。じゃあね。
Wednesday. Yeah, I don't think you can ever interact with... Yeah, you can't during winter break. So I suppose we're just gonna dump some points into both. Okay, Aigis is back. This is where Aigis talks about her resolution.
ついさっき戻りました。ご心配をおかけしました。
いやーよかった。丸1ヶ月だもんな。心配したぜマジ。
私も万が一のことになったらどうしようって。私は機械ですから全損したとしても作り直せます。仮に全てがなくなってもアイギスという仕様は残りますから。
自分はそんな言い方しなくたって。
カンチにはもう一周と言われたんだが無理を言って急いでもらった。明日は大晦日だからな。
本当にご迷惑をかけてすみませんでした。ラボの方へはみつるさんが来てくれていました。あの夜のことは聞いてます。いろいろ大変だったみたいですね。お元気でしたか？って元気なはずないですよね。こんな状況じゃ。ごめんなさい。私がダメだったから。10年前のあの日、私、あなたに。でも私があんなことしなければこんな辛い思いさせなくて済んだのに。良二君が言ったこと、出された選択の答え、もう決めたんですか？お願いがあります。明日 良二くんがやってきたら、彼の命を、皆さんがこの先ただ苦しみ続けるなんて私耐えられない。こんな辛い記憶なら消す方を選んでほしい。たとえそれで今までの思い出や私のことを忘れたって。
アイギス戻ってくるなり何の話よ。
本当だぜ。アイギスらしくねえってそんなの。
どうしたんだアイギス。
私何のためにここに帰ってきたんでしょう。シャドウから皆さんを守るのが私に与えられた務め。でも私じゃ勝てないことがはっきり分かりました。私どうしてここにいるんだろう。いくら皆さんを思っても涙を流すことさえできないのに。アイギス、どうして無駄と分かってて戦おうとするんです。どうして一つしかない命を苦しいだけの戦いに使ってしまうの。そんな命を投げ出すようなこと私には全然わからない。
投げ出す気なんてない。そんな気がないから先を見たくなるんだ。
はい、わかりません。命を持たない私にそんなこと
そんな命がどうとか関係ねえよ。
私はシャドウから人間を守れと命じられた機械です。でも私の力じゃその命令を果たせない。今の自分が何のためにいるのか私わからないの。
When looking at lights with glasses, do you get the thing where the light sort of splits outwards with the edge of the lens? I don't know if it's for cleaning or something else. You're talking about like the spikes, or are you talking about like stigmatism, astigmatism? Because that can be a normal thing.
でも誰も答えをくれなくて。
そりゃ当然だ。生きる死ぬなんてのは人から教えてもらうもんじゃねえからな。誰だってなかなか決めらんねえんだ。オールオッケーなんて選択肢ねえからな。けど生きてる限りは何か選んでかなきゃなんねえ。
So like at nighttime, right? At nighttime you'll see it the most vividly, where like lights there's like a double image, like a little glow on the side, and then if you have like really sharp lights, there might be spikes, like stars coming out, so it kind of looks like a spike rays coming out of a light source. And depending on regularly without glasses, you have astigmatism, if that's what you're asking. I mean, what you're describing is either your glasses don't account for the stigmatism, or you have night vision things, because like lights do flare at night when people have astigmatism, and that usually doesn't go away completely with glasses. So it might not be your glasses. Like when you say poor cleaning, I'm imagining you're referring to your glasses.
だから同じに悩んで頑張ってるやつ見るとなんとかしてやりたいって気になんだ。その気持ちで俺らはなんとか進めんだよ。
But they flare in a different, much more significant way, all the way to the edge of the lenses with glasses. Sounds like you might need a new prescription. Usually, it doesn't, not supposed to do that, I suppose.
全然まとまってねえけど、多分そんなもんだ。
I don't know, how do you clean your glasses? It's not like it's smeared in some oil or something.
そんなもんですか。 アイギスが一人で倒れてたの見たとき、私気持ちが痛いほど分かった。今度は私が守りたい。アイギスを忘れるなんて絶対できないよ。風花さん。
目的なんて誰でも見失う。だがそうなったらまた探せばいい。 見つからなければ目的を変えたっていい。探すことを目的にしたっていいんだ。
It looks sort of smeared despite using a cloth. Are you using a microfiber cloth? And maybe like a light thing to remove oils. Usually, if you don't smear things on your glasses, wiping it down with a microfiber cloth would pick up enough oils from. I rarely ever have oil make contact with my glasses, and usually I wipe them down with microfiber cloths most. The cloth that comes with them, you have to change it every once in a while. And microfiber cloths come in different like pleatedness, so you can't keep using the same cloth. Hopefully you're like, because they wick. It's nice that they wick oil with new glasses as of this month. Oh, and I have no idea. Plus cloth, I see.
偉そうなことは言えないが、この1年で少しだけ分かった気がする。
Well, if you're asking me, do I see the light sort of splits out where I don't? Not my glasses. Like I don't see light out. I do have like light sensitivity at night. So like when I drive at night outside, I have light flaring because like I don't know how to describe it other than you have starburst shapes in lights, and glasses are one way to reduce that. So there's my glasses are like my prescription reduces the starbursting of lights at night. Generally speaking though, like the light source here, all of these are diffuse, so I don't see any things. Probably the same as you at night, you imagine. Yeah, it's a fairly common thing for people who have myopia. Like, it's not that they're causal to each other, but it's typically correlating. When your eyes start going out of focus, you might have maybe astigmatism, and then you might see after images or starbursting around bright light sources. In my room, all my light sources are diffused, so I don't see that. Like, for example, I've already shown how large the ring light is. The ring light is incredibly diffused, but there aren't any sharp edges. So my glasses isn't like randomly picking up a sharp edge or something like that. Headlights though. Headlights are pretty intense. Sometimes headlights can really make it hard to see. So night driving is not my favorite, obviously.
生きるとは変わるということさ。そして決めるのはいつだって自分自身だ。
私も変われるでしょうか。
もう随分変わったさ。自分で気づかないのか。こうして話しているとまるで本当の人間だ。
私に命じられた目的が今わかりました。
Night driving will be fun, first time experience, huh? Probably will be something, I can tell you that. I usually drive at night in the dead hours of night, so I don't have to like constantly stare at oncoming traffic headlights.
私は生きろと命じられた機械。
Hear me out though. The way glasses work now, they're quite excellent nowadays. If the quality of your lenses are anything to go by. The reason why I know this is there was a time when it was fun, like we were doing an experiment where we exchanged glasses with another person, and this person had older glasses, like really, or cheaper lenses, like they were saving money. And when I took their glasses and then when I walked outside, everything like flared up. Like it was so, everything feel like it was like a anime starburst light show. And then when I put on my glasses, like it diminished it really, really noticeably. So when you're describing things like light sort of splitting outward along the edges and whatnot, it also, your glasses can diminish or mitigate a lot of that. So it's probably related to your astigmatism more so than maybe your glasses being dirty. However, when you say you can see the little smear on your glasses, then that is definitely oil. Like if I take off my glasses, there isn't, like, I can't visibly see any smearing. The thing you can probably see is like dust particles, and usually I use a microfiber cloth to get rid of the dust particles over time, because my air in the house is not 100% dust free. It's usually like skin particles. You can see marks after cleaning your glasses, so now you think maybe it's dirt. That's probably dirt. Yeah, probably. Hopefully. You wouldn't want to replace your lenses. Lenses kind of cost quite a bit.
命じたのは私自身。怖くても生きてみよう。私は私と約束したから。
There is a possibility, I don't know how your glasses are. There are times across my life where if you bought, like, if you wore small lenses, like very small lenses, there's always a chance that a light can catch like the edge of your lenses, and it can create like a weird edge case where you thought you might see a light source somewhere that's bouncing off your lens. But usually that's not, it's a rare case. Maybe you give up and brute force not using glasses. I mean, it wouldn't improve your vision over time though. The lenses aren't especially small.
やり方なんてわからないけど、それも多分生きることなんですね。
そうです。
Like, my lenses are huge. I deliberately went with the
私も皆さんの仲間に入れてもらえるでしょうか。
当たり前だろ。たく前からだっての。
ありがとうございます。私はこれから何があっても皆さんと一緒です。たとえ何があっても。
Ooh, that's the spirit. Yeah, that sounds about right. The thing is, you keep needing alcohol wipes for these specific ones, like every 2 days, trying to understand why. Let me know why. That would be interesting. I mean, either your cloth is tracking oil because, and you need to change your cloth because the cloth have too much oil on it. It's not like the cloth suddenly disappears with the oil, so. And if you're using alcohol wipes, hopefully you're not using like acetone or like alcohol, because that can strip your glasses too. That's always a thing. Not that it will contribute to the oil thing. The oil thing, in my opinion, is either your fingers are making contact with it or your face is making contact with it. Whichever one. Usually oil doesn't hit your lens all of a sudden when you're wearing your glasses. So I think that's more of a personal hygiene or behavioral thing. Lenses don't touch face. You'd be surprised how often they touch your face. Where do you like? If you say lenses don't touch your face, where do you think that is the oil coming from? It's probably your fingers then. Eyelashes? There are two places where oil can come from. It's either usually from your face or your fingers. So, otherwise, it's not oil then. It's not like you work in a restaurant or something like that. Yeah, this is where we make our decision. 75% isopropyl alcohol. That's really high. Are you sure you're not stripping your glasses? We're not gonna do the other ending because the other ending we've already seen, which would end prematurely. In fact, the short ending overlaps quite a lot with the true ending or the extended ending. What are we gonna do? Do we have any? Oh, no, he's fine. Alright, so we make our decision, right?
やあ、久しぶりだね。もうあと少しで0時。約束の時間だ。
Keep your glasses for 2 years? I see.
0時を過ぎたら、僕はこの姿を失って、君たちの触れられない存在になる。答えはもう出てるかい？僕は彼の部屋で0時になるまで待っていよう。どうするか決まったら来てほしいんだ。
りょうじくん。
そうだ、伝えておかなきゃ。僕を殺すということへの抵抗感で選択を曲げる必要はない。前にも言ったけど、僕はどのみち消える存在だ。死への抵抗感は全くない。変な同情心は無用だよ。
I also wonder if you should learn to drive with or without them, given that you're on the limit without. Why is without a choice? What makes you think that you should be driving without them? Or is that even a choice?
じゃ、待ってるから。
Because the smudge thing? So, my guess is that it would be a choice. I disagree with you. That doesn't explain the choice, but my guess where the smudge is coming from is your hands are oily and they're dirty. So you touch the cloth and you keep wiping the cloth with your oily and dirty hands over time. And the cloth simply smears the oil around. So the idea is you want to clean your hands with soap, then touch a microfiber cloth, and then wipe your glasses. And over time, you're supposed to be extracting the oil or whatever the smear is coming from your glasses. Now, in terms of it's a choice to whether wear corrective lenses while driving or not, that is not a choice. I think that's a very fallacious and irresponsible thing to think that not wearing corrective lenses while driving is an option. Like, I don't think that's a choice. I asked you what qualifies as a choice, and you simply said because the smear thing. don't think that qualifies as saying if it's a choice or not. You either fix the smug thing, smear thing, or wear glasses while driving. There are quite a lot of people that I've encountered. So as for why it qualifies, you're still legally able to. That is a load of BS. I have nothing else to really say to you about that. If you have corrective lenses and you think that you're going to take a chance on being a borderline person, then that is the choice you're making. I'm not here to tell you that what you're doing is endangering other people. So if you want to feel like that's your argument, then I have no respect for your decision on that, right? So take it for what you will. If that's how you think about life choices, especially your own safety and the safety of others, then you can make that. You were concerned a little over that possibility. It shouldn't be a little concern. I think that is a decision like having too much privilege and entitlement, and then also not understanding that decisions like that are incredibly important. Being that selfish when considering endangering other people's lives due to being legally doing anything, that's kind of like saying, well, I had 1 drink of alcohol and I'm still under the legal limit. That doesn't endanger people or myself. You more so thought that because you typically don't wear glasses day to day. How does frequency have anything to do with your responsibility for making sure that you are driving correctly with corrective lenses? You don't run every day, so does that mean you're going to choose to run recklessly into other people? You made a very low hanging bar on making decisions like that. Like, I would be very uncomfortable with someone who makes decisions like that. So you don't try to do your best. You don't try to do your best in things like that. I would not, if you're asking me, I would not. I do not condone things like that.
Soか。みんなの考えを聞こう。
聞かれるまでもない。
もちろん決まってます。
腹くくれてなきゃここ来てないっすよ。
私も大丈夫です。
僕ももう迷いはないです。
私も自分で決めました。気持ちは同じだな。
じゃあ頼んだぞ。いいな。
The same type of rationale are people who do the same for texting. Like, oh, I'm just gonna text. It's not like I'm completely distracted from driving, right? And if the bad doesn't happen, right? That doesn't mean that it won't happen next time. So it's very similar to driving under the influence. These things are not whatever is convenient to you, at least in my opinion. Looks to be a cloth. The side you wipe with just the wipe but not the cloth is much better for lights. I see. If this says anything, I wouldn't do the 1 drink or texting thing. That has not. You're missing the point. You're constantly making conditionals for being safe. Like your argument for technically you're still legally able to. That is, technically you're not to do all of those things. So, like, if you're making conditions and making analogies, no, it doesn't say anything. You just made an argument that you would prefer your own convenience over the safety of other people and yourself. So That says a lot. Now, whether that will be something in your future, that's definitely your prerogative. If you're like, you specifically asked me, right? Or maybe you were just wondering to yourself. So you probably already have my point of view on it. I never put the safety of other people below my convenience. Like, that's something that I would not compromise on. I rarely ever have tolerance for myself to say, oh, is it convenient or inconvenient for me to do something that may or may not impact or harm other people? I mean, you can decide on decisions to harm yourself, like if it's deleterious or inconvenient to yourself. But these are one of those things that I wouldn't take lightly if it affects other people. Like, I wouldn't choose to have more convenience if what I'm going to do is going to impact others. You would imagine it's safer to use no glasses than glasses that create a lot of struggle to see with lights, though? Neither are good choices? No. Those are neither the choices. You make the glasses and you solve the glasses problem. Stop weighing only two options. When you're talking about the safety of others, you weigh all the options. You learn to get rid of the problem. If not, don't drive at all. That is the third choice. Don't even make this about zeros and ones. You don't drive at all. Like, I'm very direct about this. This is not about arguing about semantics. You're still making it a point of your own convenience. No, you get new glasses. You get rid of the smug problem.
Yeah. この部屋でこんな風に2人で話すの何ヶ月ぶりかな。もっとも、あの頃はこの姿じゃなかったし、名前も違ってたね。みんなは僕を生かすつもりらしいね。勝ち目のない戦いに命を懸けようとしてる。でも、今ここにいるのは君だ。もう一度言っておくよ。僕を殺せば、タルタロスと影時間と、そして君たちの戦いの記憶が消える。君たちは明日からごく普通の高校生として目を覚ます。そして何も知らないまま苦しむことなく滅びの瞬間までを過ごせるんだ。でも僕を生かせば避けられない死に怯え続けてその日を迎えることになる。ニュクスは決して倒せない。戦うなんて無駄なことだ。迷っているかい？それとももう答えを見つけてるのかな？僕の言うことうまく伝わらなかったかな。0時までまだ少しだけ時間があるね。君には見せたくなかったけど仕方ない。
ご覧よ、僕は人間じゃない。僕はあくまでもこの世界に死をもたらすための存在。消すことにためらいを持つ必要なんてない。よく考えてほしい。ニクスと対峙することが本当にみんなにとっての幸せなのかどうかを。世界にはどうにもならないことがある。君たちはそれを知らないんだ。記憶なんて曖昧なものさ。かけたってすぐにそれが新しい現実になる。今はみんなを苦しみから救うべきじゃないかな。これは君にしかできない選択だよ。
You put in the dryer. Or, I mean, you wash it. I mean, otherwise you buy a new cloth. Microfiber cloths come in large bundles, so you can buy multiple of them. Usually, though, microfiber cloths get really oily very quickly. They're meant to clean things very efficiently. So, if your hands are very oily, then it ends up
getting all of that. So it's very early, like it gets oily very quickly. You can go and put it in a laundry or something. That's fine too. You can still wash it. There are washable cloths. I'm not sure if the particular cloth you have from your glasses are washable or not. Otherwise, you buy packs of cloths and you keep the cloth in a place that you're not handling it all the time. Because if you don't wash your hands and like your hands keep touching the cloth, it just gets oily over time. That's usually where I think the oil is coming from. It's either the face or your hands. So, and there's also like sometimes microfiber cloths are sided. So it tells you which side is your wiping side and which side is your handling side. So like sometimes cloths can be like, I don't have any cloths that are the sides are coated, but you can always handle the cloth on the one side and then not the other. But generally speaking, that's like micromanagement. Usually if your hands are very oily or you have like hands that you don't clean very often, then every time you go touch the cloth, then over time it's just gonna smear whatever your hand oils are on your glasses. So that does happen a lot. And people usually buy bundles of microfiber cloths in like 10s and 20s. Like I still have the same, like I bought this bundle of 10 like 3 years ago, and I still have 3 of them here. So whenever I notice that the cloth starts smearing things, that's when I change it. And then I may or may not go and wash them. The older cloths, I would use them for other purposes, like wiping the surface of a table or something like that.
いいかい。本当にこれが最後だ。もう一度君の答えを聞こう。
分かったよ。残念だけど、命は君たち自身のものだ。その使い方もね。君たちの選択に従うよ。みんなのところへ戻ろう。君たちにニュクスに会う方法を教える。
よ、また会ったな、幼児。
残念だけど、君たちの選択だ。
当然でしょ。
当然か。ニュクスを止めるのは不可能なのにね。
行くだけ行くさ。すべてはそこからだ。
不可能と言ってるのはお前だけだしな。今の時点で可能性がなくても別にいい。
分かったよ。もうすぐ0時だ。時間がないから手短に話そう。これからニュクスに会う方法を教えるよ。場所はタルタロスの頂上だ。約束の日にあの塔の頂上にたどり着けばいい。
The glasses themselves don't seem to change anything astigmatism related though? Alright. I guess it doesn't.
約束の日って？
明日から数えてちょうど1ヶ月。2010年1月31日。タルタロスにニュクスが降りる。世界の終わる日だ。
1ヶ月。
タルタロスとは闇の夜空へとうがたれた巨大な大穴。ニュクスを導く目印。宣告者が現れることでニュクスは全てが整ったことを知り、そこへと降り立つ。そして滅びは訪れる。
だから滅びの塔か。とにかく頂上へたどり着けばニュクスと戦えるんだな。
そう。でもいいかい。これから始まる日々は君たちにとって無限の絶望との戦いになる。 前にも言ったけど、ニュクスは決して倒せない。ニュクスと直に向かい合った時、それがなぜだか絶対的にわかるだろう。君たちはそこで自分が何に立ち向かおうとしていたのかを思い知ることになる。
覚悟の上さ、そう何度も言わなくていい。1ヶ月後の1月31日だな。覚えておくよ。
じゃあ僕は先に行くよ。君たちとはこの姿であるうちに別れたいから。
りょうじくん。
アイギス、ごめん。君にもひどく辛い思いをさせてしまった。
私忘れませんから。あなたは敵であり、そして友達だったこと。
アイギス、
ありがとう。こんな風に会えるのはもうこれが最後だと思う。でも君たちのことはずっと見ているよ。それじゃあ
さようなら。
良いお年をって言うんでしょ、年の瀬はさ。じゃあね。
あいつ
1ヶ月後の1月31日か。行こう、みんなで。
Okay. So we have Aegis's social link starting up, and also the Judgment social link, or just the Judgment Arcana. What time? Okay. Oh no, we're still on vacation. Oh no.
おはようございます。明けましておめでとうございます。
今年もよろしくな。
コロもおめでとうな。
あっべえ、すっかり寝坊だよ。なんであんなの見ちゃったかな。イタリアかなんかのゾンビの映画見ました？
見るかそんなもの。
皆さんはお参りとか行かないんですか？
弦は担がない主義。
This is the yukata thing.
俺もそういうのいいや。
ゆかりさんたちはもう行ってますけどね。みつるさんが全員分の晴れ着を用意してたみたいですよ。
着物ね。俺っちちょっとコンビニ。
おい待て。
は？
初詣に行く気か。そういうのはいいんじゃないのか。
いやだな。いやちょっと散歩してくるだけっすよ。
Sure.
まあ暇だしな。たまには付き合おう。
僕も行きます。
なんだ結局行きたいんじゃないっすか。
場所は？
聞いてます。
よし。
Dorks.
明けましておめでとうございます。本年もどうぞよろしく。っていうか遅かったね。もう帰ろうかって言ってたのに。
ゆかりっち。
何や。
明けましておめでとう。どうしたより。
ケイジョン先輩、すっげえいいっす。
Okay, that's an expression.
なんだこれ。はは、なんだこの気持ち。
はい。
明けましておめでとうございます。私、和服って本当に着たことなくて、帯とか曲がっちゃってないですか？
ふうか、お前いいよ。なんかこう、いいよ。
もう、面白い構成の服ですね。ちょっと動きにくいですけど。
愛ちゃん、 和とのギャップがまたこうね。
そうですか？なんでしょうこの感情。
来てよかった。いいよな、お正月ってさ。
なんか順平さん変ですよ。
いやー、正月早々いいもん見れたっす。ね、真田先輩。
まあな。
それより寒くないんですか？
まあ正直ちょい寒いけど、その方が気が引き締まるっていうか。
いえ、そうじゃなくて、履いてないって順平さんが言ってたから。履いてない？
天田くんにいい教育してるわね。
待って、Ouch!
Ouch. Alright, I think we're just gonna... We know what they say. Head out here.
ね、風花は何をお願いしたの？
私は今年がいい年になりますようにって。普通だけど、でも素直にそう思えたから。
私もだ。
みんな同じか。
しかし神頼みってわけじゃない。大丈夫、私たちなら必ずできるぞ。
私たちなら。
じゃあ戻りましょうか。
Vision quest, probably. Alright, the music changed. Oh, this is gonna trigger the copyright. Yeah, this track is copywritten, so it keeps triggering. So is one of the Tartarus floors. The block 4 and block 5 triggers copyright. It is what it is. Yeah, I can't talk to Yuko or Chihiro because vacation. Dang. Yeah, there's just no way to talk to them. Guess we might as well make sure all the peeps get enough points. Wako? Walk. What do we have? Yuko? Okay. Think you found a good solution of cleaning. On the topic of safety, you're sort of surrounded by just one small drink first people. How might you convince them? What do you mean? I mean, they can drink responsibly. Unless you're talking about they take risks, and I mean, that is certainly your way of find your way of tactfully reminding them, I suppose. You can drive for them and be a designated driver. That's usually what I do. I'm the designated driver. If you're around them. Is that our last one? Yeah, it is our last one. I've been waiting. I finished my story and wanted to show it to you. As you know, I was having a lot of trouble with the ending, but I finally figured it out. Since the alligator ate his friend, the bird, he cried and cried for a very long time. In fact, he was so sad that he drowned in his own tears. His tears became a beautiful lake, around which grew beautiful flowers and a tree with delicious fruit. The other animals in the forest came there often to relax, but none of them knew the alligator had created it or that he was gone. The end. That's the ending I decided on. Even though the alligator did not find meaning in its life, the residents of the forest did. They just didn't realize it. Because the meaning of my life is not something I should worry about. It's really what others think of my life or what I was able to do for them. So for me, or you, or anyone, the meaning of our lives is something that we make but don't see. People can't survive without help from others. We all depend on one another. I don't know if that made sense, but do you kind of get what I'm saying? Absolutely. I'm glad. This is the notebook I wrote my story in. It's all I have to leave behind. I wanted you to have something, since you shared my last moments. My body feels lighter. Thank you for everything. Coming to see me, talking, even discussing the meaning of life. I can be glad that I was born. The toughest one. Arguably, debatably the toughest one. You've seen it get to the point of considering the legal numbers per country when thinking about things before, hence you thinking about this. I mean, you can be the designated driver. Take on the responsibility. I have to go now. Makoto, maybe, someday, I hope, we meet again. Dramatic irony. It would be kind of lovely if they showed that.
おかえりなさい。
Quick, before YouTube yells at me for this copyright. Hello there, Valen. Quick. So wait, does school never start again? So am I locked out of Yuko? And I think I might be. That sucks. Maybe not, maybe? Oh, I don't know. What a pleasant aroma. I only drink tea at home, so I don't know which type of coffee is considered good. But I seem to have taken a little liking to this one. By the way, do you remember what I said the other day about being hesitant to see you? Well, even though that's what I said, I find myself with you once again. To be honest, I don't know what I'm doing. What is it that I'm feeling for you? Don't worry about it. I see. Your thoughtfulness is very reassuring. Thank you. I guess I have another lucky charm, right? Does she say the same thing? No, an excellent choice. But most importantly, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Thank you. Oh, she says something different. On another note, you think you got the leg somewhat okay? Still want to redo a little though? Alright, fair enough. Okay, so... Wait, are you telling me that we never go back to school? That would be... Oh no, that would be very disappointing. That's... Because I need what? I need at least 3 days. Yeah, I need at least 3 days. Oh no, I see it. Friday is coming up. I think we have enough time. The problem is I don't have anything else to possibly do on this schedule. What's the objective of this run? It's to do all the social links.
帰ってきたか。
Who could this be? Yuko. Sure. I think we stacked so many points on her, but we can't advance without meeting her. Yeah, mine if you're still hungry. Not eating as much as usual. Don't worry, I'm not sick or anything. Has turned red. Makoto, you have some sauce on your mouth. Will you wipe it off? Thank you. Mako. You gonna wipe it off? It's bugging me. Okay. Wait, do I have another present? Do I have a lucky charm too? Alright, you get a lucky charm. Is this game just a harem game? Makoto Yuki, the original was a harem. It was like a harem track game. P3R is not. I'm pretty confident P3R is not a harem game. You pick one. If I had to guess. Shiomi's you have to pick one. I guess? No, I guess. It's not a harem game because half the members are male. They just happen to have nothing interacting with you. Which is what I mentioned about how the male characters are underdeveloped in the vanilla P3. Yeah, we can't do anything. Any males different if you play female? All of them are different. All the males are different. Like, all the male characters that supplants, most of the female characters are swapped out with them. Like, there are more male characters. Because you're playing the female role. Like Junpei Akihiko replaces, actually, you know, not that much more. Yuko gets replaced with Ryo, which that's still female to female. Nah, you get like 1+, but the males are written like Junpei and Akihiko, like some of your team members get written. Even Koromaru the doggo, and Ken. You still get the same amount of characters, really. But it's not really deliberately a harem. You choose a romance target. Which was... the female role was added to this game while maintaining what was available to the original P3. P3R, I imagine they rewritten those parts. So it's probably gonna... your experiences will vary. You can only do the shrine thing at this point. That's my guess. Not having played P3R, I'm presuming that they retroactively rewritten how the females interact with Makoto Yuki. And then they probably written more things about the males. Maybe even adapted some of the stuff from Shiomi's side and imported written for Makoto Yuki in P3R. That's my presumption. Until I play it, I wouldn't know for sure. Like a lot of, there are quite a significant number of players that would have liked Shiomi to be included in P3R. However, until I play P3R, I don't know if they rewritten or added stuff that was kind of adjacent to Shiomi's things into the game, but consolidated into Makoto Yuki's side. Shiomi being the name of the female character, and Makoto Yuki is the name of the male character. Just to clarify, in case you haven't gotten used to the names yet. Okay. Alright, so we get back to school, right? On the 1st? On the 8th? Okay. And then we have the alternative music. How come you don't know many of the anime character names? What do you mean by how come I don't know many of the... I know most of the anime character names. Earlier, because I'm thinking of anime characters that I'm not attached to. You asked me for if I remember Shy Girl anime. I don't. The ones that I remember are the ones that are important to me. So Rei Ayanami from Evangelion is an important Shy Girl. I don't remember the characters that are forgettable. You said I don't remember many of the anime characters. How many anime do you think I know? And how many characters do you think I know? I cited 2 that I didn't know. How many characters do you think I know? Because they would be in the hundreds. This is kind of like when you say I said something like Freeren, when I say Freeren like 3 times and you happen to hear me say it 3 times. How often do you think I talk about anime? You showed up when I referred to Freeren 3 times. But between the time of those 3 times, I might have mentioned anime over hundreds of times. So that's kind of like a frequency thing. Your sample size is very small. Also, I don't typically remember shy tropes too often. They're not quite memorable characters. Anime tropes tend to be grouped up too, because they don't serve anything other, in my opinion. They typically serve for fan service, not depth of character. What makes characters memorable to me? When I use them very often. A shy girl trope that's used to be a waifu material is not memorable because they are very similar to every other shy girl anime trope. The ones that I do remember are the ones that are identifiable. So, like, Coco, there's not enough for Coco to be identifiable yet. What makes characters memorable is how frequently they are used or how frequently they are related to everything. So typically when they're forgettable, that means they only exist in that one instance. So if you tell me about a character that you like and you only talk about that character in the context of their story, then I would consider that as a not memorable character, because they are only important in that one context. Most of my memorable characters are the characters that I would use a lot because it's related to something more than that. Who did you remember in Freeren and why? Freeren? Because she embodies the spirit of an older, experienced person. The way she approached life and the disillusionment of character development, that's usually is. Fern was not memorable because Fern was the typical shy girl archetype that's detached. And I don't remember the other character's name either. The male character's name. With the warrior. I guess his name is Stark. Are you saying it like a question, or are you saying Stark is his name? I don't remember the dwarf's name either. As in that the right person? Yeah, I was referring to Stark. I mean, I don't remember any other character name other than Frieren. I can describe all the characters. The details of the characters are still more important than the names of the characters. Because you keep saying, how come I don't remember many of the anime characters' names? That doesn't mean they're not important. You're fixated on the idea of like the names being the most important thing, but it's the stories they tell that are far more important. So like the dwarf, the most memorable thing about the dwarf is how he stayed loyal to the village despite the passing years. And then the hero figure that Frieren traveled with, he's the one that left a lasting legacy. Stark was the one who didn't realize his potential until he trusted, right? Especially with his like on and off again relation with Fern, where Fern is very detached and she had to learn how to trust, and one of the characters that she could trust was in both Stark and Frieren. Right, and she has aspirations of becoming, I forgot how they qualified the licensing, but she passed one of the licensing exams. And Frieren is most memorable in the context of following the legacy of the hero figure, and as well as the legacy of her former master, the human mage, or did they call them mage or wizards? Either mage or wizards that defy the elvish like stereotype, right? The whole storyline where Frieren eventually meets with the elvish master of her former mentor. They were mages? Okay, fair enough. Is this extra space deliberate? What's this one? Wait. Is she... which one's correct, right?
Nah, ちょっといいか。今から軽く付き合うね。天気も良さそうだし、屋上行こうぜ。そういや俺らって2人だけで話すって案外なかったかもな。もうすぐ成人の日だな。去年までは単なる連休の日と思ってたけど、今年はさすがにちっと思うよ。俺もちゃんと大人になって普通に成人式とか出んのかなとかさ。つうか最近急に世間の空気も妙な雲行きになってきたよな。新聞もニュースも人がわけもなく集団で倒れたとか消えたとか、そんなんばっかだ。シャドウの被害が増えすぎてて記憶の補正が追いつかねえんだって先輩は言ってた。どう考えても 例のニュクスってやつの影響だよな。ここんとこそれ系の話にかこつけて妙なカルト宗教みたいなのも騒がれだしたろ。やれ週末がどうたらこうたらってさ。早いとこなんとかしねえとな。それにニュクスだけじゃねえ。ストレガの2人もまだ生きてる。だんまり決め込んでやがるが、どっかで必ず俺らの行動を邪魔しようとしてるはずだ。決着つけねえとな。それにしてもお前とこんな命預けるまでのダチになるとはな。去年の春には想像もしてなかったぜ。もっとも世界がこんな無茶なことになるって自体考えなかったけどな。ところでお前さ、もしかして風花と付き合ってっか？いや、そうならそうで別にいいんだ。ただ風花っていい子だぜ。なかなかいねえよ、あんな子。ちゃんと大切にしてやれよな。しかし実感湧かねえぜ。
So he ends up picking Fuka as the discussion topic regardless.
こっからマッチンゲット、すげえ運命がそばまで来てるなんて全然思えねえ。けど見えねえから見ないってんじゃ何も変わんねえんだよな。お前正直すげえよ。こんな運命10年も前から追わされて、そんでも自分の力にしちまうんだからな。俺今までいろいろグダグダ言っちったけどさ。
Is the social link dialogue all redone for female MC? For this section, I'm not sure of this section. No, they're not all the same. I mean, they're not all different. The social links that overlap, the social link dialogue that overlap, they stay largely the same. So half of them are the same. Half of them are neutral. They're gender neutral. So you might have a few things here and there, like Michael, for example, the little girl that had the divorced parents, she ends up having a crush on you as Makoto Yuki. And I have yet to find out, and you're her big sis when you're Shiomi. However, I have yet to find out if there's no way the ending thing with her father is going to be the same for Makoto Yuki, because the father kind of ended up hitting on you as Shiomi, so that's not going to happen on Makoto Yuki's side. So there are a few little things here and there where the social links, I think 5 or 6 of the social links are identical, and they don't change because the events and dialogue is gender neutral. The ones that aren't gender neutral is what separates Shiomi from Makoto Yuki. They were specifically written in a way that they're gender related. Now, the thing here is, I am unsure who Junpei mentioned in this particular scene for Shiomi. My thought is he probably mentioned how Fuka changed and became strong, as opposed to like you are if you're going out with Fuka. What reason do you want to do multiple runs for? This game requires that you beat the game with both protagonists. And also the social links are different. So you asked me earlier what the objective of the second playthrough was, the social links. 6 or 7 of the social links are unique. And the game also requires you to complete the game with both protagonists.
お前と会えてよかったよ。真顔で言うとはずいけどさ。でも本当の気持ちだ。
That really is to learn, like, to read the stories. That's why there are multiple runs.
戦いが終わってもずっとダチってことでいいよな。
requires how so? It's requirement for achievement. Like the game requires you to beat both games, to play both protagonists. And also the game is both protagonists. Like, what do you mean how so? Like, you're playing a game, there are two protagonists, so you play both protagonists. Unless you're insisting upon the idea that when you play a game, you decide to just play half the game or a part of the game. That is definitely your prerogative. But I think when you're asking a question like that, you might want to take into consideration the idea that, well, if you play a game, do you want to play the entire game or do you simply want to play part of the game? Also, this is in Japanese, so we're listening to the Japanese CV. And during the Xiaomi playthrough, I was listening to the English CV. Friday. Okay, Fuka. Okay, so we still have Hidetoshi. Oh no. I don't know if we're gonna have enough time. Hang on, can I go? Oh, I can. So we can see the end of Hidetoshi. Hidetoshi stayed the same. So that's my review on the proper way to wear one's uniform. Please keep these things in mind. I'm not trying to force everyone to change the way they dress. I would like to hear your opinion. You overhear several comments. Yeah. Hey, did Hidetoshi just say he wanted to hear our opinions? Before he didn't care what we thought. Well, at least he's trying. Yeah, the meeting's over. Only you and Hidetoshi remain. Thanks, Makoto-kun. I couldn't have done it without you. How'd I do? So-so and not bad? Not bad, dude. If you say so. Anyway, it's a big weight off my shoulders. I may have given people the impression that I'm selfish, but I'll win back their trust. Look at this. Hidetoshi removed a lighter from his pocket. Oh, this is where he drops the father reference. You know that cigarette butt in the bathroom? One of the guys fessed up. And you know what else? He promised me that he'll never smoke again. This lighter is proof of that. I earned his trust by showing concern for others, just like you taught me. Here, I want you to have it. That was related to the comment about the glasses. Thanks. Yep, the cheap lighter. I've been looking down on people, but you taught me an important lesson. I don't think I'll ever compare to you, though. Hang on. Wait, does he not mention the father thing? He's gotta mention the father thing, right? Do you remember the story? Yeah, here it is. Do you remember the story I told you about the TV anchor woman? The men sent to prison was my father. I see now that sincerity is important, and I'm proud of myself for learning its true meaning. I also realize what an amazing man my father is. It's time to go home. You want to go somewhere? You know, we'll never hung out outside of school. He decided to go to Hidetoshi. He seems really excited. To where, though? It doesn't even tell you where. Maybe grab a bowl of ramen. Ramen for the giggles. Okay. So hopefully I get 2 cycles around before the game's over, so we can get Yuko. Yuko is available Saturday and Tuesday, I think. Tuesday and Saturday. And then Chihiro is available Monday. So let's see if Yuko is here. Alright, Yuko is here. Oh, so is Chihiro, but we have to do Yuko. Oh no. Why are we in the cafe? Hopefully this isn't a buy. About last time. I'm sorry if I said anything weird. This was in her room when we were celebrating the coaching thing. Can we just forget about that? Forget about what? Oh, if you don't remember, that's even better. Like, that's one of those things. I remember back in the day when someone did that, like when I watched a television show or like a movie where when someone's like, oh yeah, can you forget, you know, like a person did something really embarrassing. It's like, hey, about that thing, like, can we pretend like it never happened? And then someone would say, like another character would say, pretend what happened? And then they're like, I got you. Maybe physical body movements do have value. Physical body movements? They certainly do. It's so embarrassing just thinking about it. I want to talk about something different today. Yuko straightens herself in her seat. Do you remember what I told you at Wild Duck Burger? Which, by the way, when it comes to physical body movements in a visual novel game, usually you have to read what they did, and then you have to use your imagination. However, thanks to ATLUS, right? ATLUS decided to invest in rigs and like animate the characters. So most of their video games tend to play out less like a visual novel game, which doesn't require the like what she just did there, where Yuko straightened herself up in her seat. So you have to like imagine that happening. Do you remember what I told you at Wild Duck Burger? How Mr. Ekota reprimanded me about my classic literature quiz? I actually don't remember that. Back then, I just wanted to graduate and go to a community college. But after coaching those kids, I started to realize something. I enjoy helping people who are willing to give it their all. And guess what I want to be? A teacher. Or a coach. A kindergarten teacher. Huh. I really struggle with this decision, but I decided I should focus on one thing, and that's not it. Okay. Alright. What is it? I'm thinking of becoming athletic trainer. That's fair. You have to monitor each athlete's diet and help them plan their training schedule. I'll go to professional school once I graduate and work towards earning my certification. Wait. I guess, did any of them even... No, I don't think you could have picked the right, like, the exact thing. I guess an instructor would be fairly close, I suppose. Between the general education requirements and the classes for my major, it adds up to over 350 hours. That's definitely one way to look at the major. That's why I'm gonna start studying right away. Improving my writing is my first goal. It took me 3 nights to finish that 3-page essay. I mean, that sounds fairly reasonable. I learned a lot from those kids when I first started coaching them. I was thinking about how I would teach my own kids one day, and I didn't have the slightest clue. Well, that all changed. If you hadn't been there with me, I'm not sure if I would have been able to coach those kids. And I would have never thought about my future either. So thank you. You never know what could happen. Hidetoshi actually decided to become a teacher. So, interesting. Well, I have to go. I've got to study. Good luck. Wish me luck. Good luck. Okay. Alright. We still got one more for her. Okay. Although Sundays. Wait. So we're on Saturday. Oh no! Wait. Actually Saturdays are for Mitsuru. Oh no. Oh no. It's fine, right? Okay, Chihiro. I think it's fine. I'll have enough time, hopefully. Sunday. What can I do for Sunday? We don't have anything on Sundays anymore. I'm screwing up. Can I okay. I can. Oh. Worse luck. Okay. Hopefully I didn't run out of time for Mitsuru. Because I don't think I have... My schedule is pretty tight. No. So Monday. Wait. Is Monday a holiday? Why am I here? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can't chat with Chihiro. Oh no. Okay. This is gonna be bad. Wait. Did I screw up? Hold up. Oh, I think I screwed up. I think I screwed up. Oh no. I haven't been saving it. Dang it. I realized I didn't start the Aegis. The Aegis track. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna find out. I might have to do all this over again. I missed the first opportunity for Aegis's track, so that sucks. I guess we'll see. It's a very limited time between Aegis and sucks. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I can't do Chihiro because Mitsuru is also on the same day on Tuesdays. Wild Duck Burger. Is this not where the husband comes in? I think I've acquired a taste for fast food. Do you remember when I said that I was hesitant to meet you with like this? Well, could you just pretend you never heard that? We both sleep under the same roof. There's no point in worrying about it. And I should confirm my decision. It's a melancholy tone to Mitsuru's. Hey, Yuki. Do you want to see how many places we can visit in one day? Or is that being selfish? Let's do it. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Let's visit all the restaurants you introduced me to in order. I can go anywhere now, as long as you're with me. Thank you, Yuki. Let's make some memories that will last forever. Well, that's different. I can certainly make my decision after I had some fun. I hope. And that's different. Or is it the next one? Huh. You spend time with Mitsuru until just before curfew and then you return to the dorm.
お、来たな。今から葉隠れ行くからさ、お前も行こうぜ。お、即答じゃん。つが、今日は真田さんのおごりなんだよ。ほら、屋久島の時さ、勝負したことあったろ？
Oh.
まあ、お前はとっくに忘れてっかもだけど。
Right.
あれ、最後はお前がゲットしたじゃん。まあ、相手はアイギスだったけどさ。
Oh, this is different. Yeah, this is different. Are dorm schools much of a thing in Japan? I have no idea.
結果的には先輩は負けってことだろ？いやー、認めさせるのに半年かかったよ。だからお前を待ってたんだよ。みんな先行ったからさ、すぐ出ようぜ。
I like to say no. They're not. So this is different.
みんな特製でいいんだよね。
I think Akihiko loses the bet. Like, Akihiko loses and pays for it in Shiomi's timeline.
特製ラーメンを5つで。
いやー、なんか嬉しいっすね。真田さんに飯をおごって。
Oh no, no, never mind. This is normal. Akihiko, he was talking about Akihiko losing the bet. Just kidding. Yeah, this is the same.
またそれっすか？
Yeah.
いいじゃないっすか、細かいことは。けじめはビシッと大胆につけないと。
おごらないとは言ってないだろ。なんアイギスまで疑うのか？
いえ、そこのカウンターの雑誌読みましたか？気になる見出しがありますね。
雑誌？
これです。救世主ついに現る。話題のカリスマ本誌に激白。
ああ、最近カルトっぽいの流行ってるよね。
Right.
ネットとかですごい人気なんでしょ？
The work of SEGA.
おい、この記事の写真見てみろ。救世主ってこいつ。
ストレガの高谷か？
どうも世間がおかしいと思ってたが、こいつらの仕業か。食事中に最悪だ。
読みます。人間は今、憎悪の連鎖と将来不安とが循環する目に見えない牢獄の囚われとなっている。だが今世界には我々を新たなステージへと引き上げる力が降臨しようとしている。私はそれをニュクスと呼ぶ。私はその真実に触れ、一足先に力を得た。そして確信した。ニュクスさえ訪れれば、すべての人間は必ずや苦しみから解放されると。
ニュクスって なんでこいつがその名前を。
っていうかニュクスが救い真逆じゃないの。
本気で言ってるのかどうか疑わしいな。遊びでやっている可能性もある。
ふざけやがって。
だが社会にはニュクスの真実に触れながら救いを理解できない哀れな者たちがいる。彼らは私に近い力を得ながらその力を個人の目的のために悪用している。昨今巷を騒がせている説明のつかない怪事件、真相は彼らの手によるものだ。
なんだそりゃ、俺らのことかそれ。
声大きいっての。
つうかこいつらどういうことだよ。話題のカリスマってたった2人のくせにちょい見ない間に何なんだこの有名っぷり。
ジンの方はどうも以前からネットで絶大な知名度を誇るハンドルらしい。こういったメディアの使い方もあいつが仕切ってるんだろう。
露出の少ない芸能人にブランド感が出るみたいなもんね。たくムカつく連中。
私はこれよりニュクスの来訪をより確かにするため約束の場所へと赴く。彼らを恐れることはない。ニュクスが訪れれば全てのものが等しく救済され皆安息できる。今は希望にのみ思いを馳せ、来るべき時を待つだけでいい。何も心配する必要はない。待つことだけが唯一の正しい選択肢だ。同志諸君、これは静かなる革命である。
静かなる革命？こんなん信じてる奴がいるなんてな。
先行きの見えない未来を変えられるのは異形のカリスマだけなのかもしれない。以上で記事は終わってますね。このコメントを最後に彼らは再び行方がつかめなくなっているようです。
行く先などタルタロスしかないだろ。まったくくだらん演出だ。
でも彼らのせいで街の雰囲気明らかに変わってきてますよね。口には出さなくてもみんな心のどこかで怯えてるみたい。
実際そうなんでしょ。こんな馬鹿げた説法を大勢が鵜呑みにしてるって自体普通じゃないもん。
情報なんて信じる気になるかどうかさ。確かめる方法なんてないんだから
な。必ず死んじまうってんだ。嫌な予感が広まんのも無理ねえけどな。
必ず死ぬことは特別なことなんでしょうか。命が必ず終わることはニュクスのせいで降りかかった特別な運命なんでしょうか。人間にとっては当たり前のことだし、最初から知ってるはずのことじゃないんですか。
まあね。
正直俺だって自分が死ぬ日のことなんてこうでもなんなきゃ考えなかったぜ。でも俺らもう迷ってるわけじゃねえんだし、いいんじゃね。目的はニュクス。邪魔すんならストレガとも決着をつける。そんだけだ。
そうだな。まあわざわざ探さなくてもタルタロスで鉢合わせるさ。どうあっても俺たちが邪魔らしいからな。
約束の日か。ほんともうすぐね。
ああ。それまでできるだけのことをしないとな。
よし、そうと決まりゃまずは腹ごしらえっす。すいません、俺赤くれ丼も追加で。いいっすよね、カナダさん。
ちょっと順平、アイギスの半分食べるって言ったでしょ。
それも食うよ。
Half of her food.
残すなよ。
Just half? Oh no. Now I have to be curious if I have enough time to do either. That means we would have to push off another day for tomorrow, because I don't think I can accomplish Aegis. We'll see if you can miss like one day or something. Okay. I come here a lot lately. Before, I couldn't stand the benefits of coming to these places called shrines, but lately that has changed. This is also where we met Koromaru-san last summer. He waited here until we found him, even though he knew his master had died. Now I can understand his reason for doing that. What drives people isn't necessarily facts, but feelings. He knew for a fact that his master had died, but his feeling of wanting to be with him made him stay. It's the same for me. I have grasped the fact that I can't protect you, yet here I remain.
Subconsciously, I was following my feelings rather than the available data. I was so confused at the time that I didn't notice it, but to tell the truth, it seems that the reasons behind my behavior changing while I'm with you, Makoto-san. How can the legs look like it's further backwards from the camera? They get smaller. Oh, I have a correction to make. I talk about what drives people, but of course, Koromaru-san and myself aren't people, so this is still the same. I'm sorry. Yep. Okay. I imagine it deviates near the end. The question is, have I already screwed the pooch? What's this? Dang it. Okay. We're kind of falling behind literal time too. I'm actually running out of literal time. Where are we at? Are we at 8 or... Oh, okay, so this scene is the 9th one. I see. So nothing too dramatic changed. I've been wanting to see that movie for a long time. It was very entertaining. Even though it was a typical road trip movie, the way the characters expressed their emotion was great. The main character sacrificed everything just to go on a journey with his friends. And then in the final scene, he decided to return to his normal life. I wonder if he was happy with that decision. Hey Yuki, have you ever thought about going to a place like that? Somewhere far away where no one knows who you are? Really? I'm surprised to hear that. I didn't know you felt that way. Alright, don't underestimate me. I don't yearn to leave everything behind. It's just that sometimes it's easy to become bound by the things that are important to you. The future of the company, all of my responsibilities. This is where this butthead's gonna come in. I wish I didn't have so much to worry about. Sometimes I feel shackled by my family name. However, I know that kind of thing is not permitted. I've become so undisciplined, constantly complaining. I must bore you with all my griping. Here it comes. Oh yeah, we're on. There's something I want to ask you. Now, hypothetically, what would you think if I told you that I am interested in someone? And even though I can never be with them, I can't stop thinking about them. Would that be wrong? Hypothetically. Yep, there he is. Mitsuru, I've been looking for you. I didn't expect you to find you here. We're leaving. Let's go. Hmm? Wait a minute. I didn't make any plans with you for today. Well, my business meeting for this evening was cancelled. I'm a very busy man. You're just going to have to adjust your schedule to mine. I can't, and I've already made plans. Well, you can break them. I don't think you have anything more important to do than spend time with me. You look so solemn. You know this benefits you as well, don't you? I thought you understood our arrangement. Now, you are to be my wife, and you are to be obedient. Why must you and your family always be so difficult? Well, at least your father is no longer alive. I'm relieved at that. What a scumbag. I imagine you feel the same way. How could you say that? Just pop him one. Okay. Who the heck are you? This is none of your business. Get lost. Listen, Mitsuru. Corporate management is not child's play. No matter how smart you are, you're still going to need my knowledge and experience. And the Kirijo group still needs the cooperation of my company, does it not? Yes, good girl, Mitsuru. I knew you would listen to reason. Now let's go. I've made reservation for us at a luxurious restaurant. Very well. I wish you hadn't seen that. Well, thank you. I had a lot of fun today. And I'm sorry. Please excuse me. Mitsuru is leaving. What will you do? Grab her fiance? Okay. Stop. I know how you feel. Let's go, Mitsuru. By the way, you? What business do you have with her? You should know your place in society. An ordinary person like you is not fit to interact with people like Mitsuru and myself. Don't you understand? You're just a nuisance. Can't believe this. If you continue to befriend derelicts such as this, Mitsuru. This is where she, like, slaps it to him. That's enough. Mitsuru? I said that's enough. I won't let you insult him. Why are you getting so angry? If you insult him, you insult me. Mitsuru? What are you talking about? How dare you say he should know his place? You can't even compare to him. He lives life on his own terms, and he has taught me not to fear the future. I want to be with him now and forever. Well, wait, I'm not sure if that was the same line. Probably, right? You want to be with him? Now and forever? What on earth are you talking about? You're my fiance. You think that I'm inferior to this hooligan? I suggest you retract that statement, Mitsuru. I will only forgive you if you apologize to me this instant. Think about the future of your company. I will not apologize. I want to be with him. You don't care about me or how I feel. The Kirijo group can stand on its own. We don't need any help from a person like you. From today, you and I are strangers. And if you try to do anything malicious, I will use the power of the group to destroy you. Get out of here, you snob. I don't want to see your face ever again. He just cries. Yeah. Mommy. He cries. The well-dressed man ran away like a baby. Oh, she ran away. That's different. I think there's a bit of a change in there somewhere. I don't recall that happening. I think. Tension runs high. And I'm out of time. The Lost Souls, right? Yeah, I don't think I can ever get to Chihiro. Or Yuko. Right, because Aegis is next. Aegis is on Fridays. So Yuko is going to be tomorrow, right? Oh no, but tomorrow is probably Mitsuru. Oh man, I think I did lock myself out. I like this place. I can see the entire town from here. The Moonlight Bridge is to the right, and over there is Polonia Mall. Oh, and did you know you can also see our dorm from here? The ocean waters at Yukushima, where I've been sleeping, were clearer than these, but I prefer the view here. Before I came here, things such as liking or disliking this scenery never entered my mind. What about you, Makoto-san? Do you like this town? Of course. I'm glad to hear that. Feeling the same way as we view the same scenery. It feels nice. I guess is smiling. Many feelings towards various things I had not recognized before, making themselves clear now. It's a little scary sometimes. But if I can change by being with you, I want to hold on to this feeling. How strict is the routing to get all max? It's fairly strict. In the sense that you have a lot of time for certain social links, but you don't have a lot of time for others. Like Aegis, I'm not entirely sure you can even skip a day with Aegis. I did inadvertently skip the day with Aegis. And also Mitsuru. Mitsuru, you can actually have access to her on a second playthrough probably earlier because she requires full academics. You have to be a genius to start her. Oh, I'm sorry to have gone on for so long. It's still January, so I imagine that you are quite cold. It would be awful if you caught a chill. So that's same thing. Is P3R the same for the stat requirements? I think so. Aegis herself is probably still in the same place. And if it's the same as P3, which I don't know, this one I don't know if it's the same as P3P, your social links don't carry over between playthroughs. So you actually have to do it during the playthrough. So it doesn't change where Aegis shows up. So I guess I'll find out if you can miss a day or not. So today is a free day, right? So I should be able... Wait, Aegis is there too. No. Today's not a free day, so I can't do either Chihiro or Yuko, which is the two that I'm missing at the moment. So that means I have to Aegis. Yeah. Oh, this is the doggo thing. Okay. Oh. Okay. The dogs. Right. Dogs suddenly surround us. They seem angry. You're the ones I often see at the shrine. What is the matter? Aegis begins talking with the dogs. Huh. Koromaru-san? We did that? She can talk to dogs. Wait, we aren't mistreating Koromaru-san. It's true that he's helping us in our battle. However... The dogs drew closer to Aegis. No. Oh, right. These dogs are Koromaru-san's old friends. They doubt our intentions regarding Koromaru-san, since he has been more frequently injured lately. How can we make them understand? Try explaining. This is all a misunderstanding, everyone. They bark. They don't seem to want to listen. Please don't be angry. Calm down. Stretch out her hand to one of the dogs. Oh. The dog seemed to have been, Aegis seemed to have been bitten by a dog. But she's made of metal. Oh, I'm so sorry. My hand is hard. Okay. The dogs ran away. I see. No wonder they doubt me. They're confused since my body is not natural. That's what she took from it anyways. I hope that dog isn't hurt. I have been thinking lately, Although my heart may become more human, my body will forever be mechanical. Of course, that's how I was designed, but I'm not strong enough to be a weapon, and I'm too rigid to pass as a human. I'm neither fish nor foe, not completely machine nor human. I mean, that's true. You had all the stats to max in August. You don't know if you have enough time left for links based on that? Yeah. Probably, I don't know. My newfound emotions are supposed to be a miraculous thing, but for some reason, sometimes I wish that I could be an unfeeling machine again. I know I'm not making sense. I'm sorry for saying such things. If I hadn't been created, I would never have met everyone, and that includes you. If I can stay by your side, then nothing should faze me. Okay. Oh yeah, that's because... That's right. We should make sure that the dogs understand our situation. Wait. Oh no. I'm not sure if I have enough. Okay. It would be bad if you were placed in danger again. I'll see you later. Excuse me. I might have to do all this over from the last save point. But we'll see if missing one day pretty much breaks the thing. For science. Yeah, for science here. Oh, Mitsuru. What was the Mitsuru thing? Right. Yeah, the posters. Talks about the end of world posters. SEGA. Okay, so I have a free day today, but it's Sunday. Wait. I mean, it's Sunday, so I can't do anything, so we might as well go. Like, these don't advance the social link. That's kind of... Thank you for coming to the bookstore with me today. Right? I've been thinking about my future, so I decided to order some reference books. Aren't I just the most amazing, ambitious person you know? Just trying to be funny. I feel so motivated now. That's the spirit. I'm gonna do my best. Normally I'm a quitter, but this time will be different. Go get him. It's fine. We have so many points stacked in her favor, but we can't get like an opportunity to hang out with either of them because the days are all occupied. Okay. This is Cersei, right? Okay. Yeah, because we're gonna be doing Aeon the whole time. That means that I can't do... Yeah, I can't do Chihiro here. Oh no, wait, Chihiro day... Oh, today is Fuka actually, not Chihiro. Guess we'll find out. Which one is this? The child? Oh yeah, the cat. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a moment? Have you seen a kitty cat around here? She's a precious little white spotted cat named Muley. Muley. She slipped away when I was looking. I'm so worried about where she could have gone. She's almost as old as I am, so I doubt she could have gone very far. A white spotted cat. Did you see one, Makoto-san? I see. I'm in a tizzy. I hope my little Muley is eating alright. Thank you for your help. I'll try looking elsewhere. I don't think it matters which one we pick. The old lady left to look for a cat. A white spotted cat named Muley. If you don't mind, Makoto-san, can we help her look? It seems the old lady will suffer greatly if they remain separated for much longer. Alright? Yes. What's the phrase usually used in situations like these? What goes around comes around to hit you in the back of the head. That's it. She could be so hungry by now that her stomach and spine are only a minute away. What? Or is that an instant away? Anyway, we should hurry. I don't remember that. Hello? Muley-san? She ends up, Muley-san, are you there? There's no trace of her. I can't sense hostile reactions such as shadows, but this? I'm useless, aren't I? I'm sorry, I was the one who began this search. It's not working out after all. How could a machine like myself have feeling like a normal person? It's getting dark. We should return to the dorm for today. Thank you very much, Makoto-san. It makes me happy that you took the time to indulge me in this. Agus is smiling. Yeah. Yeah. Did they find it? I think they found the... This is like a kind of a bittersweet thing. I'll be going back home alone. I need some time to think. I'm sorry, and after you invited me out too. What? I thought the decisions were different. I could have sworn there was another dialogue option, so maybe we should have looked for the cat? Huh. I'm all sorts of derailed. This is so derailed. Oh man, I coulda... No. Okay. Tuesdays. I'm pretty sure... Wait, Tuesday. Tuesdays are Mitsuru, right? Yeah. And I'm still behind on Mitsuru. Oh, there's Chihiro. She's Tuesdays and Wednesdays. But I think Wednesdays are Aigis. Yeah, so we're 2 behind. That means that I can't do Saturdays. I don't think anyone will find us up here. I use my authority as student council president to make sure of it. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, you know? But I don't care about that right now. What I want to say is... The thing is, I need to apologize to you. I'm so sorry about what happened the other day. That makes me happy. Really? She seems very happy. The other day, I ran away after saying all those things to you. I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry. I've been planning to tell you how I felt. I just can't believe I said it in front of so many people. But that's not all. You've opened up a whole new world to me. A world full of happiness and surprises. I can't stop thinking about you. Yuki.
責任は取ってもらうからな。
I feel so free now. You're very special to me. Of course, because of my situation, I can't let anyone know about this. So, like, you could kind of say it's like a harem thing, but honestly, it doesn't lead to that. Usually all of them end up being like, yeah, they like you, but there's an ultimate fate involved. From now on, I'll only call you by your first name when we're together. It may feel a little awkward, but that's what I want to do. Well, I no longer feel shackled by my family name. I meet you because of who I am. Makoto, take care of me. Stay with me just a little while longer. How many girls like you at all? Yuko, Chihiro, Fuka, Yukari, Mitsuru. I guess. I guess 6. Makoto Yuki has 6, I think. Am I missing one? No, that's it. 6. You have 6. And I think in P3R, I'm pretty sure in P3R, you're supposed to initiate a choice. So not like this, not like P3. I'm pretty sure P3, the original P3 just simply have you obligatorily go down the path. So they might have written something different for like platonic stuff. Pretty sure. Anyways, Xiaomi has Shinjiro, Akihiko, Ken. Honestly, I don't know if Junpei is one of them because Junpei has Chidori. I think it's just the 3 of them. Yeah, I think it's largely just 3 of them. I'm not sure about Junpei. Alright, no doggo. We're in trouble now. 10 days, yeah. No chance. No chance. Because what? Today's Wednesday, so it'll be opportunity for Yuko. But we're doing Aigis. Another 7 days would put it at the 27th. Guess we'll see. We're still 1 day behind too. Mioli? Was that a cat's voice? Could it be? There's a spotted white cat in the corner of the back alley. The back alley. Are you Miaoli-san? Look at that tub kitty cat. So you are Miaoli-san. I'm so glad. Makoto-san, let's go tell the old lady about this. Aw, there. You seem a little skinnier than you used to be. This little one is all I have left to keep me company. How much more do I have? I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow to do the ending. Because the ending's pretty long. I was lonely when Miaoli-san was missing. I don't know how I can thank the both of you. Lonely? Is being by oneself lonely? Oh yes, dear. When you get to be my age, you find that all the wealth in the world won't take care of you. Living alone is a dreadful thing. Some of my neighbors have delightful children, but they aren't interested in old ladies like me. Well, Muley, do you miss your basket and blanket? Want to go home now? Thank you so much, you two. The old lady left. It seems that living is something that can be done alone. Maybe right? Yes, it's important to keep someone in your thoughts and to know that you are in theirs. To be able to contact them anytime and to touch them. But I do understand one thing. I feel happy when I'm together with you, Makoto-san. Five. Okay. However, I am still curious. If to live means to be able to connect with other people, how close to that goal can I come with a body like mine? Just kidding. I have been exceedingly timid lately. Is there something wrong with me? I wonder. We should start heading back. Just growing a heart. How it goes. Wait. I have to do a Tartarus day. No, I think we're fine. Or science. So I guess I can basically load up a different save point and then see what the Chihiro and Yuko's last things are. Probably the way I'm gonna go about this. Go about this.
急にすまない。一緒に来てくれないか。その話があってな。
What was that?
俺らもっすか？
いや、とりあえず彼だけでいい。
Oh, this is the Chidori thing. Yeah, this is a neat,
じゃあ、
a special unlock.
生徒会室だ。
なんか一人だけって割と珍しくない？
単に生徒会のようじゃね？
そうだけど、なんていうか先輩の様子ちょっと変っていうか、なんかを背負い込んじゃってる時の顔。
気にしすぎだって。さーて、じゃあ帰るとしますか。
Interesting.
あ、てか順平、あんた席順的に彼の代わりに掃除当番だから。廊下お願いね。
どういう仕組みそれ？
先に事実から伝えておこう。それがの一人だった千鳥という子を覚えているだろう。
Junpei eavesdrops.
落ち着いて聞いてほしいんだが、実は彼女が今日にも目を覚ますかもしれない。言いたいことはわかる。確かに彼女は目の前で命を落とした。でも実は事件の数日後から彼女の体に象徴化が起きるようになってな。生と死のどちらとも言えない状態がそれ以来何十日も続いてたんだ。わからない。彼女のかつてのペルソナ能力と関係があるかもしれないが、君を呼んだのはイオリにどう伝えるべきか意見を聞きたくてな。というのも彼女はおそらく。はい、私です。そうですか。はい、わかりました。連絡があった。たった今目を覚ましたそうだ。信じがたいが、これであの千鳥という少女は一度死亡を鑑定された状態から蘇ったことに。
Yep.
今なんて。
いおり。
千鳥が。嘘、ドッキリとか。
いや、嘘じゃない。彼女は今、以前いた病院で静養してる。
They also added a really nice little cut or like addition at the end where when they were recovering their memories from Nyx as
た
well
だ、いおり。
later.
彼女はおそらく。
千鳥が生きてる。
あ、こら、順平、当番はなんなのもう。
お互い無駄足になってしまったな。けれどまあ、こういう伝わり方の方が。この後、私も病院へ向かおうと思う。すまないが、もう少しだけ付き合ってくれ。
Although it's kind of a bittersweet.
あれだけ乱れていた内分泌も臓器の状態もいつの間にかすっかり改善しています。体力こそ弱っていますが、あと2年で命が危ういなんてことはもうないでしょう。
千鳥なのか。夢じゃねえんだよな。
夢？
本物だ。本当に千鳥だ。
あなた誰？
あ、
やはりか。象徴化は適性をなくした証。もしやとは思っていたが。
こちらは桐城さんと伊織くん。去年君のお友達だった2人だよ。
友達？私は吉野千鳥。ごめんなさい。私実感ないんだけど、ここ何年かの記憶をなくしてるみたいで、なんだか長い夢を見てたような感じ。
吉野千鳥。
おそらく適性やペルソナを引き出されて以後の記憶が全て。代わりにそれ以前のことを鮮明に思い出すようですが、皆さんのことはおそらく。
いおり。
いや、けどむしろ消えてよかったんすよ。戦いだの薬だの覚えてたって。悪夢は冷めた方がいいに決まってんすから。
誰も悪夢なんて言ってないでしょ。勝手に決めないで。長いトンネルの出口で優しくて温かいあの人に出会う夢。はっきり思い出せないけど、あの人に喜んでほしくて、私。
Is it intentional? No. Well, it is, but no.
私、花を、確か花。
Where else do you think the camera is gonna go?
千鳥、いいって無理に思い出すなって。
That doesn't cover part of the game.
部屋の花。その記憶にリンクするということはやはり。彼女が花を元気にするという力の使い方をすることがあったのを覚えていますか？実は彼女は伊織くんが来る日になると必ず部屋の草花にあれをやっていたんです。彼女が触れた花は不思議といつまでたっても枯れなくなる。なので私はそれらを研究用にと全て捨てずに取っておいたんです。実は私、検視の後にその花を胸元に並べて手向けておいたんですが、今思えば象徴化はあの晩から始まったのではと。
自分の命を分け与える力。
You don't expect it to be anywhere else and assume it's something you knew. There's a little space on the left that it would be inconsistent and look off due to being so close to the edge of the screen. Yeah. That's, usually people would play this in full screen and they would block most of it. When you say it would be inconsistent, it is consistent. You're thinking about it in a way that it is inconsistent because of the particular game. But the reason why I've already arranged it this way is because usually games like these and a lot of other games, they use the entire screen. So there's no potential way to not block something in the game that makes it inconsistent. What is consistent is where my camera is and where the game is. So, in all purpose, actually this will be less of a problem in the future because most modern titles. What about the top left for this specific game? Then it would be inconsistent between videos. So you're weighing the consistency of a game over the consistency across all games, across all of my streams.
よりのための花に与えていた命が集まって再び火が灯ったと。
So the idea is that you either be consistent with something or inconsistently consistent. So, or consistently inconsistent. What was the side change at one point? What do you mean by what was the side change at one point? The side change at one point is because the timestamp is over on the bottom bottom right in YouTube format. So is on Twitch. The timestamp is over the bottom right.
もちろん確証はありません。でも今の彼女は昔と全然違っているんです。記憶や力もそうですが、一番変わったのは。
And if you're curious, if I got asked a question about why it's very hard to read the game when you have it displayed like this, is because usually someone was going to ask me, why don't you have it in full screen? Well, it's because if I use it in full screen, then it would be inconsistently being moved around to avoid blocking the game feed. So that would still not solve the problem, and it would still create inconsistency of where people look. So if you're curious, what bothers people more? The inconsistent placement of the person's camera, or the inconsistent placement of the video game? Generally speaking, is the inconsistent layout that bothers people more than trying to constantly change around the game. That usually is not the case. Now, you could argue that there are people who move their camera around because they like have a green screen or something and they would adjust the thing. That's perfectly fine too. Like, you can do that. The way I chose to do this was because in the future, most games consistently, their dialogue box is not like that. You can probably notice it in P3R.
ちょっとさっきから聞いてれば私の話。
君がちゃんと生きたいと望むようになったという話だ。
Usually video games don't like waste real estate on their screen. So you can place yourself like in the, if you say place yourself in the top left hand corner like you suggested, that would just cut off the left side head of most of the characters. To be fair, the dialogue is also fully readable like this with a bit of a filling gap. It's not really a problem. I know. It is being fair, and that is inferred. Now, if you think moving to the top right and cutting off the corner of someone's head, that will lead to the same conclusion, where someone says, hey, you know, your camera is blocking a bit of the head. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why you don't, you know, you use your best judgment on here. And also, I already played this game through English, so we listened to the English CV as well. And if you don't understand Japanese, that's the kind of the whole point of listening it to Japanese. So.
何それ当たり前でしょ。私はいつか絶対あの人を探し出すの。こんなところで寝込んでる場合じゃないの。
探し出してもしも会えたら君はどうしたいんだ。
それは
Now you could argue, like that's why you asked me, what about flipping it and putting it on the bottom right, the camera on the bottom right, and that would circumvent the like left to right text, right? Left to right text. Or the bottom right, whenever you load something up, whatever's on the bottom right is the options that block everything. So the reason why this is on the bottom left is because then it is visible while you're looking at thumbnails. So whether that's important to you or not, you could decide to swap the sides and put them on the bottom right and then have a timestamp be over your face the whole time. Like if you look at your thumbnails, there's a gigantic timestamp and all the options and features and all the things that you interact with is on the bottom right of the player. So whichever corner you pick, you might be thinking, okay, well then what about the top right corner? The top right corner is the most common UI elements in video games. They are in the top right corner. There is another problem with certain other designs. The UI elements are on the bottom left hand corner. And then if you're wondering, well, why don't you keep the top left? UI elements are also on the top left corner. In actuality, when you play enough games, there are UI elements on every single corner. So you can decide to move around each and every way if you want. That is definitely up to you. For myself, if you're asking me what is the most important thing about the stream, if someone tells me that the most important thing about the stream is the video game that they really love and would want to play, then they should play the video game, not me. Why did you choose to make the game large enough to overlap with the camera large enough to overlap with the game? It's because the native resolution of the game that I'm playing is in 900p and my camera is in 365. So each of those are the exact resolutions by their dimension that fits in those boxes. You could choose to make the game bigger and then compress it and squeeze it into a smaller box if you want. That is your choice. The reason why I didn't is because every time I start up a game, I can set it into the normal resolution and it would show up in the game in itself. Now you could make all the games like your 2K games and your 1440p games and then compress them into that box if you want. This is a stylistic choice because the bigger the feed, the more you can encompass it. So I decided to make the camera as big as possible and the game feed as big as possible without compromising on which they overlap. And usually that corner that they overlap is still enough to show most of the game. If you're saying, why not make it so that it doesn't overlap, then the game feed becomes smaller or the camera becomes smaller. That's the answer to that. So why did I choose to make them overlap? Is to maximize the amount of game feed and maximize the amount of camera feed. You can choose to shrink your camera and shrink your game feed if you want. That simply makes them smaller.
あなたには関係ない。
千鳥。
互いの思いが結んだ奇跡。いや、勝利だな。
千鳥。
どうしてあなたが泣いてるのよ。
しょうがねえだろ。俺今人生で一番嬉しいんだからさ。
Now, if you're wondering why my camera is over on top of the game, is because, again, Why have the camera include the full width considering you only occupy... Why have the camera include the full width considering you only occupy part of it? Because the setup is important to me. Why have only your face and not depict what your environment is? Have you ever seen a green screen? Like, I don't like that. So, if you're wondering, like, why occupy certain space, like, if you have nothing to advertise, then don't do it. And also, a box is because I have boxes. So if you're wondering, like, asking me why only include if I only occupy this space, it's like, what do you think the rest is? Do you think the rest is important? Like, when you're asking a question, like, occupying the space, what do you think the rest is? Do you think it's important or not? Like, if everything was white, like, I have nothing around, then I guess it would make sense to, like, include just the short part. But now, if you look at the balance of the image, right, you're gonna make yourself very tiny in the corner, cut out, maybe not even a box, and then you have another box on the side. What does that look like? I guess we were talking about art earlier, right? So you can think about how the balance of the image is. You think it has important, but was considering how else things cannot overlap? Why do you think not overlapping is the point? Do you think I'm aiming at not overlapping? If it's not the point, then why bring it up? You said how else things cannot overlap. That is your point. You're trying to ask for what? Like, you literally made it a point. So if it was not a point, you wouldn't have done it. Responsibilities. And also, if you're wondering if you're going to ask, because you actually said, why did you choose to make the game large enough to... It's why did I choose to make the camera large enough to overlap with the game, right? Like, you kind of wrote it twice. You said to make the game large enough to overlap with the camera large enough to overlap with the game, but it's more like, why did I place the camera on top of the game? It's because the most important thing in here, in this moment, to me, is me, not the game itself per se. Most of the game still occupies 90% or more than 80% of the screen, right? So if you want to play the game and you also want to read the subtitles, imagine if you would play the game. Because if you're coming to see me play the game, I would definitely highly encourage you to also play the game yourself, in my opinion. Because the idea is that I like this game and I want other people to play the game. So when people watch me, like if they're interested in watching me play the game, they're interested in me playing the game. And if you're wondering, like, okay, well, other people don't think their camera and their feed is important because they can hide things and make things, like, they can de-emphasize themselves even though providing it. Is like, okay, well, that's their choice, right? Their choice is that they're less important. Did I always stream with camera? Yeah, I have always streamed with the camera. And why did I choose to include a camera? I think you know the answer to that. If you don't know the answer, I'll repeat myself, because that's the whole point. The camera is the whole point. Body language, speaking, human interaction, that's the whole point. So if I were to play the game and I am not present, right, then I don't have to play the game. Like, what I mean is I don't have to share any of this. Like, you can play the game. Like, in my opinion, it would circumvent the purpose of sharing my person. Like, I'm not saying that other people, they do whatever they want, like they can use a virtual avatar and stuff, but the most important thing and message that I am giving, especially when I'm studying and, you know, doing the language learning and all of that stuff, is to share my experience with people. So to do that, I think it's very important to demonstrate that a human is doing that with proper body language, conversation, and speaking. Other people may decide to think that, you know, they don't want to show their faces. That's perfectly fine. Like, I understand the whole situation with being deliberately a thing of attraction, right? Like an attraction model or like something like that. Those are their choices, and they understand what safeguards they have. For myself, I'm not here to be an attractive person, or I'm not here to be attractive to people. I'm also here to demonstrate that I'm still human. So having a camera is important to me, and far more important than the game you can play yourself. And I highly encourage people to play Persona 3 so that we can share experiences together. However, when I think about how people don't think that body language, for example, we had this conversation, body language is incredibly important. Now, do you practice body language? Well, that depends. If you ask me these questions right this moment and you are having problems answering those questions yourself and inferring those questions, that kind of answers my purpose. People don't think humans are humans anymore. Like, if you're used to hearing a voice but not the person's face or the person's animation, right? Like, yeah, and I'm not talking about VTubing here. Like, VTubing is a very different type of interaction, right? For myself, like, I could have done the same thing, but I didn't. It's a personal choice. And when it comes to where the camera is and where the game is feed, it's still different from someone who plays full screen and puts themselves behind a green screen and shifts themselves around, like, in the game screen, because they still block something, right? So it is a choice. My choice is I deliberately place, so the original question is, I deliberately place my camera in the same place because the same place is far more habit forming than it being moved around. Now, whether the game can accommodate that, the camera comes first. The game, you're gonna shift around very often. Like, when what works for one game is not gonna work for the other game. So you can shift them around if you want, your camera. Is that more distracting to the person than blocking a consistent part of the game? That's a big question, right? Like, I had to weigh that option. There are particular games where, like, the health meter is on the bottom left, which, whether that's important, I've been asked multiple times, like, hey, you know, your health meter, your camera is blocking the health meter. And I'm like, all right, you can use your imagination if you want what the health meter looks like. If you prefer that I remove my camera so that you can see the whole game, my first thought is like, okay, so if you want me to remove myself, then personally, I think you should play the game yourself and be able to do that, right? It's not, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible. I think the most important thing is the thing that I'm displaying. If you don't like that and you think the game is more important than the person you've come to visit, I don't necessarily, like, I respectfully, you might want to find someone else who prioritizes the game over themselves, right? I mean, that might sound a little egotistical. But for myself, I have no reason to be sharing anything that I do that you could be doing and enjoying other than the human interaction. So that's pretty much what I say to, like, why do you choose to include a camera? Well, what is there that I'm doing that is different from anybody else when they're playing a video game? Are they choosing to play the video game and show that they can play the video game just like any other people? That's probably something that is worth asking yourself. Like, for example, P3P, you can find plenty of players who play with no commentary. Like, that's one thing that is very attractive to the Gen Z crowd, especially Gen Z crowd, where they simply play to exist so that they can play the game. And my first thought is like, well, I mean, I hope that person is encouraging others to play the game themselves. Like, I'm not here to show someone how to play a game. I'm here to play the game and demonstrate that there's a human experiencing the game. So you're more than... So like, this conversation we're having is very important. It exists because my camera exists. It wouldn't have existed if it didn't. And anything related to the camera. Now, the alternative that I did consider is having the game cut the corner out of the camera. So that is a potential thing. And then someone would say, right, like if you're gonna say, well, yeah, that sounds good, that solves the problem of the camera, right? Then someone is gonna say, why it's very distracting that the game is cutting off most of the camera in the corner. Why don't you just shrink your camera so that it doesn't cut off anything? And my first thought is like, so you want me to shrink the camera into a small corner so that it makes it look like I'm, like I would be an afterthought. And my first thought, you know, and my thought would be like, I wouldn't want to do that because the whole point was that I'm playing the video game and I'm providing the commentary. Now, there are people who play Persona games, especially P5X, for example, where the camera occupies like a very small corner on the left side. And if you look at what they do, they spend most of their time like literally have a camera directly at them, and they sit there and they speak with nothing. Like, they're used to just speaking into the camera, pre-recorded, by the way, still pre-recorded, speaking to the camera directly. Now, that can work because all you have to do is use your imagination. What are they doing? Like, do they look at the camera and see what the person's doing? Or do they just presume that the person's just speaking to the camera and staring at the camera and doing nothing, right? Because if that's the case, in my opinion, you might as well not to have the camera at all. Which is the argument that a lot of people would make. Like, hey, like, you're kind of blocking the game. Can you, like, move yourself because you're less important than the game? For myself, I would say that would be probably something that I would disagree with you. Where if you think that I'm less important than the video game, I think if I had to be very respectful about that person's choice, I would highly encourage them to go play the video game themselves. Because I like Persona 3 and the games that I play, and I want other people to also play the video game. So if you came to a stream and suggest that the video game is more important than me, please go play the video game. Because that's what I would say is the most reasonable way to have what you want. If you care more about the video game than the person you're visiting and watching, then it would be very objective to want to play the video game. Now, there are a couple people that I come across in my many years that someone said, well, I don't want to play the game. I just want to watch someone play the game. And my question would be like, do you want to watch someone play the game, or do you want the game played for you? Because I can't do that. I want to interact with the people, or I want to show people that I am interacting with the video game. So if you want to watch someone play the video game, then that's what I'm doing. If you want to watch the game being played for you, I got you. There are wonderful channels where they simply have all the cutscenes. Actually, I'm not even sure if you can do that or not, especially for Persona games, but there are people who basically cut out all the cutscenes in the game and they just autoplay it. So you can most definitely go and watch someone. I'm gonna be careful here. I'm not sure if you can actually do that, because that wouldn't be fair use. So I would still imagine that there are content creators that do actually do that, where they cut the game and then they would only show the game. So they would like record all of the cutscenes and then edit them all together and then show them, so that there are people who don't want to play a video game for themselves and they want to watch just simply what the game is. Alternatively, I could also defer to a lot of people who like to do video essays, which is to keep the game separate from the person. So that means that these people, what they do is they would present themselves in only their camera, right? Only their edits, and they would use like stills and stuff to do a video essay. I watch a lot of video essays, and that's pretty cool. So the alternative way is you can have someone explain the game and the premise of the game and all the things that they talk about, like the theory crafting and whatnot, when they have only just their camera, right? That's an alternative. Yeah, so all the cutscene videos for P3R exist. I actually think that's a copyright infringement. So I would probably say grain of salt here, largely because the fair use, you know, like the whole idea of the fair use is a morally gray area or an ethically gray area. However, if you're simply cutting someone's material and then presenting it without any alterations or changes, then that would be considered a violation of copyright. I don't know if that's the case for video games, largely because a lot of people do play video games without commentary, and they do only show their, show the game feed and whatnot. I don't know what the legalities are for that. For myself, the most important thing I'm doing is I'm attempting to add value to the game. So it is not the game that is carrying the content. And that's how I would contribute my time. So for me personally, not others, I'm not telling what other people do. For myself, the added value is what I'm doing now. So the camera is the most important thing. Like that is my integrity. So I'm not like, and even myself, I would not try to replace myself. Basically, like demonstrate that I might not be playing the game, or I might not here to be present for the game. That is my 2 cents. I understand that there is a lot of other things that go into things like using a virtual avatar and whatnot. Personally, we talked a lot about persona related topics, right? Like people communicating, misunderstandings, understanding that still normalizing talking to people, right? Like seeing a human being emote and whatnot. For me, a large majority of people that I believe play persona games, they still interact with people who aren't visible. So one of the underlying consequences of that, or maybe byproducts of that, is that, yeah, I get questions like what you asked. Why is it important that I always stream with the camera? Well, if you have to ask that question, then there is insistence on the idea that you might not think that a camera is necessary for human-produced content, right? And for myself, it's my own personal integrity. It's my pledge that I am present and I exist, and I also do my body language at all times when I'm making contact, like eye contact with the camera and whatnot. These are all part of my routines, because to me, I think that if you normalize people and know how normal people look, or like human people look, then there wouldn't be as much, at least in my opinion, there wouldn't be as much of a cognitive dissonance when you go to communicate with someone. So that's my mission statement, right? We learn Japanese, we learn Chinese, we talk about communication all the time. And when I play video games, I talk about human relations, like my importance of why these video games are very important. Like the whole theme of Persona 3 is to make memories with humans, like to interact with each other, treasure those memories. So if I'm willy-nilly running around with a virtual avatar, that kind of breaks my pledge for that. Personally, other people have their own priorities. For myself, when the camera is off, it tells me a bit about themselves and what they want is most important. Clearly, some people favor their voice far more than their appearance, right? Some people are afraid to disclose their appearance. That's fair enough. And oftentimes the excuse, not the reasoning, in my opinion, the excuse is they enter a profession that makes them a point of desire, a point of lust, and that comes with risks. So I understand that. It's still an excuse. However, their safety is a good reason. Now, for myself, I don't advertise as a point of lust. Like, I'm not here to promote myself as something that is, right, mode of adoration. So, for myself, the most important thing is to remind people that there is body language, there are facial structures, and also live action, right? I appreciate actors. Now, it is very difficult to appreciate that voice actors also act, and we talked about this before, Mika, where can you imagine what a voice actor sounds like or looks like when they're actually acting the character's CV? If you can't, then you pretty much answered my question about what I mean by seeing people do things. Because you could imagine what it's like for a VTuber to do things, right? Because the animation would line up with the things you see virtually as a representation. But when was the last time you watched something live action, right? Now, I still have plenty of friends who can't be bothered actually watching human beings perform, right? They much prefer the 2D world, as the joke goes. Like, the deeper cut is they prefer to watch very aesthetically pleasing, minimalistic art design and idealized art design to capture human emotion and communication skills. That is their prerogative. When you're interacting with me and you're talking about, like, I don't understand why I can't get along with other human beings, and like, I don't understand why some people keep thinking that I'm upset, yet I'm saying I'm all right. That to me is my, like, domain. Like, that's what I focus on. So whenever someone says, like, I don't get it, like, I don't understand why I can't like looking at human beings. Like, I can't look at other people. Like, I legitimately have these discussions with people who play video games, specifically video games, because we spend a lot of time playing video games. The deep cut here is a lot of the stuff that is shown in Persona games kind of represent a lot of things that I encounter on like a nearly regular basis. When someone says like, yeah, like I can't stand looking at human beings. I can't stand seeing actual living people outside because they're so ugly. Like the real world is so ugly and it's not attractive enough for me to want to be in it. So yeah, you can definitely coop up yourself in like VR chat, for example, and have your idealized persona online if you want. And that's kind of like the even deeper situation here, right? It is okay, I'm not offended, if you think that coming to this, you only simply want to see your favorite game being played and you want to not care about the person that's in it. I'm not here to service people who sideline their own experience as an excuse to sideline someone else's existence. So for myself, it is very important that my camera is visible. It is also very important that the people that interact with me are people who values like a human being that is still doing this. If they're not, you can always go and check out the many VTubers that are being run by AI. Like, I kid you not. I don't know if you know, but one of the most popular VTubers is an LLM. So there's no shortage. So if someone comes to me and say like, well, you're just kind of ruining Persona 3 because now I can't enjoy Persona 3 without the human being all intrusive in my video game. I'm like, you can play the video game yourself. And I actually encourage you to do so. And then when you come by and talk to me about the video game, that's great. That's two humans interacting about a video game. If you're interested in my essays, that's all you're interested in. Day 1 and day 2. Yeah, Neurosama. It is Neurosama has his dev being pretty present in stream. I disagree. You're taking it from the personal. You're taking it compared to me. So if you're gonna respect what I said earlier, the 40 minutes or so that I spent talking about it, that is very different. Personally, you come for a streamer, not the content when watching streams. You have no initial interest in Persona games. That's the whole idea. Like to me, I am interested in things because other people are interested in things. So if you are interested in something, I am here to hear how you are interested in it. Then I become interested in it. I'm not interested in discovering what I'm interested in, at least in my opinion, because I already know. Or I know enough about it. I actually think that the reason why I enjoy streamers, right, like the time that I have to watch streams, which I don't really have that much time lately. The reason why I watch other people is because they're human. I'm honestly not here to watch a persona. Like, hear me out. Other people like this stuff. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not saying other people can't watch someone like present a character to them. I'm okay with that. Like, if you like that your entertainer is a waifu avatar that is a professional actor, right? Like someone who is doing it, acting professionally, that is a different occupation. It's a different career. And if you want to see them act and play a video game, you can go and see that. For myself, I want to present a human being, like not something that I'm presenting myself. Like, I'm not acting here. There's no acting involved here. I am using what I would say is the importance of communication and sharing experiences. So that is the reason behind the many choices. So we were going to get really deep cut into why my camera is over the game, despite me talking about the game a lot, is it's the most minimum. And now the other example, if you want a more objective example, is picture balancing. So we talked about composition, right? Like frame composition. So picture balancing has an aesthetic to it. So if you don't like things overlapping, then that tells me something about your aesthetic choices. So the overlapping is intentional. It is intentional for many reasons. There's another reason too, and it's for aesthetic balancing, like the weight of the game versus the weight of the camera. So if the weight of the game is very, very prominent, then the camera loses weight. So which is the most valuable thing here? You'll say you really like your spacing of everything. I appreciate that. Now, I don't think this agrees with most people. Like I did have examples. Like I was playing this game called what is it called? Corpse something. It was actually one of the games that I was solicited for. It's like Corpse. It was a deck builder. And this person said like, hey, you know, your camera is blocking the energy level, which is a very important mechanic in deck builders, because the energy level will tell you how many cards you play. And my thought is like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, like it's in the bottom left hand corner. Unfortunately, I can't like move the UI around, like the game's UI. Obviously, when you're playing a PC game, you can sometimes move the UI around or scale the UI, right? And that person is like, well, then I'm not gonna watch you. And I'm like, okay. I mean, that's fine. I hope you enjoyed the game anyways, right? Oh, and personally, what'd you call it? Like in terms of Neurosama, which I see that you're aware of who I'm referring to. Usually they appeal to someone. So for myself, like right now, hear me out. I'll give you another deep cut over the last 7 years. Right now, what we're doing right this moment would trigger someone, because they would say like, dude, just play the game already. Like, you know, like the game is the most important thing. Why are you spending time interacting with other people and talking about Persona 3 in the process? Like, what do you think I'm doing? Like, the whole point is to get people interested in Persona by interacting with the game. So like if just so happens that we're talking about something and it's related to me streaming the game, I will make it about Persona 3. And that's usually what I typically do. It's not necessarily just about me. Usually the stuff that Persona represents, it deals with what I'm trying to talk about here, which is to treasure the moments that you spend with strangers or people you meet online. I'm not here to present something in a void. So maybe in the future we could do it like differently. My thought is there's always a chance you could like set up something where there's a camera feed and then there's a game feed, and you simply toggle between the camera feed and the game feed. Now there comes pros and cons, right? Like if maybe the content creator, when they send a game feed and a camera feed, they can be informed on how often do people watch your game feed versus your camera feed. Now, for the record, I already know the answer to this. I think the vast majority of people will prefer the game feed over the camera feed. because the whole purpose of my camera feed is to make it so that it's normal to see people, like to see a person do something. Otherwise, I would probably encourage them to go play Persona 3 themselves. Like my close friends, like the friends that I meet online, right? They're playing the game now. They don't hang out and they don't hang out if they don't want to hang out, right? So that's kind of where I feel like there's a kind of a disconnect nowadays. When someone comes in and they say like, oh yeah, the game is the most important thing, and my first thought is like, then go play the game. Like I think ATLUS would really appreciate it if you go play the game, right? And I would appreciate it if you go support the game, because I really enjoy playing the game and sharing my thoughts about the game. So, and this stuff, like the corner cutting thing, as a recap, consistency for thumbnails. Game UI changes sporadically, so I want to keep the camera place in the same place, because it actually, overall, it's a close contest. But the polls are that if you keep switching your camera position, then people don't get used to seeing where you are. So, and it's also to the point where if the camera position is always in a place unexpected, like so example, like if you play OS, right? The camera is always on the bottom right. You probably noticed this, like for OS players, their feed would be on the top left and their camera position would be on the bottom right. So even the swap of the bottom left and the bottom right would be sufficient to make people distracted. Like, dude, I'm so used to seeing you on the bottom right as opposed to the bottom left. So I had to make that choice. That is a choice that I would want to change a little bit if I could. But the thing is, the reason is because in the thumbnails, there is a spot and it's on the bottom right that's just plastered with a timestamp over. So that's one of the reasons why it's on the bottom left. And that's one of the more mechanical reasons. And then the rest is why not the top left? The top left is where the number is. Now, how often do you think people will read that number compared to looking at the camera? Actually, more people read the number on the top left than they look at the camera. So the number is very important as well. So if I put myself in the top right, the top left, where do I place the number? I could put it over my camera. So that's also the important thing about the top left. Now, if you're wondering, okay, so if you put your camera on the right and the feed on the left, where do you put the title of the game that you're playing? And you're wondering, would they likely see the title if you put it on the bottom right? The answer is they are even less likely to look on the bottom right for the title of the game. So there's a reason why I placed the title right next to the bottom on the bottom left. And if you're wondering how often do people ask me what I'm playing, I get asked all the time, despite the title of the game or the app that I'm using is right on next to the camera. So yes, it's still a work in progress, because most people actually prefer to only hear or see. That's actually even less than that. When someone says like, oh yeah, I'm not watching the stream, I'm only listening to the stream. And I'm like, okay, so it's a moot point what's on the screen. That's perfectly fine. And then some people say like, oh, I can't hear you, I just want to see the game, right? So then they would argue like, hey, can I see the game instead of you, or something like that. So all of those things still exist. Now, what is the most likely case? I think most people actually just listen. They don't actually even look, right? Because nowadays body language is not a big deal. They will look if you're a VTuber, because now the VTuber is seen as something that is not IRL, because IRL is very cringy. Like, IRL is not aesthetically pleasing. Like, what I mean is, if we were to take a laundry list of competitors, right? The top one is audio only. So audio is very important. So you got to get your mic down and make sure that you sound nice and you don't like peek out or do something else. And then when you speak, that's a mixed bag. I already talked about like English communication and in relation to Japanese communication. And then when it comes to the visual part, you either only show the game itself or the thing that they're looking for, or you're a VTuber, because the VTuber would kind of be like adjacent. It would be adjacent to animation, right? So that's why VTubing is usually the here. If you want a good example, a lot of my closest acquaintances, right, like the people I know online, they spend most of their time watching VTubers. Like, despite the VTuber, quote unquote, overlapping with the same exact things that either someone we know does it, right, does the same things, they are more interested in a stranger, right, a stranger or a parasocial relationship with a VTuber than a person they actually know. That's not a good or a bad thing. Like, I understand the realities, at least in my opinion, that younger people these days prefer to watch something that is not live. As in, what I mean is the actual appearance of the person is not live. It is more a facsimile of someone who is live. So that is something that I take into consideration. Now, there are people who ask me, why don't you just become a VTuber? And my first thought is like, well, that is a good question. What is more important? The idea that I'm a living human being that wants to show the world or want to share that it's pretty normal and you can learn to like seeing other human beings, or VTuber, or I would do the VTuber April Fool's thing was already suggested a couple times. And I thought about it, but I didn't. I ended up not doing it, like suddenly show up as a VTuber, right? So that's another big thing. And here, so far, we got two things. Most people scan top left first, right? That's kind of the English thing. When you look at a thumbnail, oftentimes you either look at the face, you scan immediately for the face, or you read from top left to bottom right. So what I've come to realize is that when you watch an OS player, most of the time they see the game feed first, because the game feed is the most important. Whether they recognize or care about the person on the bottom right, some OS players have become more creative. What they do is they have a zoom in camera, so they would like punch the camera and stuff in order to show their faces and whatnot a little bit more. The large majority of OS players, they would put their game feed in the top left because that's where the eyes would go first, and obscure their camera, or don't use a camera at all. And then alternatively, they could use an avatar. They would use like a placeholder, like a static image of a representation of themselves, be it like a mascot or a LLM produced version of themselves or something like that, right? That's usually the most classic. And I had to compromise on most of those things because bottom right is less important than top left. And then bottom left is, or bottom right is less important than bottom left, right? And then the feed, the amount of the feed it takes is also contributing to the weight of its importance. So this is what I came to space out. So if you wanted like a longer version of all this, it's a choice. And now you could argue, so what are you going to do with the space above me and the space to the right of me, like all that space down there? It's like, well, there are things that actually go there. There are actually things there now, but I didn't use them yet. Now, when the time comes, if there are reasons to use them, they will probably show up. There's actually a notepad above me that is missing. And then there's a marquee to the left of me, or to the right of the camera, that is not active. And the marquee is supposed to like introduce some like information, so like certain information or certain announcements. They're not there at the moment because I don't have use for them. So instead, I typically change the background of the image to advertise the game that I'm playing. So the background changes based on the game. So I do that. And then obviously I change the title, right, for each purpose so that it's obvious the game that I'm playing. You might be thinking, all right, well, is it obvious? What was the results? It's not obvious. In fact, for the most part, when someone comes in and they ask about, I still get frequently asked like, hey, what game are you playing? Or what are you doing? And my first thought is, oh, what do you mean what I'm doing? Are you asking me like a sentimental reason? Like, why am I playing P3R or P3P, right? Why am I playing that? Or are you asking me P3P is the game I'm playing? Or are you asking me why am I streaming P3P? Like, why do I have a stream of P3P? And the most common question I have is, they were literally asking me, what am I playing? And my first thought is, it's the game that's right next to me. Or it's the game in the title. Or it's the game labeled under your Twitch thing, right? And it might not be clear because a lot of times I'm doing more than one thing. So my titles actually have like all the names of the things. It's my way of making sure that it's obvious what I'm playing. Because in my opinion, when you cut scenes together, when you play a video game without contributing anything to it, or minimally contribute to it, I personally think that, to me, that is a hard argument for fair use. So this very thing that I'm doing now, I like to give a moment to say that Persona 3 is a great game and is worth discussing about when people have the time, right? So that's my contribution. I think it's questionable. For me, it's debatable if someone decides to minimize their participation and contribution to IP that they're using. So for me, I typically, it's a reflection of what I think is important. So when I'm gonna watch a content creator present a game, I'm watching for the content creator and how they transform the game they're playing. I'm not there to watch a playthrough of the game of which I can do myself. personally. I stand by this because I'm, again, not the kind of person who watches videos like, here's me doing this so you don't have to. Like, I did this and now I want to know what you think of it. Or I want to know what you did in order for me to be interested in it. So whenever someone says something like, I'm playing this game so you don't have to, and I'm like, I'm not here to watch you play a game so I don't want to play the game. I'm here to watch you play the game and convince me or show me that I want to play the game too, so I can relate to you. At least that's in my opinion, personally. Those are my intents. So when I'm streaming, I also stream with that intent. I'm here to try to show you that you should play P3. So if I don't manage to do that, that's okay. If I do manage to do that, then that's good for ATLUS. And it's also good for me. Like, I want people to want to play Persona 3, right? And I also want people to share their experiences with each other. So that's the deeper thing about it. And how could I do that if I'm not visible personally? Like, I like to be visible, visibly happy, visibly like enjoying myself, or even visibly hated or visibly disliked, right? Like, what I mean is, like, if I dislike something, I kind of want to, my goal is to show that I visibly dislike something and then visibly like something, because that to me is what people, like, I feel would be helpful to people or to interact. I don't think you can. Here's one thing that can be a little bit alarming. Glazing, for example, the whole concept of glazing. I can't hide per se if I'm upset or not upset when a camera's on me. Now, you could say, oh, well, when the camera's on, you could like pretend to always glaze and chill for video games. And my first thought is like, I really don't have to do that if I like the game, right? Like, I play and choose to play games and I disclose what I'm saying. So in my opinion, I want to show people, at least in my opinion, I want to show people that you can dislike parts of the game and you can like parts of the game and still love the game in general. Like, what I mean is doing things, seeing yourself do things, seeing other people do things, respond up and down. That's the human experience. A curated acting position, that's entertainment. So yes, you can also be entertained by that. I'm not speaking for other VTubers per se, but you can have people who specifically act a certain way to be entertaining. I'm not here to do that. So hopefully that's a great sufficient enough way to say why the camera. Well, it's always the camera. And if someone was wondering, well, can't you do this without a camera, or like what's the point if no one's watching the camera? The point is that I'm doing this for myself. So if no one cares about watching humans interact and use, body language and look at the camera and talk every once in a while, that is their prerogative. I personally would love the idea in the future that you could tell the difference between someone who is not there versus someone who is there, and also be interested in looking at other human beings. Because Persona games, while they're really wonderful and they talk about like life things, right? They talk about the concept of sharing memories and time together, the concept of friendship, compassion, the loss and gain of malice and companionship. There's a whole heck of a lot of lack of companionship when you're a fan of these games, in my opinion. So where is the underlying point of all this? Well, a lot of people normalize that humans are optional. Like, you talk to people, but you don't want to look at people. You talk to people, but you ignore what they look like. You hear people, and you don't want to see them. Right? So that's the camera angle. Now, the other angle is this thing that I'm doing right here. This conversation I'm having is that most people want to see people do things, but not hear them. That's the other half of the equation. So, not only do a lot of people not want to see the person nor hear them, they only want to see what they're doing, not hear and watch them. So, for me, I like watching human beings. I like interacting with human beings. So, inevitably, I would want to also be accountable for what I'm talking about. Do I think body language is important? I actually do think body language is very important. And so the camera is one of them. Now, in terms of speaking, I also try to do that when obviously there's no CVs for some of these scenes. I want to speak in their place because I still believe that voice actors, VTubers, right? VTubers, people who write, authors, animators, they all appreciate the idea of human created content. So it requires that I do something like that, right? So I read dialogue I try to read dialogue at all times, try to provide commentary, because I think if you're not going to do those things, in my opinion, then personally, I'm not invested, right? And I actually think that if I had to be really, really stringent about this, if you're doing no commentary and you're like restreaming other people's content and contributing nothing to it, I think that's a copyright infringement. That's not under fair use. In fact, there was a huge contention long ago, I'm not sure how it works out now, where there's React videos also come under fair use scrutiny because there are people who simply watch and restream content and they input minimally commentary or reaction of their own to contribute and transform to that. You might be thinking, all right, well, that's old. That's like 10-year-old news. What do you think AI slop is doing? That's even less, in my opinion. That's a really divisive and topical situation now. Like when you remix something using LLMs and, you know, generative or agentic AI, I suppose, is the topic now. What are they doing? Well, they're doing even less than that. So for me, if someone took their time to edit all the cutscenes together and they're making an argument like, well, I edited and cut all the cutscenes together. Yeah, but you didn't make 99% of that content. Right? So that's my personal take on things. So VTubers, they're professional actors, right? They act and be paid for acting. Whether it's themselves or a persona they have, that requires a lot of extra work. That's something that they have to come up with and do. So kudos to them. I would not agree with them that because they exist, they're not normalizing people to looking at caricatures versus human beings. So that's a trade-off. So while I admire VTubers for like acting and all that, I have to be realistic as well. When you get used to looking at VTubers, that also means you don't get used to looking at human beings. And I can assure you that I have more people who said they prefer to look at a virtual character and a character that is painterly and represented fictionally than a human being. Like, at first, you would think like there's an argument about making eye contact with people. Well, now people are just unattractive. Like, humans are just not important anymore. So whenever I get the Gen Z stare, I'm not surprised. In fact, sometimes when they Gen Z stare, they're not staring at you. They're actually just looking straight through you. They're not actually paying it, like they're not staring at your face. They're simply staring off into the distance. You might be standing in front of their gaze, but they're not interacting with you. So that's my personal take. And I think that, in my opinion, when a VTuber says they're not doing that, I think that's inappropriate. So while I admire what VTubers do, I also think that VTubers should understand that they also normalize how people interact with other people. It's not a bad or a good thing. The idea is, if I want to do the opposite, I get to do the opposite. Instead, it would be, maybe someone will come by and say like, dude, I'd rather prefer you to be a talking red panda than a human being. Like, human beings are ugly. Like, I don't want to see some average Joe who has like who looks like you, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. At least you know. Like, I like the idea that people still look at other people and determine if they like the way they look or not. It's different when you have close friends who say like, nah, chief, I can't watch movies, man. Movies have real people in them. And here's an even further deep cut. Movies, the people in movies tend to not represent average humans. Like, what I mean is they're exceptional examples, right? Like, we already gone over years and decades of the body image issue, right? Like the celebrity issue, right? The thing about body image and beauty standards. So that still exists right now. It's actually even exacerbated by content creators, like influencers. Not necessarily, remember that influencers, successful influencers and content creators are representing the minority of people, right? Like, they are exceptional things. So we're not saying the majority of people are doing this. We're actually talking about the minority. So there's already body image problems, and now there is fictional character detachment, where when someone says like, oh man, the moment you meet someone in real IRL and you're like, oh, you're the VTuber? I kind of like your avatar more. And, well, all right. That's, I would call that, if someone if a VTuber finds that upsetting, I would call it an occupational hazard. Right. It is part of their profession. If your profession is to identify as an avatar, then I would say it is professionally responsible to understand that the popularity of your avatar supplants the popularity of being a human behind a camera. Right? If no one's complaining and everyone's satisfied with their arrangement, I'm all for it. I wouldn't complain, for example, when someone says, they come up to me and say like, man, dude, you're ugly for a human being. And my first thought is like, well, it can happen. I decide to use a camera, right? That is an occupational hazard. When a VTuber right? If someone comes up to a VTuber and they see them in IRL and they're like, dude, you're not as cute as the avatar, occupational hazard. You have to be ready for that as a professional, right? If you're a professional, you have to be ready for that. For myself, I really can't go with the idea that I literally talk to people who I am friends with who say like, yeah, man, 3D, not for me, man. And like going outside and watching actual people in like visible light, that's not me. I prefer to watch people that are 2D and aesthetically pleasing at all times, that caters to my my sympathetic nervous system for dopamine. That's fair enough. Know that I also do hold people complicit. So if someone calls me ugly, honestly, at least they looked at me, right? Because they understand what human beings look like. So before we like talk about persona, right? Like you look at these characters. In my opinion, when you look at these characters, you determine if you like the look of their characters or not. Well, do you do that for human beings? Actually, I had a fun little discussion about eyes before. Like human eyes, like, literal eyes, like these eyes versus anime eyes, right? They're not the same, right? They're different. The thing is, can you appreciate anime eyes and can you appreciate human eyes, like IRL eyes? We're not having a competition like which one is better. I'm talking about, can you appreciate both? And VTubers, in my opinion, makes it so that you don't have to appreciate one over the other. Unintentionally. Right? Unintentionally. I'm not saying it's the VTuber's responsibility. They are also complicit though. They are complicit in forwarding this image. So I am complicit in forwarding a different image. That's the importance of the camera. So just to wrap that up, because I'm not going to get to the end of this game, so we're going to extend it by another thing. How does this tie with Persona 3 in general? Persona 3, the whole deal is, yes, you're looking at anime, like animation, right? Like Japanese animation, like interacting with each other. Now remember that the central theme of Persona 3 is to make memories and interact with other people, right? Memories are important. So if you cease to want to interact with other people because they either look ugly or you don't listen to them or you care not to relate to them, then I'm not for you, right? Like I'm not a person that you should be talking to, in my opinion. If you want people to serve you and also only want to replicate your experience by eliminating human beings from the equation, you can probably do that by hitting up ChatGPT or hitting up ChatGPT behind a virtual avatar. And that would probably serve you far more adequately than having a human that can possibly disagree with you, give you funny faces, and also look very average. And hear me out, I'm going to end this on a very wonderful note because I also love Persona 3 for this same reason. Humans come in many shapes and sizes. They have their flaws and they have their ups and downs. They have their saving graces and also their particular problems and peculiarities. It is through the presentation of these human beings, these social links, that you can see and at least appreciate many aspects of the human being, right? that also involves seeing them and speaking to them and interacting with them. Now, for me, that's what makes humans awesome. That's what makes playing video games created by humans awesome, not created by things that aren't human. Like, I can't ask a non-human to say, how did you feel? Why did you make this character look not the stereotypical aesthetically pleasing character all of a sudden? Why aren't you using the statistical average of the most pleasingly aesthetically reproducible concept by data? Like, because you're human. Do you want every game to look like Genshin Impact? Do you want every human being to look like a perfectly curated, blemish-free, perfectly aesthetically pleasing version of your waifu? Well, if you do, I got you. There are content creators for that, for sure. They are complicit in it. They're not intentionally trying to, like, warp your dependency. You know what you want when you know what you want. For myself, I really enjoy that I still play video games where it shows that human interaction is messy, right? And I'm literally playing Persona games because I can talk about this stuff. I can talk about the importance of human interaction. If you don't prioritize that, I feel like you're missing the point of Persona. So, if someone asks me, like, why are you yapping so long about making memories with human beings and making sure you see them and interact with them and share stories? Well, I'm playing a Persona game. What do you think was important about Persona games? I welcome that. Like, what I mean is, someone can just tell me, oh, I really like beating shadows and the JRPG thing. I like grinding for the JRPG thing. I could care less. Like, someone could literally tell me, say, I play Persona games for the mechanics. I don't play Persona games for the story, the social links. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to beat the Persona games because I like grinding. Come and tell me about it. I want to know what gets you going, right? And for myself, it's ironic to some extent when someone asks me why my camera is important while playing a Persona game. Because the whole point of a Persona game is to emphasize human relations. It's about the importance of sharing memories together. Nearly every Persona game is predicated on companionship, compassion, and always putting forward your most honest effort as a human being and not prioritizing something that's unfilling, right? I think the irony is there as well, where, like, well, you're kind of diminishing the video game. It's like, well, yeah, the video game doesn't have feelings. The people who make the video game have feelings. So realizing their vision through their video games is my honest attempt to connect with the developers. So whenever I talk about video game plot points and, like, their inclusion, like we were talking about earlier about the harem situation and then what might change in P3R, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the developers of Persona. Why did they write the characters like this? Why is it important that they share this type of topic? It's curious that they made the character act this way or not this way. That's important to me because it gets me closer to people I don't have access to. As in, like, I can't just go up and hit up ATLUS and say, hey, can I ask you a few interview questions about what was your initial idea about making Nozomi, like, so wildly different from all the other social links where he feels like he has some sort of psychosis. Like, is his little brother real or not? Or is it a figment of his imagination, or something that maybe he was traumatized? Were you trying to write that social link like someone who was undergoing so much traumatic stress that they habitually eat to compensate, to cope? Because I genuinely am curious, because that's a real thing where Nozomi, the moon arcana, right? He keeps referring to his brother, his little brother, and then he even go as far as raising cult funds and talk about paradise, talking about trigger word, right? Talking about self-harm and all that. Were they going in the direction of trauma? And I brainstorm about these things because they're honestly very real things. I can't tell you how many times I hear someone say something like, well, I have an older brother, and my older brother just does everything better than me, so I don't really have a purpose of living. Like, whenever I have to do something, it's always that my brother is better than me. Right? That's kind of what Nozomi was doing. So whether I dislike I feel like it was whiplashy because it keeps going back and forth. The importance of that social link is something else, though. It's like it goes deep. Mamoru, giving up your dreams to support the family at a ripe age of like 18. I think he's 18. That's a pretty big deep cut. People who have to grow up sooner because of tragedy, right? And then now we're talking about this, which it's a bit more whimsical, but we're talking about sacrifice, right? Sacrifice and cherishing memories. So when Junpei, so now I'm going back to Persona 3, right? When Junpei says it's all the better that she forgot and don't remember any of this stuff. And he was slightly happy and also not happy, right? He's happy that the person he loves is safe. He's also bittersweet about it because if she don't remember that stuff, that also means she forgot her suffering, which you can argue that, I mean, I'm gonna go into an allusion to the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, the movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where Jim Carrey's character decided that because he lost his love, that he preferred to not remember his love at all. So this would be a story for Chidori and Junpei. Like, would Junpei prefer to treasure the memories that he had with Chidori and know that he can appreciate that she is happier, that she could be happier this way? She's safe and she's also free of the trauma of all the things that happen. You know, 6 or 7, right? 6, 7. This is not 6, 7, but the joke is this like motion became 6, 7, and it really means like, you know, like it's hard to decide. It's a toss-up. This motion is a toss-up, but it recently became 6, 7, so I don't want to talk about that right now. Anyways, let's just get back to this, complete it. We'll save this and then we'll continue to get to the end. I might actually have to redo all of this tomorrow if I gotta find out if I have enough time to maximize some links. So let's go there.
やれやれだな。
That's Yukari's sob. That crying was a jump scare. I'm not sure. I don't remember what the English CVs, what their crying sounds like. I can tell you that that sobbing and crying is so Japanese. It's such a Japanese cry. Like, if I think about like a English speaking CV trying to make a sob noise, I usually don't think of that sound. That's pretty funny. Alright, anyways. Let's see if we can find out if I ran out of time. An hour or so, calm tangent, follow like some screaming sort of sound. Oh, the cry. Yeah, when Junpei cried. Yeah, Junpei's cry was pretty loud. Hang on, let me... Oh, this is the math guy. What does that... I think we just have to stay away. Okay, so... Is it Aigis again? I think it's Aigis every day until the end. So let me think about this. So this will be Aigis at 6, right? 6? Saturday is... Okay, so I have 7 days. Or is it 8 days? It might work out. It might work out. Oh, her social link is pretty rough, actually. Oh, that old lady. She is Muley-san's owner. The worst part is you can only see chat and your camera due to your split screen. Oh, I see what you did there. Wait, why do you have chat up? You follow Aiga's line of sight. That certainly is Muley's owner. She is with a male Gekko High School. Oh wait, I think this is supposed to be her kid, right? How else can you type? You can type when you need to type. Like you can swipe the chat away when you're not typing, and then you can swipe your chat back when you are typing. Or are you specifically talking about when you're typing? Yo, Granny, I got a date tomorrow. This is her grandson, actually. That's an extra few seconds per message. You ask, how else can I type? Excuse. So you already know you could do that. Right? The difference between an excuse and an explanation is that if you ask for an explanation, which I did explain, and you already know the excuse because it's an excuse because you already know you could do it, but you decided to give you a reason not to do it, that's an excuse, right? So the excuse is that's an extra few seconds per message. How else can you type? I gave you an explanation on how else you can type. Right. Okay, well, you prefer the split screen for drawing and watching you and typing. Oh, okay, I see. That's fair. That is a great explanation because that tells me why you did it. Right. You don't need an excuse. Like it doesn't really matter if that's an extra few seconds, at least in my opinion. I kind of already know, like I agree with you that it's an extra few seconds. Like you couldn't fit the whole of the game and draw. Yeah, you really can't. In fact, if you want to know another cut for this, most people view it vertically. Now, like, for example, if in order to increase your stream time or increase viewership, you would use a vertical stream. Yeah, you're on a 16-inch screen right now. Yeah, it's understandable. Like, hear me out. Like, a lot of times, the vertical screen is even better for this. So maybe I'll try to do that in the future, where like I could crop the game. Like, you can set up 2 streams. The reason why a vertical screen, a vertical setup is like YouTube Shorts, basically. Like, if you for Twitch and YouTube, you can simultaneously stream horizontal and vertical now. You can assign a vertical setup and a horizontal setup at the same time. The reason why that's increasing engagement is because nowadays the screen, right? The screen, if you have to split screen it, you're gonna have that problem with horizontal stuff. Now, what if you split the screen like this way? You know, you stack it on top and bottom, and then it gets stretched out. So oftentimes, like, I did think about this before if we were talking about like the presentation of stuff, right? Video games aren't gonna go back to 4:3, so we're not gonna. Yeah, there are a few indie games that deliberately go back to 4:3. We're not gonna talk about those guys, but most video games are still 16:9, right? So one way to do it is, it's still going to make it really hard for Persona games because their dialogue boxes across the bottom, right? Like, even the modern P3R, P4R, their dialogue box still takes up like center stage in the bottom. So it's very difficult to crop it up to the top and do it that way. It would get you some of the image though. Now, the nice thing about the modern titles is that they're all voiced. So you don't necessarily have to see the game, right? Which goes back to our long 4-hour, 5-hour discussion. That's, in my opinion, that's also one of the reasons why, if I had to think about what ATLUS is thinking, the reason why they're advertising so much about the CVs, the actors, is because, yes, the characters look awesome and all that. The characters also sound awesome. They sound awesome in multiple languages, right? Like, I'm going to be talking about this for the next, like, all the way until February, because I really do enjoy both the CVs, the CV casts in Persona games. That's why I play both of them. Like, no matter, even if the game doesn't require me to play through both of the, like, even if Makoto Yuki is the only protagonist in P3R, I'm going to play through the game twice, because once in English and once in Japanese, minimally. P4G is a different story, because P4G you actually have to play it through twice. This game, P3P, you actually have to play it through twice. So I already get a chance to listen to the English cast and the Japanese cast. Now, like a Dragon games, most of them also you have to play through at least twice. So, in fact, I played through 3 times, because they're in 3 different languages. So, to me, I think ATLUS knows, in my opinion, they noticed that, yes, you can have great animation and all that stuff, and at the same time, if you have like content creation or people who are like enjoying these games being replayed, oftentimes it's also listening, right? In fact, I actually think nowadays, when it comes to streaming content, I already did the hierarchy of my 1-hour discussion. Audio is like is circumventing sight in like the way this is like this like content is consumed. Like yes, sight is awesome, but I think it's becoming secondary to hearing. So when it comes to ATLUS, what is most recognizable about ATLUS? All of the above. I think ATLUS has hit their stride with their visual thing, like their visual, like the new post P5R visuals, right? Like the UI and all that is fantastic, but their music is like arguably even more on top of that. Like it's not even the story writing. The story writing, I feel, has taken a back seat. Like, and that's not that it's bad or it doesn't compete. Its story writing is fantastic, but its visuals are above that, and its audio is even further above that. Now the music is great, right? The music is fantastic. It's iconic and all that stuff. Now, what if they can do what else can they do better? Like what else can they bring to the table? Multi-language voice acting. So now if you get into the whole Twitch and YouTube thing, if I was playing this game in English and the English has a baller cast, you wouldn't have to read the text in the first place, right? The least, now hear me out. This is where I give props to ATLUS. The least interesting thing about these video games now is the text, right? Like the dialogue text. Like if you don't want to read the dialogue, it's average, right? But hear me out. Their focus on UI design still makes the text more interesting to look at than like a standard box. Like this is old ATLUS, right? This is the ATLUS where, you know, yo granny, I got a date tomorrow. That's not as interesting looking. So they even try as much as they can to make text in the games interesting to look at. So that's what I call ATLUS stuff. Like ATLUS is a well-oiled machine now. The way they do it is that anything dealing with presentation is awesome. Now, secret low-key, when I think about like their investment in CVs, like English CVs and Japanese CVs, right? I think it also plays into the idea that so many, like I would argue that a vast majority of people now spend more time specifically just listening. They don't actually even see things. Like it's nice to have both, obviously, but if you had to pick one that is most on top of things, like we're talking about the highest traffic volume, audio is highest traffic volume. Like when you ask someone, what do you do when you're preoccupied? Podcasts. What do you do when you're occupied? Music, podcasts, a streamer's voice. That's what you do. So, and it goes back to the hour-long digression. When someone asks me, why do I have my camera on? That's a normal question that I get a lot. Why do I even use a camera? It's because if my audio is good and I speak, you don't need a camera. It's not as important as the audio. Now, obviously, I already set my bit for a while now. What's important to me is everything. And not because of the video game. It's because humans, I want to keep in mind that you remind people what an average human look like. I feel like I'm pretty average, right? Like I'm a fairly average looking person. And I also want to remind people when they play a video game, right? When they play Persona, ATLUS is made of humans. Humans made the video game. So I am very normal, like normally watching interviews. I like watching the ATLUS producer, for example, recently give an interview about P4R, right? I enjoy those things, or I think those things are important to me. How do I communicate that? Well, my communication is that you have to remember that you have to see a human to believe a human is still there. Sometimes, I kid you not, I am fairly convinced that people think that when they see the actor behind a VTuber, they become depressed and disappointed because they're not the avatar, right? So that's obviously an occupational hazard. But for myself, when someone meets me, like I hope that they're not surprised. Like, there's still surprising things, by the way, about, I already talked about how content creators, what you see is not the whole picture, right? Like I already told you, Mika, and a lot of people, constantly reminded, I'm high energy when I'm streaming because I want to put my energy out there. That doesn't mean that when the stream goes off, I'm like dead tired. I am pretty dead tired by the time the stream gets off. And it makes me feel good because I put all of my energy into making sure that, hey, guess what? There are human beings who actually care, at least in my opinion, who cares to want to interact with you. And I think you can find other human beings like that. Like, go out, make a friend, make some memories, play Persona 3 together. It is kind of cute. I know someone who's playing through a visual novel game with another friend, and what they're doing is like they're discussing their visual novel choices together while they're playing. Persona 3 could be that too. Like the next Persona 6? ATLUS. Hear me out. Like, I'm not affiliated with ATLUS. I'll probably talk about this at the end of P4R next year. Persona 6? Oh, make it so that it's like a Baldur's Gate thing where we could vote on which choices to make. And I would love to watch other people turn that into like a crowd thing. I'm actually really looking forward to when P4R comes out. Yes, I'm shilling for ATLUS. When P4R comes out, I'm looking forward to seeing if there are any much more influential content creators like Twitch streamers or YouTubers where they poll and spend like create a fun way to like choose dialogue choices with their community, right? That would be a really wonderful way to discuss and enjoy ATLUS games. Like Persona 6, heck, if they include like a statistics thing where like, oh, so-and-so group of people chose to like this character, like what Telltale games did, where they would tell you like you have choices, right? You make those choices, and then afterwards they tell you what percentage of players chose which one, or they literally make it an integration thing. It's like, hey guys, we have a dialogue choice. Which one do you think we should pick? I think that could be like, what else could ATLUS do to like elevate, to like even increase their like awareness of engagement? I think because they present their social links as a dialogue choice, it would be really awesome to also make it so that you can even see and interact with the greater community. Telltale Games was one of the first really viral developers who are no longer around, by the way. Or they might be like a skeleton crew or something, but they're no longer technically around, or like in their heyday. They made their games so that when they pick dialogue choices and like narrative choices, they show you what the greater community who play the game chose. So then you can P5X kind of does this in a augmented reality way. They would like, Mika, you and I already talked about the popularity polls. Like character popularity polls. I think that could be something that ATLUS they can consider in their actual game, like in the canonical game, as opposed to like making it more like a live service thing, right? Collecting, like trying to show that data can be useful or fun as opposed to like invasive and invasive and opportunistic, at least in my opinion. But that's one of the things that I would say that would be kind of cool. And the whole like vertical thing is definitely something that would make it more friendly for split screen, at least. I didn't consider that it would serve that purpose. I don't think YouTube and Twitch, when they talked about vertical screens, they would think of it that way. However, it works for phones, right? The vertical streaming is largely for phones. However, now a lot of people have devices that are two vertical screens, or a tablet that can form two vertical segments. So oftentimes I thought, oh wait, so that means that you could also use it with, I'm not sure if that's what YouTube and Twitch also considered, people who like have tablets or like laptops where if you put two vertical feeds, they kind of work better as split screen as well. Maybe not. I might be reading into it too much. But I think coincidentally, that's what I think about when I think about people who have split screens. Anyways, that's a good point for next time. Alright, I'm pretty sure this kid is literally saying granny, not like yo granny as in yo old lady. It's more like this guy is literally the grandson of this. I didn't think about that the first time we did this. Like on the Xiaomi side. So he's like, yo granny, I got a date tomorrow, but I don't have any money or anything, you know? Oh my, is that so? You poor dear. You're such a good boy, Kiyoshi. This advance on your allowance will just be between you and me. Come on, quit it. I told you not to call me Kiyoshi. But it's such a beautiful name. I picked it out, you know. It was the name of the fine doctor from my home village. Yeah, I know. That's only the 80th millionth time you told me. Come on, hook me up already. Oh, yes. This isn't much. Try not to spend it all in one place. Yeah, see ya. Be careful, dear, and visit again soon. Spoiled grandchild. This Kiyoshi-san, I wish to speak with him further. I guess chase after Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi-san, please wait. Jeez, don't freaking call me that. Huh? Aige-senpai? Do you know me? Well, doi, you're famous. I'm Kiyoshi Sakuma of freshman. Fresh year. Everyone calls me Joe, so if you... What would that be in Japanese? Joe? So if you could just... I would like to ask you something, Kyoshi-san. Is that alright? Sure. Kyoshi-san, do you feel lonely when you are by yourself? Huh? What? Your grandmother said that she is lonely because she has nobody else. What is this, a lecture? No, I simply wish to know. Why don't you visit your grandmother more often? Oh, sorry, she said, why don't you visit your grandmother more often? Her loneliness. If you are her relative, you may have the power to alleviate it. Nah, I'm just her grandson. But I know a lecture when I hear it. Stay out of stuff that doesn't concern you, okay? Kyoshi-san, have you ever considered what it means to live? To live? Personally, I think the bonds between people are what's most important. right? This is the whole theme of Persona 3, by the way. This is what your grandmother is slowly losing. To live. Are you kidding? No one seriously talks like that. What more do you need out of life than to have a blast? Having a blast. I mean, you're happy when you're having fun, right? So, heck yeah, you're alive to be happy. We're alive to be happy. To be happy. So what do you say, Aige-senpai? If you got time, why don't we... Thank you, Kiyoshi-san. Let's go, Makoto-san. Huh? What's up with that? So you were just trying to make a fool out of me? Fool out of me, huh? Then screw you. He ran away. Maybe you can watch stream vertically using phone mirroring on my laptop? Oh. Yeah. That's a possibility, Mika. I can't understand Kyoshi-san's feelings. And worse yet, I have angered him. Did I do something wrong? Technically, this is true. You didn't do anything. She didn't do anything wrong, but I don't think this is, like, all of these are true. I see. I wonder why is that having you reassures me that way is, well, it makes me happy. Ever since I decided to live, I've decided using words like why and how more frequently. The more time I spent with you, the more times I've discovered that I cannot understand. But the reason why I'm not alive, it remains a stumbling block. Is this frustration? But at the same time, I feel fortunate. Although I'm not human, I enjoy a few privileges others do not. After all, I am able to be near you, the most precious to me. It's strange how two conflicting feelings can coexist. Hey, so how do I make someone look introverted without looking super emo and edgy? Make them look at the ground a lot. Look at their fingers. So like, you know, or like look elsewhere, make the person look away deliberately. So they don't, not like look with stoicism with their chin high, but more like looking away from like fear of eye contact. So you could make this honestly the feet thing. I would, in my opinion, one way is like to circle their feet. So like look down on the ground, or at their finger and circle their feet. Something that they're trying to occupy their gaze from something else. So usually like when you think of a really solid character, a character would be like looking at the screen, right? Looking at the camera. So like they have a very defined look. Or when someone is stoic, they would look straight and they would gaze at something with their chin up. So oftentimes introverted, in my opinion, like stereotypically introverted, without changing like their clothing or make it look like they're edgy, right? They're like really secluded and stuff. Chin down, so they're not gazing at eye level. They're always down below eye level. And then they would be using a fidgeting motion. So you could be like fingers together, like kind of holding fingers together, or one of their legs is drawing a circle, right? Or you could make it a more dynamic thing and they're like kicking the air, right? You know what? When I send this to you, can I exclude eyes and ask you to draft it? Oh, okay. Sure. I would probably like, I think of a kid, like not like a kid as in like a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, but you can think of it like that. Like if you can think of a younger kid and they're like kicking, you can see them like kicking like air, and then they like look away. They're just like trying to avert their gaze. That would be like a telltale sign. Or you can do this Gen Z stare. I don't know actually. I'm joking about that. I don't actually know how to draw a Gen Z stare, but I feel like if I look at enough references of Gen Z stare, maybe you could draw a Gen Z stare. That would be like a really topical new age way of demonstrating someone who's introverted. That would be kind of fun. It would be kind of a fun like social experiment, and a social experiment. Like I'm expecting, hear me out, I am expecting Gen Z stare and hyper introversion, body dysphoria, everything I talked about, like averting gaze, being attached to virtual avatars, having a crush and traumatizing parasocial relationship with a VTuber. I'm expecting all of these things to be in Persona 6. Like, there is no stretch of the imagination. Like, all the stuff that I talked about, like the camera, where they read, and like seeing humans, VTubers, like how they interact with YouTube and Twitch. I'm expecting most of this to be in Persona 6. Like, it's already in Persona, it's already in P5X. Like, many of these storylines are already in P5X. The idea is Persona tends to be written topically. So, they're culturally relevant situations. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how they represent, like how ATLUS is going to represent this. Like, how do they represent an introverted person? Do they present them as a emo person? Because nowadays, when I think of Gen Z stare and introversion, they no longer have those things. In fact, the most introverted ones are having parasocial relationships with VTubers. They are far more introverted. So like, it would be interesting to see what ATLUS's representation is for Gen Z, because now the only group that they have, if Persona 6 continue to use high school students, they're Gen Z. High school students are Gen Z, or even Gen Alpha adjacent. So when they are writing this content and developing this content for, like, when they release Persona 6, it's around the Gen Z era. So all of the representations that they're going to have are vignettes of Gen Z. And the reason why I'm really interested in Persona games in general, and especially Persona 6, is because this represents my perspective. So what I mean is, I'm curious what is the Japanese perspective, or like the ATLUS perspective, the writers of this, because I have so much to talk about in Persona 6. I genuinely care. Like, my whole thing, my whole spiel is, I hope that Gen Z stops being lonely. Like, I'm not saying that every Gen Z person is struggling with this. I want to see less Gen Z, in my opinion. I want to see less Gen Z people, right? People who fall into that, having trouble with socializing. You don't have to be extroverted to be able to socialize and not be detached and rely on parasocial relationships that don't give back. Like, parasocial relationships can't give back. They literally can't. So the idea is, if they're gonna make another Persona game, Persona games are predicated on the idea that humans interact with humans. Now, how are they going to do that if the vast majority of the characters that they're going to have represent Gen Z? Like, if you're wondering, is this happening in Japan, right? Are like the Gen Z in Japan more and more isolated, or are they more and more social? there was actually 2 or 3 recent articles on the news, like NHK and whatnot, that cover how there's an increasing truancy or avoidance of school in Japan. Like it's on the rise. And it's not because school is difficult. Like what I mean is like they're not getting good grades and all that stuff. It's more that they're less and less likely to interact with people anymore. So like it's not that it's uncommon like everywhere else. I'm literally saying that it's very disheartening to me that you can play video games that emphasize interacting with human beings, and immediately after playing the video game or the messages that it makes and they say they really like it, it doesn't inspire them to do any of it. Like when I hear like, you know, even Aegis is a mechanical maiden, right? She has the desire to feel what humans have. In fact, one of the OGs for me is Star Trek, which is Data. Data aspires to have something that's very human. And to me, when I see Gen Z, when I like talk to Gen Z, a vast majority of Gen Z that I interact with, they think that that part is optional. Like they don't think it's very important. It's optional. You don't need to do any of that. You don't need to see the person. You don't want to interact with the person. It's too hard to interact with the person. It's too stressful. It requires so much energy. And my first thought is like, I understand. Because I'm not an extroverted person. I'm typically an introverted person. You have to build yourself up to do that. So what I said earlier, where I'm high energy when I'm behind the camera, or I'm high energy when I'm streaming, is because I do streaming when I'm high in energy. I go to bed exhausted because I know I did my best. Like that's good stress. And conversing and constantly talking to people, that's exhausting. It's also incredibly rewarding. And I hope that, in my opinion, if I had to guess what the major Persona 6 theme is, it's probably going to be talking about loneliness. That hasn't been done yet, technically. Persona 3 predicates on the preciousness of memory and the limitations of life. P4G is a murder mystery that deals with the quaintness and the countryside, right? The kind of the calm but mysterious vibe of the countryside. P5R, from what I gather, is dealing with the apathy, the loss of desire, right? Nihilism and whatnot. I feel like P6 can lean on the aspect of loneliness. They all can be remediated. All these different things can tie in with companionship. So like memories tie in with companionship. Solving mysteries and overcoming like fear and things that are happening, that bad things are happening in a countryside, companionship. Desire, how to get more desire, how to share desire and passion, and heart, right? That's what P5R is. This, I understand P5R through the lens of P5X so far because I haven't played P5R. Companionship, friendship, companionship, right? If P6, I feel like if they explore loneliness, I think that would line up really well with Gen Z, like the current Gen Z. So the things that are happening very often in Japan. Like if I had to think of a mature topic that can link back to all of the like self-harm, like lots of trigger words, like sprinkle in trigger words and like social links and whatnot, it can revolve around loneliness. Right, that would be great. That would be interesting, and it would be you would have no shortage of social links to build around different types of loneliness. Like the loss of a loved one, that's in every single game, right? Someone's dead, right? Someone died, loneliness, right? The loss of a sibling, loneliness. The loss of a friend, not like death of a friend, but the distance of a friend, loneliness, right? You can do that too. Is substitute a bad thing? I mean, some people say it's the deeds, the thesis of the century. People know they have to make effort, but it's not so simple. Yeah, I mean, you have to make effort. It's never simple, right? About these things, if you're talking about what I'm talking about, it's never simple. Like, you saw a documentary of Chinese Gen Z, young or isolated in rural areas. Yeah, I did see a documentary on Chinese Gen Z as well. I recently watched a documentary on Japanese Gen Z students in the city. And then the thing, since I'm American, I watched a lot of the new like psychological stuff, like documentaries and sociology on the growing loneliness of like the Americanized internet. So like in various places. And you say, is substitute a bad thing? I'm not sure what substitute. I think it's never that simple. But making an effort is not only on Gen Z, I think. That's my take on it. I'm not Gen Z, so the only way I like what I'm speaking about is I don't think it has to all be on Gen Z. Like, I feel like as a millennial, like the millennial period people, it doesn't have to be only on Gen Z to like make them not feel isolated. But hear me out, there are other theories, like you could be isolated. I don't know, like I actually am unsure if you can simply be isolated. Like humans can be isolated and they'll prosper and do their own stuff. I think the concept of loneliness is an interesting concept because loneliness is something that is known to be a human condition and a human condition is something that's common to the humans. Like they're all, it's a requirement or it's something that's baked into human biology. If that can be substituted, that would be an interesting social experiment. I mean, I'm not one to say that. Like, I'm not going to entertain that idea. As a millennial, like growing up in the millennial period, usually I come to the acceptance that companionship can't be substituted with isolation. Like isolation or like some min-maxing efficiency, isolated non-human environment, like lack of human experience environment cannot overcome, in my opinion, it's unlikely, very unlikely to overcome the substitution for companionship and socialization. If that is true, or like if that can be achieved, then I guess I'll live long enough to see it. So we'll see. I'm not gonna be the one that would sit here and champion that isolation, like min-maxing and optimizing human isolation can overcome the trade-offs of loneliness and the lack of companionship in people. Like the lack of a support system, for example. It's so difficult for me to say that humans can exist, like persist through the entire lifespan of their life without a support system. As in, you have no form of human contact to oversee your well-being in any way. Like, basically, you can replace it with human, like, you know, AI, for example. You can replace it with agentic AI. Sure, I suppose. I'm gonna say that I'm not a person who's going to promote that. others can promote that and prove me wrong. Like they can definitely go and present a counter thesis to my argument, because personally, for all the cynicism, right? Like you can make a counter argument for companionship. Humans are fickle. They can lie. They can betray. They can also abandon you. They can die, right? There's great loss where there is great companionship. You can lose that creates ambivalence, right? If you invest in a human being, if they die, grief hits you really hard. If you fall in love and you fall out of love, all of that is still true. So when someone thinks about if I'm trying to put my shoes in Gen Z shoes, right? Their counter arguments are all the things that can happen, like bad things that can happen. They can be lied to, they can be cheated, they can be abandoned, they can be taken advantage of, exploited, extorted, right? That's what I get from the major arguments from a Gen Z standpoint. They see the glass as half empty. So if isolation and void of human contact and using automation and like AI, for example, to substitute for that, if that can make them happy to offset all the gambles you have to take with human interaction, it can be possible. I don't actually know. I haven't met someone. Like the irony here, right? The contradiction here is I wouldn't be able to meet them in the first place. If they are isolated, substituting isolation for human interaction and companionship, I would never know about it unless I can see and observe them happening. Which the documentaries like in rural areas, like Chinese Gen Z isolated in rural areas, you can probably document them and see that. So I'll look forward to seeing if loneliness, lack of support system is they're content, right? Like people are content with being isolated, not having to rely on other human beings, and maybe living a tranquil and peaceful life in obscurity without any contact with human beings, and still be able to be an observer of the world around them because the internet exists. You can be on the internet and still not interact with anyone. You can have a parasocial relationship permanently with the globalization of all the culture around you while still not wanting to participate in any of that. So it is possible. I'm not going to write off to anyone who believes their life needs those things, provided that they're not the ones that interact with me and say they want that. I have not met someone because of my personality and my... If someone is going to talk to me, they're probably desiring something about companionship, because otherwise I would push... They would find me disagreeable, right? When someone comes by and say, no, I'm perfectly fine. I'm Sigmaing my way. Like, I'm a Sigma. Like they would say, no,